Absolutely they have. Fiercely Forward have been such a good team in terms of how they've performed in the GTM category. And more importantly, it's just been about keeping out of trouble. They've got the win in Spa, they got the win last time out in Barber and Phillip Island as well. They tiptoed their way around and got fairly decent points. That has been the story of the GTM category. You've really got to survive when the LMP2 drivers are feeling, let's say, quite frisky, which they have been quite often here in the IVRA Endurance Series.
So hello and welcome along to the IVRA Endurance Series. Then some brief technical difficulties which meant that you missed my lovely voice introducing you to the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Circuit, where we are here for round 4 in the IVRA Endurance Series, and cars already underway then as we begin qualifying here. My name Arjuna Kankipati, Somil Arora and Jonathan Burke alongside for the 4 hours of racing action that we have ahead. Istvan Ballo and TrackCams22.com providing all of the TV cameras, and Tyler Maxson, RaceSpot's own Tyler Maxson, providing car cameras for today's event. You can follow along throughout the entirety of today's action at timing71.org, where you can use the world-class suite of data analysis tools to follow along with the best in the real and virtual world. And Jonathan Burke, let's talk to you for the very first time, because this is a interesting track. The Mid-Ohio Sports Car Circuit, it's relatively old school in nature, but IndyCar, IMSA, and the NASCAR Xfinity Series, they all come here, and it's a very intriguing track to say the least.
It's very intriguing. It's very fast at some points, and it's very, very cautious and slow at others. We have turn 5 through 8, the S's, we need to be careful. You have turn 12, the carousel, where you also need to be careful. But then you have this long front straightaway and the long back straightaway from turn 2 all the way to 4 at this 2.2 mile circuit. Should be a fun. We should also note this is the only date not simulated with the current race date. Usually IVRA simulates it to the race date, which will be today. This is in April, so you notice the nice warmer temperatures, and we're all in the morning. It's only going to get warmer from here on out.
I think it was Vector Sim Racing, the 305, that commented, being a local to the area, this is not typical January weather. We are expecting track temperatures closer to about 40 degrees Celsius later on in the day, so we'll keep an eye out on that and how it affects the strategy when it comes to those 3 tire set limit that is in effect for today's race. Qualifying underway then, and left hand side of your screen you can see it's the 2 AOD racing machines, 1 and 2, and it's been an up and down season for AOD Racing, Sommel. Interesting point that's just come down from one of their team members actually. In the first race of the season at Spa-Francorchamps, the 322 was having an up and down run, and unfortunately one of their drivers was finishing their stint, decided to pop out to the stores and pick up a few groceries and essential items, and got into a car accident that meant that car didn't finish the race. Now, can you believe it? That same car, the 322, went on to win the next race at Phillip Island, and that's really the story of the season for that team. Up and down and up and down.
Redemption pretty much for Albert Jones in that particular car, and thankfully he was just alright after a rather scary accident. And here they are then. We saw that sort of potential from AOD Racing, both their cars all the time, but the 322 had a DNF in Spa, the 321 had a DNF in Phillip Island, and you always got a feeling that this just isn't working out too well for them. They've always shown flashes of great pace, but I've never quite been able to materialize that. But again, it worked out for the 322. They got the win in Phillip Island. They survived. And then last time out at Barber, it was a decent enough round for them, but just facing a few issues here and there with traffic. This time, hopefully, it'll be much better for them. And on the whole, as I mentioned early on, it is just going to be a case of surviving, because the LMP2 drivers, they're going to be feeling really impatient. And the AOD sister cars have rather suffered a little bit about that, since the LMP2 drivers have been a bit more impatient in their driving.
Well, they haven't suffered as much as someone like the No Luck EM Sport team that has had such bad luck that they managed to get hit by every single race leader that we had at Phillip Island before somehow still managing to claim some rather respectable championship points. We ride on board with your championship leader then, Josh Clogg, in the 334 down in towards the braking zone of turn 4. And Jonathan, you mentioned it, this is where we are going to start our race. We don't start on that compressed start-finish line. Instead, race organizers, taking a cue from the real world as well, we're going to extend our pacing period and run ourselves down out of the keyhole before we start our race today. And that's really going to make things that much more safe, I feel.
Going to make things safe, but if you remember from real-life IndyCar what happened last year, there's still calamity that can happen going down into turn 4. And there's going to be plenty of drafting and calamity in that area. And I think also bunching up the field going into the S's, it should be exciting, it should be interesting. And remember, the GT Pros and AMs, as well as the LMP2 Pros and AMs, do qualify within the same group. There is no group split. So it'll be interesting to see where these times fall.
So Quasar Sim Racing and the 326 Chevy Corvette down onto pit lane. For those new to IVRA competition, once you come back down the pit lane after starting your qualifying run, you cannot head back out onto track, and so the 326 appears to be one of the first cars to come back down onto pit lane and finish up qualifying here. Just a point that I could not help myself from pointing out. You did talk about those difficulties that IndyCar had when they came here last year. It was one driver in particular. That driver no longer in the IndyCar paddock, and I'm sure some drivers quite glad about that. But in general, Jonathan, starts here, especially down in towards turn 4, they do go a bit smoother. The danger is, and I'm still trying to figure out exactly why this sand trap is called this, but on the outside of turn 4, there's this wonderful little place where you can go for a vacation that's called China Beach. And we've seen on a number of occasions, not just in the iRacing service, but in real life as well, where cars have gone airborne and gone for a brief journey in towards China Beach.
Yeah, and with that heavy braking zone down into 4, it's going to be likely that there's going to be a few beach-going visitors, especially as you said, the temperatures warm up, and might as well go to the beach. But it's going to be about making sure you just get that braking zone correct going down into 4 on the start, and then for the remaining 4 hours. You can't just nail the start and then say, all right, well, I'm done. I'm just going to ride around for 4 hours. No, you got to be pretty perfect, I think, throughout this race.
So the 396 and Elvis Benello across the line, still 5th place overall. Vector Sim Racing in the 305, Stacy Denegan has pulled off the track and finished up that qualifying run. So has the VEC Sim Racing 324 Porsche 911 RSR machine. The VEC crew talking to us in the build-up to the race about how they wanted this race to go maybe a little bit differently to the first 3 rounds of the season. Still got a couple of minutes then left in GTM qualifying. It's always interesting here, Sommel, though, with AOD Racing. You've got one Ferrari here where you see Mo Islam just coming in towards Thunder Valley right now, but they've also got the BMW right behind them as well, the 2 teammates running line astern. It must be interesting preparing as an outfit when you've got 2 different cars that you can't really say that these cars share many different characteristics. So when it comes down to the setups and even when it comes down to strategy between the 2 teams, that's going to be a lot of differences that they have to figure out.
Exactly, and AOD Racing, the way they decided that they'll go for one Ferrari and one BMW is the most democratic one. They had a poll. Half the drivers said, we want the Ferrari. Half of them said, we want the BMW. Here you go, that's your team set up for you. And preparation, of course, Arjuna, is going to be very interesting. But I had a chat with quite a few teams in the IVRA, for the IVRA GD Sprint Championship as well. And they also mentioned that the advantage of this is, both sides of the picture. So, say for instance, one car can benefit in certain tracks and the other one at other places. And with BOP and iRacing changing so often, with the new upgrades coming in every so often, that really becomes a major factor because now the Ferrari has been assisted just a little bit more. Its fuel consumption has been reduced slightly, and so it really helps out here. It really helps out. It splits things up quite a bit.
Live timing, by the way, is available, timing71.org. You can follow along with the world-class suite of data analysis tools that will get pinned in our YouTube chat as well. Albert Jones slows that car down as he comes in towards the carousel. Might be setting himself up for one final qualifying attempt here. And Sommel, it's a busy day on RaceSpot TV as Albert Jones' teammate down onto the pit lane. We've got many, many different things all going on. And indeed, it's a busy weekend as well. We've got, what do we have? We've got Sports Car Open, IVRA competition, Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Tomorrow we've got the BMW Sim GT Cup, which debuts for 2021 alongside the Porsche Esports Super Cup Great Britain. So we really have the entire... We go to every single track you can think of. We're driving all the cars that you can think of. We're only a couple of weeks into 2021 and we're really getting ourselves underway for a great year of racing action.
Seriously, Arjun, I can't tell you how excited I am for this weekend. Just before IVRA was about to begin this particular race, I was watching SEO. So many points from there as well that we can talk about and discuss as we move into LMP2 qualifying later on. But exactly, it's a huge weekend. There's going to be so much racing, and quite frankly, sometimes it feels like we have too much racing. But when you've got drives of this caliber, when you've got teams of this caliber, and the narrative's flowing through a race like this one, could you ever ask for more? I don't think so. There's nothing called too much racing here in IVRA competition. It's just about enough. And the kind of racing that we're going to see in the GTE and category, considering all that's happened in this class, Arjuna, I think it's going to be quite interesting because some teams have been very disadvantaged. They've been pushed onto the back foot by bad luck. I'll be quite interested to see how they bounce back when they have an open playing field here today.
So, 1 minute left then in GT-AM qualifying. Trevor Vavrovsky across the line for Grizzly Motorsports does improve to the 1:18.258 bracket. That slots him into 9th position. You're asking, Sommel, if you can ask for anything more. We've already got people in our YouTube chat asking for certain tracks to be included in next year's IVRA schedule. I know you and Jonathan haven't had a sneak peek just yet. I have. I've had the opportunity to take a look at next year's schedule for IVRA competition. I'm not going to open my mouth. I'm just going to say, keep your eyes peeled. Some interesting tracks on the schedule, that's for sure.
Interesting as in plenty of racing room and crazy action to come.
I will say, Julian Bell is in the YouTube chat, so I'm going to refrain from any further comment that will get me into potential trouble. But checkered flag waves then in the GT-AM qualifying. Left-hand side of your screen, you can see 12 cars that set lap times. I'm not sure if we're expecting a couple more runners in this field. It doesn't appear so. And in fact, if I take a look at my timing screen, it does appear as though GT Pro not going to be the most populated class either. So it's going to be something interesting to just keep our eye out on. But cars roll their way down onto pit lane then to finish up qualifying for GT-AM. The Quasar Sim Racing 326 with a 1:17.272, our pole position in class. AOD Racing Ferrari just under 0.2 of a second behind in second. Sommel wants to know, tell me we've got Bathurst. I told you, I'm not going to say anything, Sommel. I'm not going to get myself in trouble right now.
Well, as Johnson has
don't
pointed
look at
out
my
in our
question.
chat, hopefully another Charlotte Oval, exactly. It's the most vanilla circuit in the world.
I can promise you that I think even IVRA is not crazy enough to try Charlotte Roval after what we saw in the real world. Okay, GT-AM is done. Let's talk about GT Pro, because look at this championship fight. You've got second and third tied on points. Your race winner in our season opener, Team 11, no longer leading the standings, but Maniti Racing, Sommel, at the top of the timing sheets. They tell us they've got an interesting challenge. I'm not sure I agree with them. They seem to claim that they are driving with one pro driver and one AM driver, but take a look at the results so far. Clearly at the top of the standings, and Maniti Racing, always someone to keep your eye out for on RaceSpot TV.
Yes, indeed, and what a performance it was from them the last time out. Tim Matzke was fiery behind the wheel in that final stint, and I think it was a penalty to the team that was the Alpine Stars Geodesic that actually promoted them to the win after the checkered flag had fallen. But that was a wild stint. They showed that they had the pace, but Tim's out there doing Sports Car Open right now, so he's not going to be in the car. That certainly will impact them slightly, but this doesn't mean that they have a weak team whatsoever, Arjun, as you mentioned. It's not going to be one AM driver and one pro driver. The way Maniti has worked, the way they have organized their team, everyone is mighty and super quick, so it's going to be quite a fun challenge for all the other teams. But taking a look at the teams down the order, Hellraisers, Quasar Sim Racing, Hurstingwell, Lotema Team Racing, we've got so many teams that have displayed immense potential. And I'm not just saying it for the sake of saying it. They really were at the top of their game, quite a few of them, before accidents happened and before unfortunate incidents took place. So it's not going to be all clean sailing for Maniti. And with the BOP also considered, I think it's going to be a wild GT Pro category this time.
Wild indeed. I think that's an understatement here. 3 different race winners, Team 11, Team Hoisingveld, and Maniti Racing. So the top 3 all with race wins this season, and qualifying then underway, and the cars begin to roll themselves out for their fastest qualifying attempts. Let's see what this qualifying period is going to bring to us. Because of those technical issues that we had at the start of the broadcast, you all missed some of the fantastic stats and facts that I have about this wonderful racetrack. So we're going to be sprinkling those in throughout the course of today's broadcast. Let's start off, though, Sommel, with one that I thought was rather interesting. Let's talk about this track and its IndyCar heritage. Yes, I know we're here for sports car racing, and this track has got a long history of and long pedigree of some of the best sports car drivers coming to this circuit. However, we all really know the main race that happens here, the Honda Indy 200, and hometown favorite Graham Rahal. He won for the first time in 2015. Do you know when the last time a Rahal won a race before that was, though?
I'm guessing before I was born here, before 2003, that is, yeah.
I think it was before all three of us were born. 1985, when Rahal's dad won, Bobby Rahal. And that was actually a rather emotional victory because the team that Rahal was driving for was the True Sport team that the team owner, Jim Truman, actually owned the circuit. So that was a fairly popular race win in 1985 and then in 2015. But talking of IndyCar, you can't talk about IndyCar in mid-Ohio, Jonathan, without talking about Scott Dixon. 6-time world champion and also a 6-time race winner at the circuit. And it's been a track where he's had to put on some pretty heroic drives in the past. I'm thinking of, in particular, the one where we saw him defending from his teammate about 18 months ago from Felix Rosenqvist, where it was a fantastic fight all the way to the checkered flag.
I actually made myself late for work that day, just by watching the ending of that race. So I was like, oh, I start at 5. Well, I'm not leaving until I see who wins this, because it was a hell of a fight between those two. And I think, I expect some of this action kind of today in some of the sports car group, if we see some of these times that are similar and close to each other, and we get these good quality drivers towards the front of the field, we can see racing like that where we have a Rosenqvist and Dixon style fight to the checkered flag.
So left-hand side of the screen, the qualifying times begin to come in. Team 11, who won very impressively in our season opener, 1:17.079, just over 1.5 tenths of a second clear from Maniti Racing as we watch the cars fly themselves out of the final corner across the start-finish line. Fantastic shot that we get right now as cars begin to just work their way into some good qualifying times. There comes our only Ford GT in today's field. We're following along with the Quasar 225 machine. But here comes Team 11 across the line to complete one more qualifying lap and work themselves up for another. And it's an interesting balance here, Jonathan, because cars have been updated recently. Not as recently as the LMP2 machines. The GTEs have had a bit of a reprieve compared to that, which underwent a very significant overhaul just a couple of days ago, and we can talk about that more when it comes to the LMP2 classes. But in this GT field, Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, Corvette, Ford, we see representatives of all 5 of those cars, and it's very interesting to see how they all develop, the speed out on the racetrack.
Yeah, all the speed and where each car's strengths are. You can see the BMW is really, really good on the straightaways and really, really good at these fast circuits. Porsche is a very good technical car. It's good in the tight areas. It can be fantastic in traffic. And then the Corvette is kind of a weird mix of both, which is why we've seen that Corvette at the front. Kind of the outliers, the Ferrari and the Ford GT, that have, again, been good in both the Pro and the AMs in this series. So it'll be interesting to see how this race develops and which cars kind of have the strength, because there's places that play into really every car's strength here.
So I tell you what, let's go on board with Maniti Racing for a lap here. And Matthias Schultz, second place provisionally right now. What's he going to do? He throws that car in towards turn number 1. Just a very slight dab of the brakes as you get it in towards the inside curb and punch the throttle. The course used to make a right here. They added this paved pit of the track, so run yourself up into the keyhole where you have a right-hand hairpin that sets you up on this long run down in towards turn number 4. You'll, of course, see the car the race start here as we start 4 hours of racing action, but That will still be turn number 4 as we dive ourselves into the braking zone. China Beach on the outside. You don't want to run wide into that gravel trap. Get as close to the inside curb as you can, but it's all about setting up for the second part where you work your way down into the S's. The car falls away from you as you try and get down onto the power. Then as you come down into the S's here, Sommel, it's all really about just carrying your momentum in towards Thunder Valley and setting up for the last sector on the track.
Absolutely. Thunder Valley used to be a much slower corner until they straightened it back out back in the day. Carrying the momentum around here for this quick left-hander, and then soon you will be up here at the carousel, one of the spectacles, of this particular circuit. Swing it around the left, final corner. Here you are to start yet another rather fun lap of Mid-Ohio. And after watching that onboard, Arjuna, I've watched onboards of Mid-Ohio for hours and hours and hours. There's only one question that pops up in my mind. Why don't championships, at least in sim racing when we have the liberty to do so, come here more often? I don't get it.
Well, here we are, Sommel. We're here nevertheless. It doesn't matter why other series don't come here. All that matters is that the IVRA Endurance Series is here on board with Phoenix Racing Esport in the 205 machine. And Jonathan, one of the great things about IVRA competition is that you get to see the same teams across all of the 4 different competitions. And Phoenix Racing Esport is one of those teams at the top of our title challenge in IVRA Club Cup. So it's great to see them here in IVRA Endurance as well, competing up in the top 5 now as Team Hoisingveld pips them for 4th place on the grid.
Yeah, but they wish they had some of that Club Cup luck for this endurance machine. They did get a podium last time out at Barber, but that's the only points, unfortunately, to this 205's name. They've had 2 goose eggs at Phillip Island and Spa. They're really hoping for some better luck. However, if their Club Sport or their Club Cup teams show anything in those Mazda MX-5s, they have a good field of drivers in this team, and I think they're just going to be looking to finish this season strong. They're really out of the championship hunt, but a couple more podiums, maybe even try and steal a race win here or there. I think this would be really good for the 205 team. Just kind of focus forward. Don't get too bogged down on those DNFs.
Yeah, Dustin Hirota, Yannick Brenner in contention for our IVRA Club Cup title. The 205 only scoring points in our last round of the championship, so the opening 2 rounds proving to be difficult for the 205. Let's talk about the 248 and Jan Sentikowski very briefly here, because Sentikowski's teammate here, Sommel, not going to be competing. We talked about SCO, the Porsche Tag Car Esports Super Cup. One thing that we didn't mention was the DNLS, which Team Hoisingveld has been a member of since race number 1. Sentikowski down onto the lane, but his usual teammate not going to be in the car, and instead he's going to be sharing the 248 with a driver that doesn't necessarily enjoy this track the most.
I don't think that should be an issue in particular, because Team Hoisingveld are such a well-balanced outfit that they've got talent flowing from all corners of the team. So even when one person goes out, they've got somebody right in there waiting who can just fill the role just about well. So that's going to be a bit of a plus for Team Hoisingveld. But interestingly enough, it's the way the circuit is mapped out. You actually need to enjoy the flow of it, because the moment you're not enjoying it, I don't think you'll be as fast enough, because it's all about the momentum. It's all about how it flows out in the middle sector. So that's going to be a slightly disadvantaging factor. But considering the talent, considering how good and how well managed of a Team Hoisingveld is, I don't think that should be a major degrading factor for them.
Yeah, the only concern I have about Team Hoisingveld is, again, they're making that driver change, but they also have 10 penalty points. Now, those unfamiliar with the IVRA penalty system, once you hit 12 on either a driver or a team, you are suspended for 1 race. And Hoisingveld with 10 total penalty points means they really can't be in the wrong this race, and especially since they are 3rd in the championship as well. So they need to be really, really tidy, even with the different driver changes and even with everything that's going on for Team Hoisingveld. This is probably one of the handful of races they're running this weekend.
So I tell you what, let's do a little bit of a Santa's naughty list update, if you will. Santa being race control in this instance. Jonathan, talk to us a bit more about GT Pro in particular. We'll try and run through penalty points in Prototype as well, because I know there's a slightly different complexion in that class, but you've briefly talked about it. Talk about some of the cars that have had penalty points that not necessarily been completely racked up by their own fault. There are penalties that give you penalty points for minor infractions as well.
Yeah, just sometimes the pit road 1 infraction, just doing that multiple times can get you 1 penalty point. the registering with the wrong ID can get you the wrong entry point. I don't think anyone's currently in the race that has done that, that has gotten a penalty point. But there are a few drivers that have a couple of penalty points that surprise me. Official Motorsport, which we don't really talk about much, the 270 BMW, has 6. And this has to be from no fault of their own. They really have been very quiet throughout the season. And they're the only pro machine also with a lot. Huysenfeld is the only one really at this top of the list. Once we get more into the prototypes, that's where things get a little more crazy and the complexion of the race kind of changes. But so far, the GT Pros are a very well-behaved group, at least.
You're talking about being well-behaved. I am seeing something on my race control update form where the 225, which would be the Quasar 4 GT, the 278, who's the Maniti Racing BMW, and then the 201, I'm not sure exactly which machine that is. Oh, that's the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car, all involved in an issue. There's the Fischer Motorsport Porsche that's off the track in the carousel section. Very surprised here, Sommel. It sounds like there's been a few cars on the naughty list already.
And I wonder why. I'm not quite sure that we'll be able to comment on that as such, but here's a replay, so I'm sure we will be. Okay, here's Fischer Motorsport. They lock up the brakes. Easy thing to do. Manuel Mayer, that's a regular fault. Happens at Mid-Ohio. Perfect. But I wonder what's happened to the other teams. Because here's the corner where you have to brake and turn at the same time, and naturally if you don't quite get it on the right camber, the car will flow away and you can't quite control it. But there has to be something on the return, hasn't there? But that involves all 3 cars.
Well, we're going to cycle ourselves through a couple of on-track looks. Here is that Alpine Stars geodesic car. That's just going slow. That doesn't appear to be anything in particular there. So that's Alpine Stars geodesic, in fact, resetting down onto pit lane. The 278, the 201, the other 2 cars that were involved. See if we can figure this out. There's Virtual Motorsport going for a bit of a slide in towards the keyhole section. I don't think we're going to get a look at what's happened out on track, but that might be a big one, guys, because Maniti Racing, pole position, provisional pole position now, the only car breaking into the 1:16s, might be starting off on the back foot.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's an area of the track maybe that they've cut, or if there's an advantage maybe that they've taken, because like 3 drivers getting into an accident, I feel like we would have noticed or seen. So I'm wondering if there is an area of the track that, you know, we should be careful of. We mentioned last time out at Spa for the Club Sport Cup that there was 4 corners that you couldn't cut. So I'm wondering if maybe there's a corner here that, you know, Race Control said something about in the driver's briefing, and unfortunately drivers are taking advantage of it already.
Well, I guess we'll wait and see, but bit of confusion then to start off our qualifying session. 1 minute left for GT Pro as Virtual Motorsports comes in towards Thunder Valley to wrap up their portion of qualifying. You can also see, by the way, on the left-hand side of your screen, GT Pro and GTM now have different colors on our graphics overlay. Hopefully that will make it slightly easier for you to follow along as the 270 pulls it down onto pit lane from 7th place in class. And one thing you'll notice, Sommel, Quasar Sim Racing, Yoni Waters has set a very impressive qualifying time. He's going to be starting on the inside of row number 2.
Which doesn't quite surprise me, because Quasar Sim Racing have been just so quick throughout this championship, and they just, man, I feel like a bit of a tape recorder at this stage. I'm just saying the same thing over and over again, but it just is so relevant. Have to stay out of trouble at the end of the day, because Quasar have always been there, always been in the top 5, regardless of whatever race it is. And they're showing the pace right here. I am mighty impressed with the way they're doing things. And as you can see on the timing screen, the next best GT and competitor, the AOD racing car, well, they're around the 10th behind, and they're in B number 9 overall.
That's going to be a big helpful factor for the Quasar 326 car. Latima Racing down onto pit lane. And Jonathan Burke, you've just noticed something very interesting. 3 consecutive 4th place finishes for one of our competitors. If you ain't first, you're last, but you can finish 4th. I think you've put that quite well in our production chat right there.
Yeah, Quasar Sim Racing, have gotten 3 4th place finishes, no podiums, unfortunately. And I think they're just kind of waiting for that big breakout race where they can get a win and maybe take some points away from that fiercely forward team. They're sitting second in the points, and looks like this may be the race to do it with that impressive qualifying time, starting behind Maniti and Team 11, who are the 2 contending for the Pro title.
So GT Pro qualifying done then. You can take a look at the standings on the left-hand side of the screen. We are getting word coming down from the team boss of Fiercely Forward. The protest that we were just talking about between the Maniti Racing, the Quasar Sim Racing Ford, and then the Alpine Stars Geodesic BMW is for blocking a car in qualifying into Thunder Valley. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that one. Let's talk about LMPM then, because we're just a few moments underway from getting the 3rd of our 4th classes underway for qualifying. And, well, Team Boss Ollie Slay going to be happy because Fiercely Forward once again at the top of this charts here, Sommel, and it's been another strong running for the 134 here. They won the season opener at Spa, and, Barber Motorsports Park was a strong rebound after what was a disappointing race there at Phillip Island for them.
It's been 2 different tales of the coin for Fiercely Forward and LMPs, because the LMP Pro team, well, they've faced trouble at the end of all 3 races, but the Fiercely Forward 134, well, they have been on fire. 250 points, as you can see on the screen. A big win at the opening round at Spa, and also getting a good deal of halfway points. So Fiercely Forward clearly on the right track, but PND Racing is one team I'm going to keep a key eye on. The reason being, at Phillip Island, they won. That was after they got turned around early on. From what I can tell, Mid-Ohio could quite possibly be something very similar. So I think they're well poised to be having a good result if things flow that way, because, well, they've done it once. They can well and truly do it again.
So there go the cars to start their qualifying runs. Som, I don't know if you really set the picture for PND Racing there for Phillip Island. They didn't just have contact. They were upside down on their roofs in our first caution of the day there at Phillip Island, down under in Australia, and somehow came back to win the race. They've done a great job, don't get me wrong, but Rusty Spatulas as well. They've been the consistent team. Last 2 rounds have kind of been a little bit more reserved in terms of their outright performance and pace, but they're always in and around the front, and look at that, 8 points behind the Fiercely Forward team. They're showing that this series, this championship, is often about just staying out of trouble and making sure you're in the right positions at the right times.
It's a bit like a movie, isn't it, Arjuna? When we've got so many different characters, and yes, it may seem like a cliche movie where you've got one team that's got immense pace and are winning everything, another one that's very competitive, very consistent, that doesn't always finish first, but is always there or thereabout on the third one. That's had a few incidents, that's had a bit of trouble, but it's still right up there. The characters, well, we are well and truly aware of the characters. We've seen them time and time again in so many different championships, in different cars, in the form of different drivers, but the way it's going to play out, the fact that you don't know which one of these teams, which one of those drivers eventually is going to be the one at the top and is going to harbor all their feelings and hold it all together in a race like this one that can properly test your patience, is what keeps us all gripped on.
And so I did mention at the start of the show, there is a, well, I mentioned it, some of you didn't hear it unfortunately, there's a 3-hour drive limit across all of our classes, Jonathan, but in our amateur categories, for your strongest drivers, there are a bit more restrictions on how long they can race. Just talk to us a little bit about that and how that's going to affect the strategy for our AM cars in particular.
Yeah, they can only race a little under halfway distance early in the races, so that's going to be about 1 hour 45 for this 4-hour race, and that is the strongest drivers, those drivers that are above the 4,000 I rating, the drivers that are consistently in there. So it's going to really affect strategy, because you're going to have to get that guy out of the car at least before halfway. You can't leave him in there if he's starting the race, and you're going to have to want to wait until you put them in later then if you're not going to start with your strongest driver. So it really plays a role into how these drivers work out the strategy of when they do the driver switches, when they come down pit road, when they put the fresh tires on. because they really have to work around that time. We saw at Barber, there was almost a few cars that were breaking some of the rules. They were getting really, really close to drive time limits. Phillip Island wasn't really much of a problem. And that was a very similar distance. That's exactly 4 hours, where we're here for 4 hours in Mid-Ohio. So I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue, but it's definitely going to play a huge strategy card for a lot of these teams, especially in a category where we've seen a lot of different winners and a lot of different podium holders in the SAM category.
On board with the French team, RaceSpot and Axel Schritin in the 199 car, as Nomad Sim Racing in the 122 goes to provisional pole position, pipping fiercely forward your current class leaders. Where's the rest of their competition though? Rusty Spatula's in 4th, and RaceSport just pips them and slots themselves one step behind that podium position finish. Some interesting lap times coming down. Talk about the lap record here very briefly, Sommel, because we're looking at lap times in the 1:12s, it's looking like, for your LMP2 cars. And yes, these cars have been slowed in the most recent iRacing update that came out on Thursday, so none of these drivers have had very much time to get familiar with the changes and really dial back in the setup and the drivability that they want through this very tricky infield. But the lap record, a 1 minute, 3 second lap, 1:03.870 if you want to be technical. Simon Pagenaud in the Team Penske IndyCar back in 2016, so it is a very interesting kind of delta there. We're looking at about 10 seconds slower in our LMP2 machines.
And the question is just how much have they been slowed down? And the answer, well, to quantify 40 brake horsepower down. 40. Yes, it's not 5 or 7 or at the max 12. It is 40. That is a ridiculously huge amount. And if you're wondering why, which was the first question that I had in the mind when I heard, hey, 40 horsepower. That's because it's done to keep it in line with the 2021 IMSA regulations. Because the IMSA cars, more or less, quite a few of them are modeled on the same Dallara platform. That is a bit of a more complex thing to discuss later on. But here we are with this car, 40 horsepower down. And what it's done, Arjuna, quite frankly, is helped out with tyre management. Because here we have a maximum set limit of 3 tires, 3 sets of tires, right? Drivers have to double stint. They have no other choice whatsoever in the LMP category. If you can't double stint, I'm so sorry, you're going to not have your race done towards the very end. But the fact that we have lesser power, the fact that the rear tires are chewed on much lesser, has helped drivers quite a fair bit to roll their throttle, make sure that the rear tires are slightly easier. And so this will really help them in the strategic sense. So less pressure on the drivers in that aspect, but patience, Arjuna. Seriously, I think we should offer some yoga classes for LMP2 drivers, because that's going to be something that's going to come in really handy in races like this one and VIR.
I just want to make sure that I make this clear on RaceSpot TV. We do not condone YOLO moves from faster class cars, but we'll see what happens in this race today. And RaceSpot, oh, who's that on the outside of the corner? That's Nomad Sim Racing, your provisional pole position sitter, who's now got a cone stuck underneath the front bumper of that car. We'll wind it back on our RaceSpot TV replays. That cone dislodges itself through the keyhole section, and Pineapple Racing puts themselves up into 6th position. Let's take a look at this one. Down into turn 1, Jonathan, and maybe just a little bit deep under brakes.
Yeah, and then the rear end steps out. And this is going to be an area, I think, where the LMP2s are going to be struggling. It's going to be this fast turn 1. You can see it in the IndyCar. Even it's gotten Scott Dixon out coming out of this exit intersection. He comes back on the track, and unfortunately, this poor cone, there's nothing it could do.
P&D Racing have just pipped them for the pole position, though. So, 2nd place in the championship, and Ivan Ferrari in the 182 machine with a 1:12.166. Fiercely Forward follows him into 2nd place. 0.06 of a second separating 1st and 2nd places as we work the final couple of minutes in LMP2 AM qualifying. P&D Racing here, Sommel, putting in a flying lap in the closing stages of qualifying.
Exactly, where has that one come from? They've only just pipped Fiercely Forward by the gap, as you can see on the screen, 0.06 of a second. That, quite frankly, Arjuna, is barely anything. But the best part, it's not just them at the very top. It's Nomad Sim Racing right there too, within 1/10 of a second. Now, take a deep breath, close your eyes and wonder what can happen in 1/10 of a second in real life. not much, but on a racing field, on a racetrack like this one, that is absolutely ridiculous to see how close the competition is. If that's a good indicator of what we're going to get for the race, bring it on.
Let's take a look then at Nomad Sim Racing, because Matthew Doyle in third position, Jonathan. This might be a car that we have to watch out for in 2021. Rusty Spatulas, though, second place. They go up to just 0.03 of a second behind PND Racing. The gaps out front in LMP2 AM are very, very close, and our top 3 fighters in our championship trying to stick it out there at the top of the standings. They'll mix themselves up into a slightly different order here, but nevertheless, they are 1, 2, 3. And you've got Nomad Sim Racing in fourth. To get over to you, Jonathan, and the point that I was trying to ask you a little bit about. Nomad Sim Racing, one of the few teams that got the perfect halfway points in our season opener at Spa. And as we head into the second half of the season, where we have a few more races with these halfway points, you might be looking at the team of the 122 and thinking, you know what? They've got the strategy figured out. They've just not had the luck. Let's see how 2021 goes for them.
Yeah, unfortunately, they got the 50 halfway points at Spa, but it's gonna come as a shock that that's gotten to be the most points they've gotten all season, including the ending points. They haven't finished very, very well. They've had a few issues. They've had bad luck right now in this 122. As first Ford goes to the pole position, but this is a crazy kind of class. There's been very different podiums. So there's a lot of different winners as well. Team Vikings was the one that won last time out at Barber, and they're all the way down in 10th place in the points, and they're only 8th fastest right now in this class. So this is a really, really competitive class, and it's going to be mixing up every single time.
So Fiercely Forward slows that car down. I wonder if they're setting themselves up for one final qualifying attempt. They now find themselves just under 0.3 of a second clear from PND Racing. But Sommel, let's talk about this 134 for a brief second here, because I mentioned that disappointing race at Phillip Island for them. That does leave them in a rather precarious spot when it comes to the penalty points. This is a car that is in danger of having a race ban, and you know, that's going to be something that they do have to worry out for. They do have a new driver debuting in this car alongside Taylor Lane. It's Ollie Berman, who is not just a sim racer. He's also, I believe, was it Formula 4 or Formula 4 driver in the real world. Yep. So Jack Crawford stepping out of the series, and in comes another real world driver.
Speaking of Jack Crawford, just one really good thing that I'm actually feeling very warm and fuzzy about is that Jack Crawford from the Fiercely Forward team, he has now joined the Formula 3 grid. And it's not just any regional Formula 3, it's the actual global Formula 3 championship. So must be a very warm and fuzzy thing for the team to see one of their drivers progress into something so big. But coming back to the car, coming back to the 134, we all know what happened in Phillip Island. There's no need to go back and think about it once again. But the fact still remains, they're at the top of the championship. They're up right there. And they are just the guys who are really strong in this championship. They've been very consistent. So in this particular case, Arjuna, they have to battle out quite a few other teams, because the competition, as we have seen on the timing screen, is going to be very intense. But they've just got in there, they've soaked up the pressure, and they've put another superb lap. So clearly, they're up on it.
I thought I just heard a very, very big crash coming out of out on track. Not sure if I heard correctly there, but PND Racing across the line. Just to correct you as well, Sommel, by the way, Jack Crawford no longer part of Fiercely Forward. That's why he's no longer in the series. Crawford now signed up with Logitech G Altus Esports, and interestingly enough, not the first Formula 3 driver representing the Australian outfit. So we wish the best of luck for Jack Crawford, the American, competing in Formula 3 next year, and I'm sure we'll be following along with his efforts very closely. But another driver in the international formulas that I think you'll be paying a little bit too much more attention to, Sommel, you might be a little distracted, is Jehan Daruvala, who's just announced a new deal in Formula 2.
In Formula 2 and also in Asian Formula 3, because, okay, I'm just going to go full Monty over here. So just to explain it for a couple of minutes, what's happened is that the X1 Racing League and All Indian Racing Team, one of their teams, the Mumbai Falcons, who represent the city where I'm from, they've managed to get a Formula 3 entry in Asian F3 for Jehan Daruwala and for Kushmeni. So Jehan is also going to do Formula 3 in the next month. The season is going to be wrapped up in a month itself, along with doing Formula 2 with Carlin next year. No biases, of course. Just kidding, there is a big bias around here, but I'm too excited for that. I can't just imagine the good things that are going to come up this year. I'm already smiling big time.
Well, I'm smiling big time because look at our qualifying standings. Adequate Racing jumped themselves up into 3rd position. The iLivery's 141 up into 4th as well. Rusty Spatula's now down into 5th with Nomad Sim Racing, the 122, in 6th. LMP2M might be one of the more interesting classes that we keep our eye out on, as the 141 around the keyhole is going to wind it up for his final qualifying attempt, it looks like, with 60 seconds left in qualifying for your LMP-AM machines. He'll come across the line to start that final lap in qualifying. Update from race control has just come on down. Apologies for that brief distraction there, but Jonathan, talk to us about this. Race control deeming no further action for that incident in qualifying.
No, they thought each one of those cars was blocking each other, and we're talking about the 225 and the 278. So Maniti, Alpine Stars Geodesic, and then the 225 machine. They thought that Maniti might have been braking late, might have blocked the 225, but there was a bit of discrepancy over which line they were taking. No further action, so that's good, I think, for all those drivers, because I don't think any of them want to start the race with a penalty. That's something that I don't think anyone wants to do.
Yeah, no one wants to do that. Pineapple Racing, this might be the crunch that I heard earlier on. That's just a slight issue down into the last corner for the 105 car. That does explain some of their difficulties today. Not just the fact that some of their members, I'm sure, do enjoy some pineapple on pizza, which we know at RaceSpot TV is a crime against race cars. The 105 down into the corner. Let's try and get an onboard look here, Sommel, as we wrap up qualifying for our LMP-AM machines. Watch here. You see difficulty getting the power down, and just going to lock up one of those tires, I think, down into the braking zone.
Yeah, oh no, he doesn't. He just slightly puts one tire off the curb and loses all sorts of control. Just a minorly and gently squashed pineapple at the very top of it, but easy mistake to make. That's what Mid-Ohio is. It's by no means whatsoever an easy track to drive on. But when you master it, when you get the flow of it, when you get the hang of it, and when you don't put your wheels on the curbs, which is, quite frankly, a very hard thing to do, that's when it all comes together, and that's when it becomes a pure driver's track that it is.
So very, very close at the front of LMP-AM. That's going to be interesting as your championship leaders, Fiercely Forward, find themselves in 2nd place. Let's run you through LMP Pro, though, because out onto track those cars roll, and the Delta Sport U4K team now finds themselves at the top of the standings, because after a disappointing round number 1, Jonathan, they've rebounded very, very strongly in the last 2 rounds to really stand out as one of the teams that I'm looking at, just not in this series, but across of RaceSpot TV, to really grow in 2021.
The only team in this category that's gotten 2 podiums back-to-back, one at Phillip Island, one at Barber, and they've taken the lead over the Alpine Stars Geodesic team. That's going to have to be careful and struggling today, because they're also in the penalty points issue. But you can even look further down in the points. It's really, really close with some of these other cars. You got Hellracers, Team RSO, and Pure Sims. They've been up front as well competing, but that 33, it was fast last week at Barber, and I'm going to be guessing it's going to be fast here. It's a very similar kind of layout, and might be favoring those drivers in the 33 team.
So 3 winners in this category as well. The Delta Sport team, the 62 Alpine Stars Geodesic racing car, as well as the German outfit Team RSO. Somehow, Hellracers in the number 29 car, despite, I thought, being just absolutely obliterated from behind at the Barber Motorsports Park, ends themselves in 3rd position. So somehow, the Hellracers number 29 car looks to set up a championship fight in 2021. Let's take a look then as the times start to come in for the first of our cars. There's Fiercely Forward in the 34 machine across the start-finish line, followed by RSR by G Performance. And RSR by G Performance, one of those other teams that we see across of IVRA competition, Sommel. They're one team that we enjoy watching in the IVRA GT Sprint Series.
We do. Our G Performance, a rising squad with a big partner right with them, and they have shown that apart from having a really strong build-up of drivers and a good marketing team, they've also got a really strong team on the tracks, regardless of whatever championship they're competing on. So that's a big plus. But here in the LMP Pro category, man, the level of competition, the way how things are so intense is what gets me. And Delta Sport U4K the last time out, they had their mistakes early on, Arjuna. It wasn't a completely clean one for them. I remember in the third sector, they made a mistake on their own, slid off into the grass, and I thought, yikes, there's a team with great potential throwing away their race. But no, they came back, they fought hard, and they got the win. So that was P2 in Phillip Island for them, P1 in Barber, and that's with all the competition in and around the category. So I think it's going to be amazing, clearly.
Look at that already as well. Delta Sport U4K finding themselves on one of their first qualifying attempts, 1/10 clear of PND Racing, Pure Sims, their main competitor. 0.4 of a second down, but we are waiting for those tires to get up to temperature and pressure before we really start to dig into these qualifying lap times, because Jonathan, these cars have undergone such a big change, such a drastic way in how you want to think about the car from a drivability perspective. It's not just the 40 horsepower that's been lost, it's the addition of various setup changes, in particular relating to that third sprint gap. And we're not going to get too technical and bore our viewers to sleep here, but the third sprint gap, especially at a track like this with over 140 feet of elevation change, is really going to be important when it comes down to controlling the way that this car really pitches itself into all of the corners.
Yeah, it's going to be something that I think these teams are going to be looking at. As you see behind, there's more and more sad murder of cones with the driver going off. But I think they're going to be spending a lot of Friday working on these setups. You mentioned this change only came out Thursday, and there's many a team that are looking to try and make up some spots in the standings. We get a replay here of, I mentioned that cone massacre.
Yeah, that's the number 15 RLR Abruzzi car, Jake Browning, who, as you say, goes through the cones and has a bit of a detour there. Sorry, Jonathan, didn't mean to cut you off there. Just talk to us a little bit more about this, and then Sommel, I know you have more to add when it comes to the setups, because you've been talking to lots of the drivers.
Yeah, you want to try and get that pitch height right, especially with all these elevation changes. This is, you know, a little bit different than Barber. Barber had one or two major elevation changes, but it's almost every single corner is either an uphill or a downhill, and you really want to manage that. Something I've also noticed as well is that these tires, it's taking a while for them to warm up. It took about 12 laps for that iLivery's team to really get that good qualifying time down, whereas in the GTE category, it was like 6 laps and they're done. They're spent. They're already slowing down. So a little bit of a different kind of feel, I think, than what we've usually seen with these LMP2 Pro tires.
Who's that? That's Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, who finds themselves in that same position that the RLR car found themselves 1 lap ago. So looks like turn 1 might be a bit of a problem spot for us, Sommel, but you do, like I said, you've been talking to a lot of these teams, specifically these LMP2 cars, about the way that this very last minute change from iRacing has really thrown some of their plans really out for a toss.
Some of them, quite a few of them, they were not in a good mood. So think of it. Okay, I know this is going to sound a little bit dramatic, but think of it as if you own a normal Honda Civic, right? It's front-wheel drive, it's beautiful, and you're entering an autocross race. You've got everything planned out, and all of a sudden, the day before the race, the organizers come up and say, guys, actually, we're going to do something. We're going to cut down the power in your car by, I don't know, 20%. How do you manage things out? Okay, its setup is not going to be as critical in an autocross race as it's going to be here, but for these drivers, it was such a big change because not only is engine power changed, it's also the way the tires behave, how they manage, how confident the car is under the brakes. It's like taking the rug beneath your feet and yanking it away without giving any prior knowledge of it whatsoever and just saying, yeah, we wanted to make it more realistic to the real world. Sorry about you and all your plans. We don't give any bother. And that has caused some dilemma and some drama, some confusion within the drivers. But quite frankly, we saw this happening in SEO, Arjuna. It was just happening right now. And the real trouble was lapping, because LMP2 cars traditionally are far faster. Yes, the cars are a lot stable. Yes, the drivers are going to have a slightly easier time in driving, but they don't just have the confidence, right? Because they don't know what the car really feels like, because they haven't done enough running with this variant of the car, and trust me, feels like a whole different car. And so traffic was initially quite a bit of an issue in SEO.
I think traffic is going to be the main factor here as well. Interestingly though, look at these qualifying times. Left-hand side of your screen, the top 18 appear in qualifying. And what's that? 1, 2, about 7 of these cars are LMP AM cars. A few of these LMP Pro machines now start to find their way around the track, finding that speed. But P&D Racing finally just gets pipped by RLR Abruzzi Esports, who moves themselves up into second. It's currently an all LMP AM row 2 on the grid. Look back to 9th and 10th as well. That's going to be all LMP AM row number 5 as well. So currently, LMP AM machines doing a very good job out on track there in qualifying, Jonathan, to really put themselves up in the field. And this has been another one of our talking points throughout the race. A few of these competitors, in particular the pro teams, not so happy about some of the ways that the amateur teams are choosing to race them. We have to emphasize this. Pros versus AMs, they're only fighting for track position. There is no points that are being awarded when the pros and AMs are doing battle. So ultimately, sometimes it does make more sense if you're that amateur car to just maybe move aside, brake a little bit earlier, breathe off the throttle, and let the pro machine by. Given that, you know, they might be a little bit more impatient and cause a situation which can be avoided.
Yeah, especially at the start, it's almost like it's going to be really, really difficult, I think, for those AM cars to find a way to pull aside as we see the pro machines start to trickle in and start to push some of these AM further back. It's just a game of cat and mouse. You want to let these cars by, but you don't want to just get out of the way and lose all your amps as well early. And I think that's where a lot of the complaints have come, is early on in the run, where we see some of these fast amateur teams qualifying well within the pro teams. As you can see, early the Fiercely Forward AM car is faster than the Fiercely Forward. Well, never mind. Commentator's curse got me before I even finished the sentence.
Well, you were setting it up for a nice point there. P&D Racing and Fiercely Forward now find themselves 8th and 9th. We wait for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing to have what would be one of their first really quick qualifying laps. The 62 not being qualified by Miguel Vigo this time around. And in fact, Raf van der Linden down onto pit lane is elected to finish up qualifying in the number 62 machine. So that machine, which sits in, what, second place in the championship, is going to be starting all the way back in 11th place. But Sommel, they're flipping around the strategy here. Van der Linden appears to be starting the race. I assume he'll be handing that car over to Miguel Vigo at some point in the race.
In a slightly humorous manner, it's a good thing that Miguel Vigo is not starting the race, because I can't remember a race where he started and had some really good luck early on. No good luck for RSR Esports by G Performance as they go slightly wide, but I think he can use it. I think Miguel Vigo can really channel his quick pace towards the very end. And Nathan Block just having a bit of an issue with traffic and slower cars in the middle of his qualifying lap that didn't really help him stay on the track.
Yeah, watch this shot, the aerial shot through Thunder Valley. Underneath the bridge they go, in towards the quick left-hander. The car in front does what we saw a couple of moments ago, gets a little bit wide onto the grass, and unfortunately for Nathan Block, he loses out on one more qualifying run. And Jonathan, 4 minutes left to work then in qualifying. We're almost to an end then for all 4 of our classes.
Yeah, almost to the end. I was going to bring up a point about that Alpine Stars Geodesic team. It seems like between the two of them, Van der Linden and Vico, like one of them is always really good and really on point on the weekend, and one of them is just having a rough weekend. And it's been that way in club sport as well. It seems like one is strong, one is not, and it often switches between the two. It's not a consistent kind of, oh, Van der Linden's weaker than Vigo, or Vigo's weaker than Van der Linden. It's kind of this weird thing. And we saw last week it was Miguel Vigo that was really, really strong in the opening stint for them, but Van der Linden had a few just driver errors towards the end that cost him a couple points. So I think maybe this is just going to remove, trying to give Van der Linden some confidence early on, maybe give Vigo, who's the stronger driver, the more consistent driver last week towards the end. I don't know. It's something that they're going to need to figure out really here soon.
So RSR by G Performance finishes up their qualifying run. Delta Sport U4K finishes up their qualifying run, and Alexander Gravouille sits on provisional pole position. But look at these deltas between all of these competitors. Yes, there's 0.2 of a second, between first and second. But then look at that. Third and fourth, there's just under a tenth, but you work your way through the rest of your field. What is it? You're looking at gaps underneath hundredths of a second, and in certain cases, you're looking at gaps in the thousandths of a second. So it is a very, very close field here, Sommel. I am a little bit worried now about that first time through traffic. All of the classes getting together, all fighting for track position. We just have to hope that we're going to get through those first, 30 minutes of the race clean. Maybe we'll get a bit more of a green flag run than we did last week in the IVRA Club Sport Series, where we had a yellow flag on the opening lap of the race.
Don't remind me of that one, Arjuna. That was a bit of a ridiculous one. But strategy, yes, revolves a lot around how cleanly drivers are able to manage things and how much of let's say cleanliness is able to be ensured on the track. And if we don't have any safety cars early on, everything should be smooth sailing. But who are we kidding? We're always going to have something like that one, which reminds me a bit of one of the books that I recently read. Okay, we'll come to that later on, because there seems to be a big issue going on here, isn't it?
Might not be a big issue with just a couple of moments left in qualifying.
Okay.
Joshua Wolf in the 61 Torque Freak racing machine, not the number 1. It's a bit of an issue and decides to call it quits for qualifying because we've just got 90 seconds left. Sorry, Sommel, but I think you had an interesting point that you were trying to make just before that incident.
Yep. There's this rather brilliant angel investor or CEO, he used to be a CEO back in the day, called Naval Ravikant, who's really popular in the Bay Area. I'm sure you might know him, Arjuna. And what's happened with him is he wrote quite a good point in the book that you don't have to earn with your time, you have to earn with your judgment. In LMP2s, as an LMP2 driver, I'm not quite sure if you can do that, because yes, of course, your judgment is going to be extremely critical about where your nose is, about where you can actually avoid the traffic and whether or not you should make that move down the inside, even though you're very tempted. That's the judgment part. But seriously, with more longer races coming up later on in the season, and with say 10 hours of Motegi, 6 hours of Imola, and now 4 hours of Mid-Ohio, you've got to put in the hours and still make sure that you're just about relaxed enough and just about fresh enough that you have the right judgment call made.
Shaking my head here as we witness more cone massacres from RSR by G Performance and Brandon Roseborough, who is going to call it quits then in that qualifying attempt. Here's World of Sim Racing as they come in towards the final couple of corners, and I think you're right. This is going to be about that patience and thought process from all of the drivers. There is also, we're not going to reveal how many of these zones there are, Jonathan, but it is a race where we think we might end up with less safety cars than our viewers think, because we are privileged to get to see exactly where the tow zones are around the track. There are a few more than we've had in the first couple of races of the season.
Yeah, at some places we've only had like 3. Right here we have a decent number, a little bit higher than that. I'm not allowed to say because I'm pretty sure all these teams are listening to me, trying to jot down as many notes as possible. But with all this runoff area, with all this grass, there's plenty of area to hopefully get these cars safely off the track and maybe avoid some yellow flags, as we are so close to avoid a torque-free car stuck in the middle of pit road as qualifying finishes up.
So qualifying done then, just one car still out on track and they'll have the opportunity to finish up their lap here, Sommel. But here we are, moments away then from our first race in 2021 in the IVRA Endurance Series. What are your expectations of 4 hours of action here from Mid-Ohio?
If there's one onomatopoeia that I can use to describe this whole scenario, it would be boom. But I hope not. That's what I expect, but I hope we get to see a really strong strategic race where lots of storylines intertwine, and all of that happens through smart driving and strategy and not carnage.
So there we go then, qualifying is done. All the cars across the line finishing up their qualifying laps, and got a couple of moments then before we head over into our race session. Let's quickly talk about the track conditions once again, because you'll see here 25 degrees Celsius, but you can follow along on timing71.org with the live weather conditions, because we have a feeling that's going to increase given that we're racing in, what is it, virtual summer here. We are, of course, in the early portions of January. And I'm getting word from my wonderful team. April is when we are racing. So here we go then. Qualifying done, grid set. Let's take a look at the starting grid for the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio, round 4 in the IVRA Endurance Series. So in LMP, it's Delta Sport U4K, your championship leaders, that take pole position by 0.2 of a second from the number 34 and the fiercely forward machine. Pure Sims Esports find themselves on the inside of row 2, and they'll have the number 15 RLR or Brutzi Esports next to them. Torque Freak Racing and Ronnie Nunez 0.3 of a second back in 5th position, with RSR Esport by G Performance and the number 55 in 6th. Team RSO, who won at Phillip Island, they find themselves in 7th position with Marcus Deck down in 8th. PND Racing will take our LMP AM to the green flag in 9th position. They'll have championship leading Fiercely Forward on their outside. World of Sim Racing, they'll be in 11th with the 51 machine. RSR Esport by G Performance, the 56 back in 12th. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and Raf van der Linden will have to try and work their way through the field from 13th position, with Hell Racers and the number 19 in 14th, Adequate Racing and the 158 in 15th, with iLiveries 141 back in 16th. Hell Racers and the number 29, they're in the top 5 in the championship, but find themselves 17th in qualifying. Rusty Spatulas, they're another contender for the championship in LMPM. They'll be in 18th position with Torque Freak Racing and Nomad Sim Racing rounding out the top 20. N-Race Esports will be in 21st with Milo Limford in the high caliber auto sports machine on his outside. TNT Racing and David Williams, who's racing on a single screen instead of VR for the first time in a long time, back in 23rd. He'll get out of the car as soon as possible. And Team Vikings starting in 24th. Final couple of starters, Pineapple Racing, Real Pixel Motorsport, and Kinetic Racing in the number 83 machine. Cars begin to roll then in towards the start zone of turn 4. Let's take a look at starting grid for our GT machines. Beniti Racing and Matthias Schultz lines up on pole position, a 1:16.995, the only driver able to break into that 1:16s. Lewis Ward, race winner in round 1 on the outside of row 1. Quasar Sim Racing, very impressive performance from the GT AM runners to come up into 3rd, with Team Heusingveld in 4th. Phoenix Racing Esports, the 205 machine, will line up in 5th position with RSR Esport by G Performance in 6th. Virtual Motorsport, the orange and black machine, lines up in 7th with Hell Racers in 8th. AOD Racing, they'll be in 9th position in the Ferrari. Latima Racing Team, they'll be in 10th in their BMW, with Vector Sim Racing and AOD Racing right behind them. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, Fisher Motorsports, Fuck Autotech Sim Racing, Fiercely Forward 13th through 16th, and we'll keep cycling through these names because cars start to work themselves down in towards that start zone for the very first time. Field will be left in control of your LMP leader, who's already picking up the pace, it appears, as we file ourselves down in towards that starting zone. Delta Sport U4K in control of your field, and here we go then. 4 hours of racing action lie ahead. Delta Sport, the number 33, picks up the throttle. Here comes Pure Sims already looking to the inside as we fly down in towards turn number 3. Side by side they work. Pure Sims is going to try and stick it around the outside of the second portion of the corner as we go side by side. Contact made with RSO, and I believe that's Torque Freak Racing around on the outside of turn 5. Somehow everyone else is safely through that corner and flying themselves down into through the S's. Side by side, Pure Sims and Fiercely Forward still go. And wow, Jamie Rushworth finds himself up into 2nd. And here comes Jake Browning trying to follow as well. Fiercely Forward with a pretty dreadful start. Team RSO tries to swarm from behind as well. And we'll complete lap number 1. It appears as though GTE and LMP safely through the first lap here, Sommel, as we start to unfold some of this craziness.
That was a brilliant move right there by Jake Browning, getting the jump done on Salas Crash Rolik around the outside and getting P number 3 for Arlotta Bruzzi. Quite the opposite from what happened to them at the start in the last IVRA Endurance race, but man, so far, so good.
Team 11 tries to chase down Maniti Racing as GT machines come across the start-finish line. I'm completely out of breath after that first lap of the race, and side by side, RSR and Pure Sims and Fiercely Forward went for about half a lap. Fiercely Forward now drops down into 4th. Deep under braking, really close to the rear end of Team RSO. Here comes the other RLR car, the number 15. Jake Browning, contact made between the two of them over the crest of the hill. They'll slot back into line, single file it out through the S's, side by side further back as well. That was PND Racing trying to fend off the challenge, I think, from behind. Here comes Alpine Star's Geodesic Racing on the back of the LMP AM machines. Absolute craziness here, Jonathan, as we kick off 4 hours of action.
And they're going to want that Fiercely Forward car to get out of the way, but the Fiercely Forward car wants to keep in touch with the PND Racing machine. So again, like I said, the start's going to be a little crazy with all these classes mixed together. As we look back here, the Quasar Sim Racing machine doing a superb job hanging on right now in this Corvette.
The second GT AM machine all the way in 9th position overall in GT. So that Corvette right where it needs to be as we start this race, and we finish lap 2 out of an estimated 196. We managed to get through the first couple of laps without a safety car, as all of these cars now single file themselves out. And well, the reason why they're single filing themselves out, Sommel, is they're just now waiting until that first time through traffic. The delta between the two classes is about 5 seconds or so, so we are looking at a bit of time before the classes start to intermingle here.
And I'm glad, because early on the drivers are so full of adrenaline that they're not quite able to manage traffic with the best amount of objective judgment. They're always very emotional about it. They always face the rush, see the red mist, and end up making a major mistake. So thank goodness for this one. But yes, the Awesomes Esports, they got quite a decent start, but Alexander Greville, the way he just jumped the gun, the moment he saw the green flag, the moment he was able to accelerate up ahead, he just did it with such perfection. 1.4 seconds, that's much like Lewis Hamilton's start in Formula 1.
So that's our first issue of the race. That's Team Vikings in the 102 machine that finds themselves pointing in the wrong direction. Neil Middleton as well. Oh, that's a big issue coming through that final corner. Big checkup and a couple of cars tripping over each other. Let's take a look at our first RaceSpot TV replay of today's race then, and try and unfold this situation. Adequate racing involved in the 158. Jonathan, it's just going to be, I think, a couple of cars in front maybe. No, adequate racing sideways, and then, oh, the rejoin.
Eek. Ouch.
Oh, there's just nothing you can do. The Pineapple Racing had one car was inside and one car stopped waiting for cars to spin. As you can see, spinning in the background as well, which is the Team Vikings machine for good measure, but I think Neil Middleton did what he was supposed to do. He just waited patiently, didn't do anything, just held the brake, and Pineapple Racing just had no idea.
Yeah, it was just three wide into that corner. Doesn't really work. Let's look at the Team Vikings incident as well. All by themselves, the 102. Coming down in towards Thunder Valley, Sommel, and just getting on the power a little bit too eagerly.
Yeah, we thought this sort of stuff won't still happen with the LMP2 with the recent upgrades, but no, it is still a rather ferocious car. It might be 40 horsepower down, but it is by no means whatsoever stable.
Look at that shot out of turn 1. All the cars, a few cars running wide, and a bit more cone murdering going on the outside of turn 1. Maybe race control is going to have to just get in the ear of some of these competitors, remind them that those cones are debris that can be, brought back onto the track and affect the rest of their race. Imagine if you hit a cone off and somehow that cone got stuck underneath your car. That would be disaster as we work through the opening 5 minutes of this race. Fiercely Forward now falling 4 seconds off the race leader. They've got the charge from Jake Browning in the number 15 right behind them. Let's jump on board with Jake Browning, in fact, through the S's here. And look at that rear end of the number 34 in front here. Just dancing a bit too much, you would think. Especially cresting over that hill, Jonathan, trying to get the power down. You want the rear end to just really be as pliable and as in control as you can get it.
Yeah, we may not see issues like we saw at the chicane back at Spa. If you remember, that was a very famous area with these Olympic 2 cars getting out of shape, but due to that last corner going into Thunder Valley, being over hill turn 9, it's very easy to spin a car around, even if it's more stable than the previous build. So I think it's going to be a bit of a challenge as we go to the GTE battle with Team 11 and Team Horsepower.
Yeah, look at this. Second place has now got pressure from behind. Sentkowski's normal teammate not in the car, and his other teammate might not like Mid-Ohio. No problem for Sentkowski. He's going to just try and make hay while he can. Lewis Ward, who of course had a disappointing round at Phillip Island where hardware failure put them hard into the wall, now tries to recover after getting some well-needed points at Barber Motorsports Park. And Jonathan, this really is a point in the season where you need to get the result if you're Lewis Ward. You won the opening round of the season, yes, but 2 disappointing rounds back-to-back. You can't afford for a third race to go the same way this early in a championship.
No, you need the consistency. You need to be towards the front. You can't have like those unforced errors. And right now, I think for Huyskenveld and Lewis Ward, they both just want to finish this race and don't have any errors to keep this championship in both of their grasps.
Down in towards turn 4 they go, then Sendikowski closes as these two have dropped 1.7 seconds off the tail end of the Maniti Racing 278 machine. Matthias Schultz really sets to work at the front of the field. Further back as well, there you can see Yoni Waters, who's continuing to fend off the advances of your pro machines here. 0.3 of a second separating Jesse Jones and Waters as the Porsche 911 closes in towards Thunder Valley. Do have a car off the track, so that's World of Sim Racing team that's very wide off the track, and in fact that's coming through the keyhole section. That might be contact from behind, you would have to think here, Sommel.
I wonder what's happened here for World of Sim Racing. No, that's not contact from behind, that's just missing their braking zone. And that front end, Arjuna, has a major role to play in how the car behaves in the middle sector, because it creates a lot of downforce. That certainly does not help.
Yeah, that certainly will not help. Back to live pictures and back to this battle at the front of GT Machine. Just like Maniti's Johnny Verhoff is saying, it is good to see 3 different cars all at the front of this class. You've got the BMW M8 that's pulling away now, 2 seconds the gap to second place. And then the Porsche 911 that's fending off the advances of the Corvette C8R. Let's check on in with some of the fights throughout your field and see if we can just keep you up to date, because there are some fun battles as they separate themselves out. Here's Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in a 3-car train. They've got Vector Sim Racing in the 305 in front of them. They've got the 284 Fisher Motorsports Porsche 911 right behind them, but that BMW puts a lot of pressure onto the car in front, and it's Jack Anderdeck at the wheel right now. Twitch streamer goes by the name of Furtive. And it's good to see them out there competing on track as well, because often here, Jonathan, you see these Twitch streamers mainly stick to official competitions, but you know, these league series, they require effort to prepare for. It's good to see someone like Anderdeck competing in a field like this today.
Yeah, maybe show the strength a little bit of those streamers. Maybe show that we can fight around with some of the big boys and fight in these big leagues. And I feel like it always helps the publicity of the league and whatever team he's racing for. And I think this really helps, you know, try and gain publicity for the IVRA competition as well as Alpine Stars Geodesic.
You can obviously catch Alpine Stars Geodesic on the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup All-Stars race, where Dan Suzuki representing the Alpine Stars Geodesic crew. I am curious to see how Suzuki did today at the Circuit Catalunya, where that series heads. Second consecutive race weekend, Sommel, and I love this. World Championships where it comes back to back to back to back. It's never ending, this level of competition.
Exactly, and the best part is, at least in road racing, we're going to have 2 World Championships coming up this year with the Porsche Esports Super Cup and then, oh yes, the Delara IR01. But back to the action right here, Arjun. This is going to be a fun battle, isn't it? Because the Porsche recently had an increase in its minimum weight limit, so it's got a 5 kilo ballast addition. So it's going to be, on average, 5 kilograms higher than it usually was. And that's going to affect it a little bit in terms of how it can lay the power down, which was its major strength, because rear engine, rear wheel drive car really helps it sail through. But, if anything, it's going to lower the center of gravity, making it slightly more nimble in corners.
So, traffic now starts to be a factor. Here comes your race leader slicing through. LMPM down the inside on the German sim racing BMW. Alexander Gravois goes, makes it work into the keyhole. And already 2.5 seconds behind to Pure Sims Esports. Team RSO now finds a lapped car in between him and the number 2 machine. That's the only 4 GT in today's field. And look at this. This is what we were all expecting. But, you know, I'm already seeing, unfortunately, this traffic really is creating some gaps in between our contenders here. There's not really much strategy, or rather, much action happening out on track here, Sommel. It's all going to be about the strategy in pit lane and trying to make the moves happen there.
Exactly. How can you get this done? Can you get the undercut done? Can you get the overcut done? A lot of it, Arjuna, is down to traffic positioning, because some drivers, well, if they find traffic just when they exit the pit lane, that's going to be a major issue. It may help them get the tires warmed up, not quite. No, they're going to be under instant pressure all of a sudden. So that's going to be a major factor to consider luck. Where do you find the traffic, and rather when do you find the traffic? Because some places naturally easier to pass than the other ones. Right? Let's say right now it's going to be a major headache for them. They're going to have a few strands of white hair to continue driving like this one for a very, very long time.
Fiercely forward, gets checked up. Oh, behind that pink BMW, down into the keyhole they go. They have to dive down to the inside of that German sim racing BMW. The RLR Abruzzi sister car now tries to follow around the outside. This traffic is craziness. Don't watch out there, Marcus. He forces that BMW to just give way. And for a car that's already in trouble with the race stewards when it comes to our penalty points, RLR Abruzzi, well, you just have to watch out there, Marcus. But here we go, down into turn 4. RSR by G Performance follows down the inside as Silas Vrolik has to defend from Jake Browning, who's really trying to make this traffic work to his advantage. Around the teammate he goes, and finally Silas gets a moment of reprieve. But Jonathan, that was just a very brief moment. Here comes Jake Browning once again.
Yeah, this traffic is certainly not playing in a fiercely forward hand. Maybe they could have pulled off something like we saw in Club Sport last week, with the teammates worked each other together and try to hold up some of the other traffic, but that did not work. As man, these Abruzzi esports cars just do not want to let up this attack on fiercely forward right now. And they both look quick, and two cars that have again had a lot of trouble, have had penalty points issues. They're both looking quick, and they're both looking like they could be contenders this weekend.
396 has just been forced off the track. Elvis Bonello recovers that machine and gets it back on to the racing surface and back up to racing speed. Let's run this one back and take a look, because this might be one where traffic plays a factor. Indeed, no. Elvis Bonello might have just had some technical failure there. Let's wind the clock back even further. And Jonathan, take a look at this one.
You can see the Hell Racers go to their inside. They're kind of all by themselves at this point in time, just turning the wheel, turning a little bit, turning. Yeah, just a bit of understeer. The car did not want to turn at all for that Porsche. That's a little bit of a strange one, to be honest.
It is indeed. Oh, back to live pictures. The two teammates all side by side. They work through the S's down the inside of the AOD Ferrari. Three cars managed to force themselves, and Vector Sim Racing will try and take full advantage of the situation. The 305 now side by side with that Ferrari and sweeps around the outside to take the place. Vector Sim Racing takes full advantage of the chaos in traffic to move themselves up to second place in class. So that is a big move being made there by the Porsche. And that Ferrari now slips further down the field. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing 3 wide as we cross the start-finish line down into turn 1. And this is insane stuff right now, Jonathan. We somehow have managed to get through this without a caution so far. 15 minutes in, AOD BMW, though, bundled off the road.
Yeah, the OD guys look like they're not real fans of the traffic right now. The Ferrari's going backwards, and it looks like, yeah, the BMW just gets tagged from behind. It looks like by a Hell Racers machine, not sure which was. But here we go. You can see the fiercely forward car goes to the inside. Here comes PND Racing, and there's just so much traffic, it's hard to really keep track of. And then here's the Hell Racers machine right there. Just a little bit of a love tap, and that's going to hurt AOD and probably hurt the Hell Racers machine as well. That was number 19, I believe, a Lindenberg that got in the back of him.
So while all of this has been unfolding, Team 11 down into third place. Hoysinkveld have found the move and now find themselves 1.8 seconds clear of round 1 winners. So Team 11 starting to struggle, and they've now got the Phoenix Racing Esports Corvette all over the rear wing as they work through turn 1 and up in towards the keyhole section. Right behind them as well, here comes that battle that we were just watching. Jake Browning still pounding the rear end of Silas Vrolik, who's going to go down defensive through turn 2, and that's going to compromise the exit. Is Browning going to get the run here down into turn 4? He is a little bit far behind Jonathan, but, you know, these guys have been scrapping it out basically since lap number 1.
Yeah, the other Abruzzi Sports machine really wants to get by fiercely forward, but just has not had the opportunity. Ooh, Vrolik, you're being a little antsy trying to get by the Phoenix Racing Esport Corvette right there, and he has to be careful because he has to know the Abruzzi
side by side through the S's. Jake Browning does it. He makes it work as Silas Vrolik gets stuck up behind traffic and Fantastic move there from Jake Browning. The rear end gets a bit squirrely coming over the crest at Thunder Valley, but Fiercely Forward finds himself in an RLR Abruzzi sandwich. Now, sorry, Jonathan, to cut you off as Marcus Deck goes off the track as well. Loses the position to RSR by G Performance, but big moves there. Jake Browning up into 4th.
I'm gonna be honest, didn't expect him to pass it right there, which is why I was very, very calm in that moment. That was an incredible move. 15 machine and finally getting around the Ford machine, but it looks like he's gotten back around the 34 has.
Yeah, looks like looks like Fiercely Forward still holds on to 5th place right now, but Silas Vrolik is watching in his mirrors more than he's watching out of the windshield at this point in time, so that will be a minor concern for him. Let's check in, by the way, with your LMP AM leader, because we haven't really talked about this. Fiercely Forward, the 134 in 1st position, 7/10 of a second clear, Sommel, from PND Racing. These guys on the edge of the top 10 overall, fighting their way through traffic. The 134 out in front.
While their sister car has faced a whole lot of drama early on, the 134 has been largely safe and clean. And man, they've pulled out quite a gap. 1.4 seconds now as they make a well-planned and... Oh no, wait a minute! That's an RLR car!
So that's Marcus.
What in the world has happened here?
That's Marcus Deck, who's just driving very aggressively there. You'll see just a little bit late into the braking zone. This might actually be that first incident that we saw with Marcus just a lap ago. So let's take a look at what's happened this time around in through Thunder Valley. Ooh, just puts a tire on the grass, loses it, and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing almost follows him around as well.
That was an impressive drift from Vanderlyn, and watch this. Like, there's just an instant reaction, and good save from the 62, but this is unfortunate really for the RLR Abruzzi Esports machine, because they were fast and now they're all the way down in overall P18 at the end of their class.
Oh, was that another car that was off in the grass? Or am I just seeing stuff right now? It seems like things are kicking off here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Circuit, as RLR Abruzzi Esport now has to work all the way back from 18th position. Rusty Spatulas works their way through that lap traffic as well. One of our championship contenders in LMP AM. I am getting word from one of the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing teammates to go and watch that onboard from Raf van der Linden. So guess what? That's what we're going to do. On board with the number 62 in just a moment's time. And we can take a look at the quick hands of Raf van der Linden. Walk us through this one then, Sommel, as Raf van der Linden has, once again, a bit of a brown pants moment.
Okay, beautiful day at Mid-Ohio. Lovely driving through the S's. No traffic to take care of. Oh, that's the feeling in his mind. And that, just look at the lock on the car. Oh my goodness me. That is one of the more incredible things that you will see today. Wow, that was so good.
That was insane.
I couldn't even tell which way that wheel was turning.
I must say, shout out to Andrew Langham for pointing that one out. That was a very, very good replay to take a look at. Take a look here, though. Your GT-AM leader, Quasar Sim Racing, in the 326 car, 1 second behind the 5th place runner in GT Pro, but very much clear right now of the rest of the field. They have a 9-second buffer to the Vector Sim Racing 305 machine, and Yoni Waters, who's one of these drivers, Jonathan, that we see in multiple IVRA competitions, so they've really put a lot of attention into this series, delivering the results for an amateur team right now.
Yeah, this is a smaller team, maybe not like a top team that you consider in this series, but it's a team that's been consistent, and I think Waters has proven that he is a fast driver and that this Corvette team has a lot of potential and can compete. And they qualified extremely well, really didn't have to worry about much of the gaps back to cars, and right now the only thing he has to worry about is this swarm of LMP2 cars trying to hastily get around him.
Swarm is the right word indeed. So 20 minutes done and things are starting to settle down here at Mid-Ohio. Does look as though one car has had to come down to the pit lane. That's the number 56 as contact made. World of Sim Racing gets... looks like it got shoved from behind by RSR by G Performance. Somehow they managed to keep that all under control. For a moment there, I just thought I was watching another disaster happening right in front of me. And I'm sure the GT-AM leader was praying as well, as I'm seeing Marcus Deck off the track once again, and that's in a very dangerous and precarious position through turn 4 and 5. On the outside, he is of Rusty Spatulas, and now tries to build up the racing momentum once again. It's been a disastrous start then for Marcus Deck, Jonathan.
No, and he's a driver that needs to be careful. He's got 10 penalty points just on his own as a driver, and now it's going to be further down the order as we get the replay here of what has happened. He's trying to get by the kinetic racing machine and just into the grass, a little sideways, just trying his best under the braking, heavy braking, and then I think he's going, almost goes to the beach. Thought about going to the beach, but decides better of it.
Well, he managed to avoid getting stuck in the beach, so I'm sure he's grateful of that. But Deck now, like you mentioned, Jonathan, a driver who came into this race with penalty points looming over him, driving a little bit desperate, it would seem.
And the thing Race Control is probably going to be angry about is not really him going off, but the rejoin right in front of TNT Racing. That was dangerous, I think, for both cars. And I'm not going to be certain that TNT Racing didn't hit the back of the Abruzzi car. I'm assuming there might have been some contact.
So here's Team RSO then, who finds themselves 2 seconds behind Jamie Rushworth in the Pure Sims Esports #2 machine. Pure Sims finding themselves 3.5 seconds off your race leader. So, interesting little segment of the race now as we kind of work our way down into the first pit window here, Sommel, because gaps are starting to form. You've got the Hellraiser's Gluttony machine, the number 19, that's coming down onto pit lane because of a penalty. That's the first official penalty that we have. 5 seconds, stop and hold, tier 6 for the number 19.
Yep, had to happen. Hellraisers really, I think, did nothing else but bumped them through. So that penalty was about to come in, and so that really could really derail their race. But it could so happen that the way strategy could go with a safety car can come back to help them out later on, as odd as it may seem. So yeah, never write them off. Never write any team off in IVRA competition.
Through Thunder Valley for Team RSO, chasing down Team RSO, Pure Sims Esports rather, in front of them. Turn our attention back to GTE and let's take a look at that 3-car train, because Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing now at the front of it, but you got Fisher Motorsport and Latima Racing in the 227 right behind them. And Latima Racing, they may have missed around this season due to administration issues, Jonathan, but they really have been a shining light in terms of one of these cars that you want to just look at bringing a more international flavor to sim racing competitions.
Yeah, the all-Portuguese team, and it is good and shown good pace, I think, in a few of the rounds as well. And just right now, stuck behind this Porsche in front of them, really nowhere for them to go. But yeah, that administration issue kind of taking them out of a championship fight. But I think they just want to finish the season strong, and it looks like they're planning on doing it here as we head back to the LMP2 AM battle.
Out of the keyhole they come on that run down in towards turn 4, one of your main passing opportunities. Hellraiser's in the number 29 and Nicholas Helm right on the back of this battle as P&D Racing pulls to the inside and then thinks better of it. That would have been a rather desperation last minute move being made. But having said that, I just want to flash back to a week ago, IVRA Club Sports Series, Spa-Francorchamps, when we saw split tire strategy. And the reason I bring that up now is, unfortunately, it appears as though we're not going to have those tire regulations in effect for today's race. So drivers have unlimited tire sets. And I still have a feeling that we are going to see drivers double, maybe triple stinting tires to save time down in pit lane, Sommel, because that's what we've seen throughout the course of the season as well. Last week at Spa, we saw some great moves being made by cars that had taken those fresh tires. You know, just being able to go past cars that were struggling a bit more on the older sets.
Exactly, yeah. It's going to be a bit easier, and that's going to be assisted by the BOP changes. So the car, of course, being slightly more easy on the tires helps to do that. Had it been before the upgrade, I think it would have been far, far more difficult for them to do. But right now, if they can keep their patience, and I know I'm overusing this word, but it is just so important here, and if they can help out in managing their tires well enough, they should be just fine. But Delta Sport U4K, well, it's being a bit of a test of patience for them, because although they're just eking out the gaps, Arjuna, they almost lost a whole heap of time behind that BMW.
Well, no, it's not just that it's come down, Sommel, by about 3 seconds in 3 laps, give or take. 1.5 seconds, the gap between first and second, as Gravwy goes down the inside of Fiercely Forward in the 334 Porsche. But here comes Jamie Rushworth then. Look at those lap gaps. As traffic plays a big factor for your race leader, we like to say, Jonathan, that the race leader usually gets the benefit through traffic. Seems like in this situation, though, Gravwy is really being compromised as Jamie Rushworth closes in from behind.
Just depends where you catch them, and I think he caught that BMW and that Porsche in the wrong section, in the carousel section, where you really need that clean air to keep that car planted under the ground. And then, just for good measure, that number 2 machine got caught in turn 1, which is another area you really don't want to be stuck behind traffic for. So, as we have a little technical area right in front of him, the number 2 really needs to hope that more traffic happens to really chase down that Delta Sim Sport car.
And now Pearson stuck behind the AOD Ferrari. He's losing heaps of time as he has to wait patiently over the crest of the hill. Finally gets the power down, builds that speed up above 200 kilometers an hour before he throws it into the second to last corner. Gap back up to 2.6 seconds now. So I do like to say it, the traffic giveth and the traffic taketh. Just keep our eye on that for the rest of the race. Let's check in with your GT race leader, because Maniti Racing, look at the gap that they've built up here, Sommel. 6.9 seconds, Matthias Schultz. However, this is bringing flashbacks of Barber, where Tim Matzke built up what we thought was going to be an insurmountable lead, and then safety cars decided to rear their head and really change the complexion of the race.
Arjuna, same question as I asked in the last broadcast at this particular time, exactly half an hour in. Are you knocking on the wood? I hope you are.
We're going to have a big wood box for him to commentate from, just in case.
We're going to be careful here. There was some inappropriate jokes being made after my comments about wood last time. Rachel Williams, if you're watching, hello, and thank you for making me have to almost stop commentating for a very brief moment of time. But Latima Racing Team, the 227, what's happened here? Down into unlucky 13th, they've gone. RaceSpot TV replay is coming up on your screen as, it's going to be potentially in contact with your number 97 Team RSO car. Nope, Latima Racing looks to the inside, tries to get the move done, and just about managed to keep that out of China Beach and almost takes out the AOD Ferrari as well. Latima Racing then, Jonathan, being a bit just aggressive early on in the race. 30 minutes done, and very early mistake for them as well.
And they were trying to follow that RSR car really close up in the back of the Pure Sims machine and just couldn't do it. The BMW just doesn't have as much force as an LMP2 machine, as that incident really does demonstrate. And unfortunately for Latima, they lose some time, lose some tech position, and really heat up those tires. Again, the temperature continues to climb. It's about 11 o'clock sim time here in Ohio. And this temperature is only going to get warmer and warmer. Those tires are only going to fade faster and faster.
Yeah, let's quickly just run you through the track conditions right now. Vector Sim Racing's Ted Lowendick, who had told me coming into the build-up for this race, Mid-Ohio is relatively native to the state, at least. It's his home track. He's not expecting track temperatures of 40 degrees Celsius, which is what we're going to get to by the end of the race. 28 degrees Celsius right now, with just a brief little bit of a wind that's blowing across the track. You do notice 80% humidity there. That is something that sometimes does play a bigger factor on the iRacing service. But here we go then, 30 minutes done in the opening hour of the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio, and somehow we managed to get through this one without a safety car. I think, Sommel, if you had told me a week ago that the Club Sport Series would have a safety car before we completed lap 1 at Spa, but you told me that the Endurance Series would get through a full 30 minutes without any type of safety car intervention, I'd have told you you're wrong.
Yep, I don't blame you at all. And in some parts of the race, Arjuna, early on, some 10-15 minutes ago, it seemed a bit like the arcade game. Oh no, was that a spinning BMW that I saw in the back there? I suppose that was BMW lost control of the rear end. But coming back to the point, it seemed like one of those arcade fair games that you have where you have to knock the rabbit down, the rabbit or the mouse, depending on where you're from, back down to the hole with the hammer. It was that confusing. So many places where attention had to go left, right, and center. And thank goodness everyone was just fine, because that really got chaotic. I started to have a minor headache deciding on when to focus and which driver and which car. It was too chaotic. All good now. Hopefully we're able to continue this way.
Whoa. Sorry, Sommel. I've just noticed a whole heap of cars that have gone off on my timing screen. Here comes Fiercely Forward around the outside of Latima Racing. That's the battle at the front of LMPM. It continues to heat up 30 minutes through the race. So Taylor Lane has to defend from Ivan Ferrari, diving through the lap traffic once again they go. They get stuck up behind the AOD Ferrari, who always seems to get the worst end of these. Oh, almost contact made. PND Racing almost hits Fiercely Forward as well. Here comes Hell Racers in the number 29 machine around the outside. PND Racing will manage to hold on to 9th position for now and preserve that battle at the front of the class as well. Things are really heating up right now. Let's run you through those incidents that we were talking about, though, Sommel. This battle in LMPM, though, proves just why we love this series so much.
Oh no, that is so painful. The irony of it, Arjuna, just as we were speaking about drivers being clean.
It's unfortunate. Neil Middleton, one of the cars getting involved in this one, spooling it back slightly further, Jonathan. Just a mistake down into the braking zone at the keyhole.
You can see they're all trying to fight through traffic, and the World of Sim Racing machine just gets a little tag from the Porsche. Didn't realize he wasn't clear, and then unfortunately the N-Race Esports and the Adequate machine are just kind of victims at that point. There was really nothing they could do from behind, because watch the World of Sim Racing car. He's going to try and duck to the inside, gets tagged by the Porsche, and then just couldn't slow up enough for these cars. And then he goes into the wall himself right there, so big damage on the 51. And that's going to really affect the end of the AM race as well. That took out some decent cars.
As Matthew Crisp says, that's the Mid-Ohio bowling alley. That is very true. As we dive down into turn 4, I believe that's Matthew Crisp teammate in our YouTube chat saying, I want a Phillip Island carnage. I do not want Phillip Island carnage. Please, let's not have that. I am loving what we're seeing out on track right now. This is the battle, of course, at the front of LMPM that still rages on. PND Racing applying heaps of pressure to the rear wing of the 134 driven by Taylor Lane right now, because Sommel, I'll just be honest, Phillip Island was a bit painful for us. This, on the other hand, is absolutely spellbinding.
It is. It is just so incredible, the kind of racing that we saw. Naturally, some of the messy stuff is bound to happen, as we did see that early on happening with the WSR car, the N-Race and the Adequate machine, but all the other things have just been so good. They've mitigated the risks of having major crashes like that by being very sane and very patient with their driving. So clearly working out, and man, this battle that we're seeing right there, PND Racing versus Fiercely Forward in the AM category. Usually AM categories are supposed to be more dull and are supposed to be more chaotic. Well, over here, the way they've been racing with such calmness and such smoothness has kept me on the edge of my seat.
Down to the inside, PND Racing side by side. This is the championship fight for LMPM. Ferrari's going to try and hang it around the outside, but Taylor Lane does a good job to carry that momentum on the inside line and holds onto the position down into the S as they go, still scrapping it out. This is absolutely incredible stuff here, Jonathan. These are two cars that since round 1 have been contenders and teams that we have looked at making a challenge for the title, and guess what? Halfway through our season, almost, looks like we were right.
And they're fast as well, just in the LMP2s, because they're up here. There's Nicholas Heim behind them in a pro machine that really can't get around them, and they're still fighting amongst each other. This is a great scrap and a great drive from both of these drivers. Really, you know, PND coming back from being flipped on its lid at the Phillip Island race. Fiercely Forward has been really consistent, and I think here is going to be a race where it could be a turning point. Whoever wins might have a big keep of momentum heading into the second half.
That's a big issue behind. Hell Racers taking out Virtual Motorsport. More cars off on my timing screen. Vector Sim Racing in their Porsche 911 has had a few issues. Big drama then with 40 minutes done on the clock, and we were just talking about what a good race this was developing into. And contact across the track. Cycle things back then. Stacy Denegan in the Vector Sim Racing 305. This is the first replay, and you'll see that, that is aggressive driving will spool this one even further back, Sommel, and run this one in towards turn 1. I'm not sure which LMP2 machine that is, but poor Porsche there, nowhere to go.
Exactly. Down the inside came an LMP2 car, said, "Move over, peasant." Oh yeah, they were not trying to lose positions in the Delta. Was that the Delta Sport UK car that they're trying to chase? Not quite sure which machine that was, but pushed aside, completely pushed aside, bullied off the track would be the right term. But that doesn't end there.
Yeah, and that's that second bit of contact between the Hell Racers car as well as the Virtual Motorsport 270. That was the innocent party in all of this, Jonathan. He's just taking his, what you would assume is potentially the normal racing line. You can run the slightly wider line and cut back to the apex. Didn't expect the 29 car to be there, and well, what can you do in that situation?
I think he was thinking there was this gap in between the Hell Racers and that fight in the LMPM category, and it was just a gap that didn't exist, and there's really nothing you can do, because if he tries to overcorrect it, he's going to end up spinning anyway. But here he comes, and yeah, just constantly closing and closing and closing. It's hard to tell like if anyone is really at fault there, because the BMW felt like he had a gap, and the 29 kept going for it. It's going to be interesting to see if that gets reported to Race Control, what their decision is on it.
So, I feel like a couple of cars maybe thought a safety car was imminent, because we had some takers down onto the pit lane. Rusty Spatulas being one of those cars. Not sure exactly what's happened there. The Rusty Spatulas were involved in that other incident where we saw the Adequate Racing TFR Lab machine going deep in towards turn 2. So I wonder if Rusty Spatulas, one of your championship contenders, has had some issues. Out front, Pure Sims Esports has slowed the pace down, and look at that, they're now in 3rd position. What's happened here? And at the same time, World of Sim Racing off the track once again, as well as Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Gold. I have no idea what is going out on track right now, but I guess my job is to try and figure that one out. Here we go, World of Sim Racing. Oh, that's contact with Fisher Motorsport in the neon Porsche 911 GTE machine here, Sommel. So, World of Sim Racing have had a very difficult year in this series, but this looks like an incident where, really, they were doing nothing wrong.
Exactly, trying to pass as they naturally should, and the Fisher Motorsport car misjudged the space. And the World of Sim Racing car, second time in around 10 minutes that they've been thrown in onto the grass. But what's happened to the... Oh, that's what's happened to the Geodesic car. Hit around by the TNT car. Guess where, Arjuna? It's turn number 1 yet again.
And let's jump on board for this one with David Williams. I did mention it on the grid. Williams usually races in VR, but due to technical failures has had to resort to a single screen, and I just wonder if David Williams is struggling a little bit with his depth perception when it comes to that single monitor, because it is a big difference, Jonathan, going from triple screens or any type of a thing back to a single monitor solution. So that's a big change that David Williams is having to deal with.
Yeah, big change in your depth perception is where that car was parked was probably right in the area where that single monitor is going to do you no good, really. And as a person who only has one monitor, who does struggle with depth perception, yeah, no, I feel the pain. There was just nothing you could do. You could really barely see that car, I think, out of your right side. It's a move that he would normally make under his normal technical conditions, but due to technical failure, has to make an adjustment as this battle for P2 heats up as Delta Sport continues to just kind of skirt away from these two.
Yeah, let's take a look at this pass for P2, because it was a wonderful move. Side by side, they went through turn 5, and around the outside, Pure Sims found it a little bit too slippery. RSO finding the grip on the inside to get up into 2nd position, and Lucas von Leitner then sets to work. The gap out front, rather unbelievably, I would say, at this point in time, given that, 10 minutes ago, we saw that gap being 1.9 seconds? Well, Gravouille now finds himself 7.3 seconds clear of these two drivers, and Sommel, it's going to be a pretty nice little buffer he's got as we enter that first pit window of the race.
He has 6 seconds, is quite a good one, and soon to be 7 for Delta Sport U4K. So, on the right track for them, but not on the right track for everyone.
Well, that's World of Sim Racing. I believe this is a very quick decision from Race Control. believe this is for that incident down into turn 2, and they've already come down on it, World of Sim Racing, with a 30-second stop and hold penalty, Jonathan. That is a very severe penalty, and a message to the rest of the field about the expectations that Race Control has in today's race.
You mentioned it was quick. I think all 3 of those cars involved, besides the 51 reported it, which is I think one reason why it was so quick. The Porsche is involved, I think even reported it for getting the nose chopped off of it, but...
Oh, sorry,
yeah,
Jonathan, that's a car that's beached itself. He's not going anywhere. Is he in a tow zone? That's going to be the critical question. He's already towed out of the car, so... Did he get control from Race Control to reset back down onto pit lane? No, he did not. Yellow flag in the air. First caution period in the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio. We are 40 minutes into the racing action and safety car out on track. This is coming out of turn 1. Let's take a look at the replay. 3 wide as contact with the AOD BMW fiercely forward. And the number 34 car squeezes through on the inside line. That will be very close call for that car. Maybe an onboard look to take a look at. But Samo, walk us through what you see right here.
I see utter carnage because the AOD car, I'm not sure, but shouldn't they not be sending it down the inside? Because the GTE clearly won't have the same base right there, and then the AOD car just hits and punts away the Pineapple Racing P2 car, who, I don't know. This would be a better idea of it. Pineapple, oh no. This was such a hard one. Full marks to the 134 for the Epic save, though they'll be really laughing their way past through the bank, but man, I'm not sure if that was the best of moves right there.
Well,
at least on the first glance.
Let's try and look at this one more time in our aerial look. Here you'll see Jonathan. Pineapple Racing down the inside. They just go a bit deep. AOD with a much better entry into the corner. That's where the initial contact comes.
Oh, yeah.
A slight touch from the fiercely forward 34 behind, and then, well, Pineapple Racing really didn't have much to do once that car was already pointed in the wrong direction.
No, I think it was kind of hoping for the AOD car to get out of the throttle, but he had the 134 behind. I just didn't know really what more either of those two could have done in that situation. Again, went deep, Pineapple Racing, under braking to try and get around the lap car, and it was just just a misfortune there. And you were asking about tow zones, well, I'll tell you that is not one in that area outside of turn 1. That is definitely not a tow zone, nowhere close.
So, under caution then for the first time today, and I will say, very grateful that this one took a little bit longer than 1 week ago in the Club Sport race at Spa-Francorchamps. Samo, you have a word that you want to talk about. Let's just let the race unfold a little bit now, because we have to try and figure out what the positions look like after 40 minutes of, let's be honest, absolute craziness.
Yeah, it has been absolute craziness. And now, just looking back at the replay from the YouTube chat and just trying to have a good idea about it, I think Jonathan pointed out a very good point. The AOD car, naturally, they should have slowed down, but in their mirrors, and the iRacing spotter will be telling that as well, you've got a faster car behind, let them past. And if you look back at the replay clearly, the fiercely forward car was right behind. They couldn't have slowed down there. So, I don't know. It's just one of those harder things that you can't quite put a finger on to say whose fault that was. But when it all comes together, accumulation of 3 or 4 independent incidents that caused a major accident.
Good look as the cars stick to the left-hand side of the track and make their way under pace car speed across the start-finish line. Let's take one more look at that incident if we can, because we've got nothing much else to do for now. You can see here the tail end of that one, the headlights from the BMW somehow going through Pineapple Racing, and then unfortunately here, it would have been okay, but Pineapple Racing manages to beach themselves on the outside of the track. And here you go. This is the shot I wanted to show. The rear tires are going to spin, and the car goes nowhere. So that's what brought out the caution. And let's take a look at the RaceSpot TV replay, Sama. One more look at this incident.
Yep, exactly. Let's take a quick look on that as the safety car window is out. That's the virtual racing car, the BMW. They're having a beautiful day. But this is where the drama is, right here. So keep a keen eye on the BMW, right? Keep a keen eye on the Pineapple car as well, as you should, right? The Pineapple car goes past, lovely, beautiful day at Mid-Ohio. But then, that's where they make a mistake, go down the inside. But the AOD car turns it a bit too sharply.
Well, the AOD car, Sommel, has to turn in sharply because Pineapple Racing checks up so much momentum on the entry to the corner.
Oh my god, this is...
It's just one of these unfortunate incidents where he's already got the move done, goes a bit deep into the corner. Like you said, AOD sees the fiercely forward machine from behind and, well, about 3 go into 1.
Man.
Really not much you could say about this second part of the contact as well, Jonathan, because the BMW and the LMP2 machine, they're already touching side by side. That forces Pineapple Racing around, and then you have that next hit, which really sends them for a toss.
I wonder if going into that first corner, if Pineapple was so worried about that Corvette that was in front of it. I didn't see exactly who that was. They were running the IVRA default skin. I'm wondering if they were so worried about that, they got out of the throttle, and then that BMW just went underneath and was so worried about the fiercely forward behind.
Exactly.
Just couldn't get around. Like, this is what we think was going to happen during this race.
Pace car just got lost once again and had to meld itself through the pit wall. Not sure exactly how that works, but we are still under caution. No cars have come down the pit lane just yet, so we are going to wait for that. Race has been reset effectively in some ways here, Sommel, so take the time. Let's quickly just give a bit of a run-through of the top 8. I'll start with the LMP category. Delta Sport U4K, that lead now just 1.5 seconds, although you can see there no cars in between first and second. Pure Sims Esports, they'll be in 3rd position with Fiercely Forward now in 4th. Taking a look at LMP AM as well, they've got the Fiercely Forward 134 machine, 8th place in class. PND Racing right behind in 9th, 2nd place on the podium. And then Nomad Sim Racing on the 122, they're 11th place overall. Find themselves 2 cars behind those leaders. Let's talk about GT very quickly as well. Maniti Racing. We haven't talked about them very much today. They have a nice healthy buffer over Jan Sentikowski in the 248 Team Hoistingfeld car. Team 11 a couple more seconds down the road. Then you got Phoenix Racing Esports rounding out the top 4 in class. You got 2 of the GT AM machines in the top 8 in the overall GT category. You can see the Quasar 326 car. Yoni Waters has had a very impressive run so far. Other drivers you want to keep your eye out in classes, AOD Racing in the 321. And then 3rd place in category, right behind them, Vector Sim Racing, after being punted off the road. Pit lane is now open, Sommel, so cars can come down the pit lane. Let's see who decides to take advantage of that situation.
Exactly. This is going to be a fun one in terms of how our strategy plays out. So apart from the base car, there's also going to be actual cars coming in the pit lane, and so strategy could play a big role. Eventually, of course, we expected the pit window to be around 50-55 odd minutes for GTEs,
So there we go. All the cars down onto pit lane. No one in LMP2 is going to stick it out there. Alexander Gravoui, the first of them down onto the lane, followed by the entirety of the field. GT machines. Looks like Maniti Racing is electing to stay out in an interesting strategy call, but other contenders in GT down onto the lane, Sentikowski for Team Hoistingfeld, as well as the Team 11 car. So a number of cars deciding this is the time to take their service. Everybody in LMP2, Jonathan, it does appear as though we've got a couple of cars electing to stay out in your GT field. Maniti Racing, Quasar, as well as AOD and Vector Sim Racing. So some split strategy here in GTE.
Yeah, they might be able to go a bit further on their fuel and on their tires. I just don't know how much of a benefit this is going to be and how much time they're going to have under the green flag conditions. However, remember, under caution, pit road is not open until race control says so, and I think it just recently got open. So remember, it could still be a little bit of a stack up and shake up down there.
I'm taking a look at my race control chat right now, where race control keeps all of these drivers up to date. I didn't see race control opening the pit exit.
Well,
that's a problem.
Well, I just saw the swarm of LMP2 cars that all decided to leave the pit lane. This will be something where we need to now go and clarify with race control exactly what the race situation is. My oh my. Okay, so we got to unfold a number of different things here then. In Mid-Ohio. Let's talk about the cars that didn't come down the pit lane, though, Sommel. Maniti Racing, GTE, Quasar as well. Then you got the AOD Racing Ferrari, Vector Sim Racing, Samba Racing in the 258 BMW, and then Quasar in the second car, a 225 Ford.
So let's see if they're going to pit the second time out or whether they're expecting another caution, because if there's one thing we learned from Phillip Island, it's that cautions do breed cautions. Yes, I'm knocking on a wooden table in front of me to hope that that doesn't happen eventually, but
Carefully
who knows,
worded
maybe
there.
that carefully worded there, indeed. But hopefully it doesn't come out. I don't know whether the idea for them is on track position. Yes, it is for track positions, because they've not pitted the second time out as well. So these cars that you see at the top of the field are clearly banking up on that. For the perspective of the race, from a perspective of a neutral fan, I hope we don't get to see that. But if you have to think from their point of view, they would want one big time.
So trying to figure out then 6 cars. That is it. In our field of 52, it is 6 cars that have not come down onto the pit lane, all in GTE. LMP2 order hasn't changed too much because pit stops obviously all fairly identical in terms of time in the box itself. But you see the cars across the start-finish line. There's the Alpine Stars geodesic BMW. The field still lined up behind Maniti Racing. We will go back when we get to that restart, Jonathan. We are going to start on the traditional start-finish straight. So different from what we saw in the first start of the race where we, obviously starting down into turn 4, but obviously when we've got this mix of cars where no longer the overall leader is going to be at the front of your field, might be very interesting as we work through turn 1 for the first time.
And you have 6 GTE cars at the front of the field right now being led by Maniti Racing, and they're decently fast cars, but those LMP2 machines are a little bit quicker, and it's going to be easy to overtake coming out of the keyhole section into turn 4 on that long straightaway, but going into 1, it's going to be a little bit precarious, I think, for some of our leaders. You can see Delta Sport, U4K, Pure Sims, and RSO. They're about 8th, 9th, and 10th in line right now, but they are your overall leaders, and they're going to have to find a way to work through these guys that stayed out.
So lights are still on the pace car. So it looks like we got 1 extra lap under caution right now. Coming to the top of an hour then. 4 hours of Mid-Ohio, round number 4 in the IVRA Endurance Series, and 4 races to go in 2021, and already proving to be a very interesting run to the championship and the coronation of the first ever IVRA Endurance Champion. The series has run for over, I think it's 8 seasons, under various different names and forms, but for the first time the IVRA sanctioning body puts on the Endurance Series, and it has delivered some very interesting racing so far. I've also seen, I mentioned slightly earlier, we were talking about the schedule for next year. I have seen the schedule for the IVRA Endurance Series as well. I'm going to keep quiet on that. Sommel and Jonathan haven't seen the schedule. I'm interested. That's all I'm going to say. I'm ready. I'm waiting.
But by just saying that you have seen it, you're just making us more anxious about it.
He's just teasing us. It's kind of like when you're like a Halloween, giving like that big king-size candy bar to a little kid, but then giving them only the fun-size one.
You know I love to tease you guys. There's more news that I can't even tell you about because even I don't know what it is just yet. So let's wait and see. I am seeing a number of cars getting end-of-line penalties. Not exactly sure exactly what's happening right now in our IVRA safety car procedure. You see cars pulling to the right-hand side of the track now, making their way past the rest of the field. So we'll wait and see what this is going to be. Penalty update, though, from Jonathan Burke. What are you seeing from race control?
So it was really, really quiet for much of the race. However, in the last few minutes, we've had 5 separate penalties all come in, or reports all come in, and 6 of them, or of the 4, 6 of them involve LMP2 AM machines. So I think most of the LMP2 AM category is now under investigation for certain penalties. So that's going to be interesting to see. as more and more reports still coming in. Race Control is going to be busy. They're still trying to decipher out the issue with the high caliber Autosport machine and the 305 AOD machine before they get to this huge swath of penalties. But I think positions are swapping and end of the line penalties are coming in. It looks like some big names involved.
Well, I'm a little... Half of my confusion here is because I thought I understood what was going on. Cars exited the pit lane too early, and as a result, end-of-line penalties were coming down. The YouTube track corrected me. I thought I saw a few comments there where the pit exit was opened. Just trying to understand right now what is going on, because the teams that were at the front are no longer at the front. We've got one more lap under safety car here. The likes of Delta Sport U4K now down all the way in 12th position. You want to know what this championship is all about? This championship is not just about outright pace. It is about strategy, being in the right position at the right time. And for that Delta Sport team, a second race this season, but they seem to have had issues with the pit exit. They might be having a word with Race Control, just trying to clarify the entire situation as we try and uncover exactly what's happening. So, does appear as though, Salmo, there is a bit of confusion even in amongst their drivers themselves in the YouTube, not in the YouTube chat, rather, in the Discord. So, the series right now is talking to one another, trying to figure out what happened. So it's not just us up here in the comms booth that are getting confused.
Yeah, if you could see right now, my eyebrows are completely facing upwards with a rather confused look on my face, because the timing screen says one thing, the chat has one thing to say, the Discord has one thing to say, my own perspective has one thing to say. At least the timing screen says the Hellraiser's Treachery, RP number 1, but it's a bit of a confusing thing, isn't it? The way the safety car has worked out. And yes, they might just be caught out, Delta Sport, by the whole exit for the safety car, but it's a bit strange because the safety car is supposed to catch the overall leader. Welcome to RaceSpot TV's Safety Spot with Samuel Aurora, and we are confused.
We are confused indeed. Does sound as though Delta Sport U4K are a little bit peeved with the penalty, so it does suggest that I knew what I was talking about. I did see that there were cars still coming around the start-finish straight and into turn 1. So
yeah, there's a set line that opens up pit road with that everyone needs to cross, and it's not too far after pit exit, and I think they exited a little bit beforehand. Sorry to cut you off there, Arjuna.
No, you made the point that I was going to make rather poorly. So here we go. Lights are off on the pace car. Still confused as to whether we're going back to green flag racing or not. Does appear as though Race Control has sorted things out. Porsche safety car down onto lane, field left in control of Maniti Racing and Matthias Schultz. We go back to green flag racing, and big drama. Look at these cars, all filing their way down through turn 1 side by side across the line as LMP machines try and find their way past GTE cars. But story of this caution period, Sommel, LMP2 completely on its head now. And sorry, I'm going to cut you off because it's even more on its head, because look at this, Jake Browning off the track. Looks like Delta Sport U4K has had an issue as well. So big drama on the start of this race. Virtual Motorsport in the 270 now off the track at the keyhole section, and PND Racing off the track as well. Absolute calamity as PND Racing, one of your championship contenders, has got together with Fiercely Forward in the 134.
There's just so much happening. I just can't... Oh no, there's another car. There's a GTE in the grass as well. What in the world is going on here? Man, as you mentioned, Arjuna, it's not just the LMP2s, it's the entire race that's flipped over its head. Thankfully, no yellow flag still, but there's just carnage drama everywhere. Can't keep a track on it.
You can't keep a track on it. Imagine my brain right now. Let's try and cycle through some of these replays, see what happened to our entire field. Here's Grav Wee, who's been highlighted on my timing screen. Let's watch him as he starts this race through Thunder Valley. Oh, he's gonna... Oh, no. Oh, he almost gets collected by 4 or 5 cars behind. Nomad Sim Racing just about gets away with that one, and the number 33 championship leading car gets away by the skin of its teeth. That was very close to disaster. Let's file ourselves through the rest of these replays. Browning, there's that contact with Alpine Stage Geodesic Racing. That's going to be hard contact for the front portion of that car in towards the tire barrier. Then there was the next part down in towards the keyhole section. Hellracers makes it 3 wide, very aggressive down the inside. And that's going to check up more cars, and Virtual Motorsport has been hit from behind through the keyhole section for the second time in this race so far. Disaster for them so far. Let's work through the other replays here, Jonathan. PND Racing, one of the main ones.
Just going off in one. Never mind. They did murder some cones, unfortunately, but didn't lose the position to Fiercely Forward.
Oh, guys.
Yellow
Top
flag.
left, please.
Yellow
Crash.
flag back out. You're right,
Yeah,
Salmo.
big crash.
Good call. Let's walk through these final replays. I'm looking at my timing screen, trying to figure out how many different replays I've got to make my way through. So we're back under caution here. Try and figure out why. Because I'll be honest, I have no idea. There's Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Jack Anderdeck, who's, I believe, being spun around by Elvis Bonello. That's not the incident that we're keeping an eye out. Albert Jones. Oh, VEC Porsche in front of them. Sideways on the middle of the track. AOD BMW nowhere to go. I wonder if that's the reason we're back under caution. Looks like Stefan Mode in that VEC 324 car, unable to bring it back to the pit lane. And indeed, he is the reason why we are back under caution very, very quickly. Sommel, I blame you. What did you say? Cautions breed cautions?
Yep.
I blame you. I blame Sommel.
I like the craziness of the restart.
Okay, so how many incidents did we have? We had Delta Sports winning, we had Virtual Motorsport being hit at the keyhole section, we had PND Racing going on the grass, we had Geodesic hit by someone, I don't know, I didn't get a good enough look to note down who it was, and we had the AOD BMW hitting the VEC Porsche 324. That's around, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not bad, 5 incidents on the same lap, not much. Very easy day to... Oh,
And that's the
Wait a minute.
That's the other VEC car. What is going on from Mid-Ohio right now? Let's
I know.
let's take a look at this aerial look right now, and just craziness. There's Elvis. Elvis Bonello just gets absolutely taken out by the 372 VEC sim racing machine. I don't even know why we have a safety car. There could be 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 different cars that could have brought that one out there, as Elvis Bonello finally manages to get himself pointed in the right direction. But back
I guess
under
I know
caution then.
Why? Guys, don't drink and drive, please. That just seems like... I don't know. Seems like someone is...
busy.
They have. Arjuna, there's one word that I really picked up quite well from you. Red mist.
Ha,
Is
yeah.
there something of it around here? I know I can.
Well, I saw someone in our YouTube chat making the comment that that safety car, the first safety car, was needed to calm down our competitors. I don't think it's done that at all. If anything, it's maybe just gotten them more hyped up, potentially. Cars are coming down onto pit lane then. Maniti Racing might just have gambled and won here, you know?
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's going to be sharing that car with Matthias Schultz, but maximum drive time for today's race is 3 hours. They could make their one and only driver change in this caution period, but unfortunately doesn't appear as though Schultz is getting out of that car, so he's just coming in for fuel and tires. Vector Sim Racing, they are switching drivers. Ted Lowendick, Ohio native, getting behind the wheel of that car. They're trying to challenge for the GT and podium positions. 2 cars that decided to stay out, though. Quasar Sim Racing, who's now in the lead of your overall GT field as an amateur car competitor, and Samba Racing in the 258. So interesting strategy calls here, Sommel.
I'm gonna try and put on my best. I'm gonna try and pretend to the best of abilities that I know what's happening, but I'll be really honest, it could mix up quite a fair bit. They did, and I know this for a fact, they did stay out because they expected a caution. That's what I said. That's what eventually has happened. So they do, those few cars eventually, they do lose track position in the absolute sense, but they have gained a fair bit in the relative sense. So they're right at the very top, with Maniti leading the GTE Pro category right now. Question is, where does things go from here? Because for sure, Arjuna, now that we've had 2 crazy cautions, it's not going to be all very sane, is it?
No, I don't think so indeed, and looks like we're going to have a rather short caution period this time around. Lights are off on the pace car. Fuel will be left in control of an unlikely face, the number 29, Nicholas Helm. As we'll have 2 hours and 52 minutes still to go then. Here in the IVRA Endurance Series. First race in 2021. And we've got 4 rounds of our championship to go before we crown a new IVRA Endurance Series champion. 4 classes of competition. And 2 classes of cars. Around in towards the carousel we come then. The field in control of Nicholas Helm once again. Can we go green flag racing a little bit longer this time around? As Helm picks up the throttle. And already, look at that BMW. He's having to watch as down his inside LMP2 machines go. There is a bit of confusion about if passing is allowed before you're crossing the start-finish line. You can already see in the background of that shot as the cars work down in towards that final corner. A bit of passing was happening there, but single file. Across the line they go. Anthony Pisano already off the track for RSR by G Performance. So we've had one car that's struggling. Out front though, look at that. LMP machines start to funnel their way past all of those GT cars, and the Quasar Corvette machine now has a lot of LMP cars making its way around. It's not disastrous for them, I would think, at this point, Jonathan, but it is interesting. They are one of 2 cars who have not pitted yet. They owe us a pit stop in just a couple of minutes' time.
It's an interesting call, too, because now they have to deal with all these LMP2 cars that are fighting it out for ridiculous amounts of positions. These are guys that have been towards...
No, there's Hell Racers off the track. Hell Racers Gluttony is now off the track, Jonathan. Sorry to cut you off, but we barely got back to green flag racing and things are already kicking off. Taylor Lane, oh no, in the 134, your championship leader in LMP is pointing in the wrong direction, so it didn't take long for the carnage to come up once again. In towards the S's section. That 134 finds itself all the way down in 25th position, Sommel. Disaster then on this race start.
I am screaming and shouting from the very inside. I could be breaking a table if I had one next to me, but goodness me, what in the world is going around here? First the Hellracers 19 Pro car, then the fiercely forward 134 who was leading. They hit the RSR by G Performance car. Not going to say whose fault this was because I don't know yet, but that's on the opening lap, Arjuna. Red mist all around.
This isn't just the opening lap. This is just coming back to green flag racing. Pisano gets hit by... That's TNT Racing, a second contact.
Yeah, that's TNT.
Second contact for David Williams in that machine, so that's not ideal at all. Let's take a look at Taylor Lane. What happened to the fiercely forward 134? Side by side with the Nomad Sim Racing car down in towards turn 4. Around the outside, tries to carry the momentum. Just a little bit of contact there. And Latima Racing Team off into the grass, manages to avoid all of that carnage. Taylor Lane, though, loses a lot of time. He's now down all the way in 25th position. A lot of work for him to do.
Arjuna, I know who's calling this one. Leo in the chat, Leo Guggenheim, mate. Please, can we have some clean racing?
Yeah, can we just have a moment where we can focus on the actual on-track battles? One more replay that we've got to turn our attention to. It's the second RSR by Esport car. Brandon Roseborough, who's actually just had a technical failure, it would appear as though. Some type of hardware/internet-related issue. And the number 55 finds himself down in 10th position right now. Up in your field, though, iLiveries leading LMPM. They lose the third and final overall position to Marcus Deck in the number 14 machine. Deck doing a good job here, Jonathan, to recover after a very interesting start to the race in that number 14 car.
Yeah, the penalties in pit road playing into the 14 RLR's favor, and right now he's got a clean track ahead of him. And look now at Pure Sims trying to make it back to the field. This is a difficult spot for these guys to all be in.
Delta Sport in front of them makes the pass on Rusty Spatula side by side. Is Pure Sims going to follow? More sideways for the number 33 machine. Grav Weed just about holds on to that car in towards Thunder Valley. That Delta Sport U4K car is right on the limit of grip. They must be running some very interesting low downforce configuration. Team Hoistingfeld now the odd man out in between those two cars. This is 14th and 15th. These are two cars, of course, Sommel, that this end-of-line penalty has really made the next 2 and a bit hours a very interesting fight back for.
Yeah, exactly. There's that factor to consider. There's strategy to consider. There's just keeping safe to consider as well. It's all breaking loose over here, and we're not even an hour and a half into this race. So there's so much that could go wrong, so much that could go right for these teams as well as the plus point. Fiercely forward, and Maniti right there in the battle in the traffic. Man, this is getting so crazy. They almost went 3 wide. Fiercely forward defending against BND.
This is absolute craziness. They almost went 4 wide across the start-finish line. The team of racing loses that spot to the charging Maniti racing car. Matthias Schultz up into 13th position right now. Has Maniti Racing just pulled off a strategy masterclass? We'll wait and see. PND Racing and Fiercely Forward, they're 2 championship contenders here, Jonathan, but they're battling for 23rd and 24th overall. It's not what they would have been wanting for, but given the situation in this class, they know that some solid drives will recover them some much-needed championship points.
The solid drives we need to remember. I brought this up a little bit ago that almost all of the LMPM field has some sort of penalty investigation going on, and 2 involving these 2 drivers. So they have to stay near each other and have to stay, clean, but these 2 just can't seem to get away from each other, can they, Lane and Ferrari? They're just constantly fighting one another, which that's good for the championship fight, but maybe not good for the race.
And I'm taking a look at our race control sheet right now. There are about 20 different incidents that race control has to funnel their way through, so it's going to be busy for the likes of Julian Bell, Casper DeCourt, and the rest of the race control crew. Alpine Stars, Fiercely Forward in the 134, finally put some separation between them and PND Racing. Gap up to 0.8 of a second down this back straightaway on the run down in towards turn number 4. Let's turn our attention back up towards the front of GTE as Maniti Racing works through the rest of the lap traffic. Their main competitors, Team Hoisingveld and Team 11, doing battle for 3rd and 4th position. This is, of course, though, Sommel, the net race lead, because the 2 cars in front of these guys owe us a pit stop.
They do indeed. This one is going to be a key battle. Christian Frank, so the second Hoisingveld driver, is behind the wheel, and from what you've been saying, Arjuna, he doesn't quite like Mid-Ohio, but the way he's been driving so far after the swap has been quite decent. But Lewis Ward in the Team 11 car right up there chasing him, so it's about the composure that they can maintain at a stage like this one. And in the broader picture as well, Arjuna, these 2 teams are equal. Team 11 252 points, Team Hoisingveld 252 points as well. So this is the battle that extends and stretches far beyond just the realms of Mid-Ohio, but also throughout the entire championship.
It's been a busy day for Sentkowski in the 248 car. He started this race. He also started the DNLS race, which took place earlier today. So his teammate Matt Thorts Hutzfeld was finishing off that race. That's why Hutzfeld will not be in the car today. Christian Frank taking over, having to defend from Lewis Ward in the Team 11 211 machine right behind them. The Porsche 911 tries to close down, but it's I think the balance of performance at this track seems to be quite good. You can see in that rear view mirror as well, Jonathan, that BMW that's looming menacingly from behind. That's the Hell Racers 219 car, but you've got the Corvette, you've got the Porsche in the middle, and then the BMW at the back. They're all fairly balanced, as you can see from these onboard shots that we're watching right now. It's a great little class that we've got here in GTE.
Yeah, we saw at Spa that Porsche really dominated. Team 11 kind of ran away with everything. We saw at Barber the Porsche was a bit strong, and then we saw at Phillip Island the BMW was a bit strong. But right here, everyone seems to be equal. And about Team Hoisingveld last week at Club Sport, they won 2 out of the 3 categories in this team. So just because maybe their driver that they want in the car isn't here doesn't mean they're still on a team to compete with. And I think that could be a big game changer for them into 2021 because they've been fast. They just haven't had the luck, I think, go their way.
Onto the back straightaway. Here comes Fiercely Forward in the 134 down the inside of 3rd and 4th net in class. Let's turn our attention to the tail end of the podium battle in your GT Am class, because we are owed that pit stop by Quasar Sim Racing and Yoni Waters, who now got a 5-second gap to the Samba Racing 258 car. What a day so far for Quasar Sim Racing in that Corvette. Can they hold on for the next 2 hours and 45 minutes? That's the question. Their main competition, the likes of German sim racing that we're watching on screen through the S's right now. A couple of seconds down the road is the Fiercely Forward 334 machine, where Josh Klog is wheeling that Porsche 911 very, very well right now. Here comes down onto the pit lane, though, Yoni Waters. So what we were expecting, Jonathan. Now, the interesting thing is, how does this strategy play out compared to every single other one?
And what does he do with tires as well? He's going to be on some older tires, and getting them changed takes a long time, so he doesn't want to spend too much time in that box, but it's going to be key to see how he can get through some of this slower traffic. He's been fast in that Corvette. We've known that for sure.
Hellracer's LMP2 machine down the inside of his teammate. Very easily done there. Sometimes it is nice seeing a teammate there and knowing that they'll see you coming and give you that extra bit of space. Team Hoisingfeld then back into the net race lead as Team 11 and Hellracers the number 219. Top 3 in GT Pro. Focus over then on the front end of the LMP AM category for the first time in a while. iLivery's the 141 car still at the front of your field, 7 seconds behind your Pro Class leader, but they do have cars chasing them down from behind. Milo Linford in the 131 machine there, in the blue and white car that we did see making contact. So there is the potential here, Sommel, for this 131 car to endure a penalty. Still in a very strong spot then on the second step of the podium.
Yeah, I think they were the ones involved in the Alpine Stars geodesic incident. I recognize their livery. That's where I got confused. Yep, so High Caliber Autosports could be under a bit of trouble, but so far, to be very honest, Milo Linford is in a very promising position, to be very honest with them. So yeah, it seems to be going good if they can avoid that penalty, that is.
And look at this right behind them as well. There's the N-Race Esports third step on LMP AM podium. He's got a whole swarm of pro machines right behind him. David Williams, who, as mentioned, racing on a single screen for the first time in what I'm sure is a couple of years after adopting the VR technology and becoming very, very familiar with the headset and goggles. Now has to make do with limited field of view and chases down the 199 in front of him. Kinetic Racing in the number 83 in 9th position. RSR by G Performance in 10th. It's been a difficult year for Kinetic Racing across our IVRA series, Both their GT machine and their LMP machine have kind of been through the wars, and in particular, that Phillip Island round where I think both cars were involved in that first caution of the race.
Yep, exactly. The one vivid image sticks out of my mind. The Kinetic Racing cars just being pushed around everywhere. It was really sad to see. And even last week, I remember in the IVRA Club Sports Series, we saw the Kinetic Racing TCR going side by side at Eau Rouge and eventually ending up with a few bruises and a few broken bones, if you can put it that way. So clearly, not the best of starts to 2021 as well. But what can they do here today? Closing to the back of TNT Racing, David A. Williams could be in a bit of hot water coming into the race later on, with the penalty looming large, perhaps for one of the crashes that he had. But yeah, they could be getting P8 in the long run. Can they go any further?
We don't talk about broken bones on the iRacing service, Sommel. We talk about broken egos instead.
Fair point.
Something gets hurt for even in virtual racing. We talk about the fact that damage isn't real, but trust me, the mental pain and the mental anguish that you can cause by causing an incident and then your teammates relentlessly making fun of you is nothing to laugh at. Trust me, I've experienced that before. TNT Racing continues to apply the pressure to the N-Race Esports 199 machine. Let's check in with Delta Sport U4K, who have built up a little bit of a buffer now to the car behind them here. Jonathan, you'll see the gap is 3 seconds to the Pure Sims car. This 33 machine is the quickest car on track right now, and not just right now. They've been the quickest car throughout today's race. They're down in 12th position, 18 seconds behind the race leader as things stand, but you cannot count out the number 33, just given the amount of pace they seem to be able to conjure whenever they want.
The only problem is they've reported the race control 3 times for 3 separate incidents, so penalties may be looming large for the 33s. Uh-oh, we have a little bit of an issue here with the N-Race Esports car.
Where is this as well? This must be the second to last corner as Axel Schrieten finally gets that car spun around and tries to get back onto track. He's going to maybe take a bit of a shortcut here and skipped
Doing
that.
some lawn work.
A little bit of lawn work. He's going to have to serve a bit of a slowdown penalty for the race stewards as well as he gets onto the track. That was good driving. You'll see here he's found some opportunity to get back up to racing speed as well. He'll check up a couple of those cars behind him, but no major damage done, and you're now right in front of Miguel Vigo in the number 62. Here's the incident though. Side by side with RSR by G Performance. Not really a place you want to go too wide through, and unfortunately, you see the other Pro machine scattering behind him, just about able to get through.
And that by Miguel Vigo, that was brilliant. Not Vigo, the Kinetic Racing Machine. I just thought of Vigo in my head apparently. But the Kinetic Racing Machine, good drive, having to avoid any contact.
Yeah, let's take a look at this onboard, Jonathan. You spotted the good job here. He checks up and he actually loses the position to the RSR car, but ultimately in a race like this, staying clean and out of trouble is so much more important than anything else. And for a team that, like we were just talking about, has been through so many difficult situations this season so far, ultimately, 9th position, they just need to get to the end of one of these races.
Weren't they also the ones stuck in the barrier back last week at Barber? Or last time at Barber?
That is possible. The problem is in these series, Jonathan, we do all of them. IVRA GT Sprint, IVRA Club Cup, IVRA Club Sport, and the IVRA Endurance. There's just too many things that happen for us to be able to remember them all.
I remember a Kinetic Racing car stuck in a barrier. I distinctively remember that blue livery stuck in a barrier somewhere.
I'm sure that Kinetic Racing probably not too happy that we're remembering that memory, but here we go. GTE battle. Here comes Hell Racers. Past Team 11 already in that BMW. The M8 seems to be coming on very, very strong at this point in time. Pressure being applied to the race leader, Christian Frank, and this is something that we'll keep our eye out on then throughout the next portion of the race. RSR by G Performance have also just gotten past TNT Racing. David Williams can hand that car over. Oh no, contact made between the two of them. Disaster for TNT Racing. Disappointing day continues for David Williams, and I have a feeling he'll be trying to gather whatever money he can to buy a brand new headset for his VR rig as soon as possible. Take another look at this one, Samuel. Just a very disappointing day for TNT Racing so far.
It has been indeed. So much promise in the last round at Barber, but here it's been a rocky start early on. Of course, David Williams wants to get positions, right? He's not in a good position on the whole, but then just getting a bit too close, and that tap from the front turned into a rare and snap from behind. The TAT, well and truly has exploded, I'm afraid.
Nicely done there. As David Williams, as mentioned, we must give him some credit here, because making that switch from VR over to a single monitor is very tough. He's been doing the best he can. He sent a message to the entire series as well, just warning them that he was a little bit concerned coming into this race. Unfortunately, his concerns have held some merit, and unfortunately, I think that number 81 machine, a couple of penalties going to be handed down from race control. Further up in your field though, Torque Freak Racing, the number 1 machine, Ronnie Nunez, now has RSR Esport by G Performance hot on their tails. Here comes Nathan Block through the lap traffic, Sommel. Look at Torque Freak having to defend hard through this traffic.
Exactly. See, that's a smart thing that they did right there. RSR Nathan Block just braking, I think, 5 to 10 meters earlier than their marker, because they saw, I think, the Team 11 car to the left getting the same line as them. So that is good, smart traffic driving, but that doesn't mean that they get compromised on the run, because there they are then, side by side.
Side by side into turn 4. Is he going to sweep that momentum around the outside? Nathan Block just about makes it work. Another great pass here in IVRA competition. We've seen some really, really spectacular moves in recent memory, and that goes up towards the top of the list. Maybe top 5, Sommel.
Seriously, I've got to agree. That was some commitment. No, that's not nice. That's not nice, is it? Second time, I'm afraid, that I've seen the Alpinestars Geodesic Pro car in that situation today.
And you know what? I'm not going to enjoy talking about this incident, because I know exactly who it's with. TNT Racing. Here comes David Williams down into the keyhole section, gets his braking point wrong. Actually, no, he gets the braking done all right, just carries too much momentum, doesn't really consider the GTE machine in front of him, and bit of a bizarre incident there, Jonathan.
It just closing on that 201, and I'm really confused. Like, I don't know why he didn't see him get out of the throttle. You can see the brake lights are still on. Brake lights are still on the 201, so I wonder if the 201 had like some sort of issue coming out of the corner. He was heavy on the brakes still.
Race update, David Williams down onto pit lane. Seems as though TNT Racing realizing those issues are preventing David Williams from living up to his potential. Paul Darling steps behind the wheel of the number 81 car. He'll take that car home for the next 2.5 hours till the checkered flag. Jake Browning side by side with Torque Freak Racing. He's going to get the move done on his recovery drive up through the field as well. Track temp is increasing, and look at that Phoenix Racing Esport in front of them having an issue, Jonathan. Tire life is starting to be a concern here as we work in towards the middle of this race.
And we're not even above halfway. We've already increased almost 10 degrees Celsius. We're at 31.7. It's about to be 32 degrees Celsius. And as the time of the day goes up, as that sun beats down on this virtual Ohio circuit, it's going to continue getting warmer and warmer for these drivers.
I'm just laughing because I saw the YouTube chat. Someone saying typical geodesic driver. I know Bobby Childs meant that in a joking type of way this time around, but typical geodesic driver. Miguel Vigo maybe might not appreciate that comment. You know what? Actually, after La Source, his adventures through La Source, Jonathan, maybe that is a rather well-fitting moniker, especially just for that one race.
Again, I think it's just like, it's either they're hot or they're cold. Either the geodesic drivers are fantastic, or there's just one that just has a bit of an off day. And it's been noticeable throughout all of their teams. They have really, really good, strong driver lineups. Don't get me wrong, the geodesic team should be one to be feared, but it's just every week it seems like there's just going to be the one driver that just has that little bit of a driver error, or they just have a little bit of bad luck that prevents them from being that, top-tier team to beat.
Yoni Waters down the inside on Usagi Racing in the 333, up into 18th position. 8 laps done with their pit stop. They've got the RSR by G Performance 255 car in front of them, towing them along, giving them a nice little draft down these straights. 2 hours, 30 minutes still to go then. Let's do a quick race recap here, and maybe we'll jump on board for some RaceSpot fan immersion as well. Here's a quick battle that you can see. 22nd and 23rd with Fiercely Forward and Hell Racers really slugging it out at this point in time. I love seeing these battles up and down through the field, but Jonathan, run us through then your LMP category. It's been fun so far, and big changes in that last caution.
Yeah, a little bit of a pit road error, pit lane infractions, causing some people to go to the rear of the field. It's given the Hell Racers 29 the lead. It's given Marcus Deck a little bit of redemption from earlier in P2, and the RSR esports machine that went off earlier on before that caution in P3. Torque Freak as well, having a good day out front. The iLiveries and the High Caliber Esports are the two that are currently leading the AM category. Delta Sport U4K trying to claw its way back. The penalties are looming large. There's 3 different ones, and in fact, one did come down just recently, so that 33 car is not going to be in 7th for much longer. And Kinetic Racing just trying to put together a solid run in 8th place.
So that is LMP. GT machines then. Sommel, take us through the top 8.
Yep, here is your leader, Team Hurstonville and Team 11, battling it out at the very top. No strategy drama around here. This is the overall field. Hell Racers are in P number 3. Fisher Motorsports surviving the carnage, coming up to P number 4. Maniti Racing gaining a few positions with the unique strategy move early on, but falling back to P number 5. Fiercely Forward in the AM car, goodness me. They're leading their category, but they're dominating with some force around here, making their way up to P number 6 in the overall GT field, with M1, L1 Esports in P7. And German Sim Racing have shown a lot of pace and have mixed it up with the pro drivers in the previous races, up in P8.
So top 8 rundowns in both of our class then. We are going to go for a RaceSpot TV fan immersion, but before we do that, Race Control being rather busy as we'd expected, but a few big things have come on down. 205 gets a drive-through penalty for passing before the start-finish line. The bigger implications here, though, Jonathan, the number 33, the car that we've been talking about, one of the fastest on the racetrack this entire race, down on the pit lane right now, serving that same drive-through penalty.
And I think this is going to be an occasion. There's 3 different people that reported this 33 for passing before the finish line. And thankfully, it's just a drive-through, so it is going to be redeemable, but it's going to put them in an awkward spot. They're now behind the Fiercely Forward machine, which they had been leading in front of for most of the race.
Yeah, so that's a big shame, and I'm sure Team Boss will be in our YouTube chat just sharing how disappointed he is. Before we go to RaceSpot Fan Immersion, let's check in with RSR Esport by G Performance and Brandon Roseborough in number 55 car. He was right behind Paul Darling, coming down into Thunder Valley, gets a little bit wide and noses that car hard into the tire wall. That will be some damage on the front of the Dallara P217. And down in 16th position right now. Oh, what's just happened to your race leader? Well, not race leader, rather. The number 1 car, Ronnie Nunez, has just spun it around in the final corner, Sam. Also, just as we were about to try and take a break here in the commentary booth, we have one more replay to take a look at.
Not the best incident for Talk Freak Racing, it seems. We spoke about it early on about how the P2 is supposedly most stable. Well, if you carry too much speed, nothing is stable enough. And that's why the Talk Freak car had that incident, just quite simply being overcommitted.
So RaceSpot TV fan immersion time. Marcus Deck 0.7 of a second behind Hell Racer's number 29 machine. We're going to go on board, though, with the second place runner in GT, Team 11 and Lewis Ward, winners in the opening round of the season at Spa-Francorchamps. What can they do as they hunt down Christian Frank right in front of them? So a couple of laps on board with the Team 11 Porsche 911 RSR machine as they try to hunt down Christian Frank and the 248 Team Hoistingveld Chevy C8 in front of them for the race lead here. The fourth round in the IVRA Endurance Series. You're watching RaceSpot TV and coverage of the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined for today's action by Somal Aurora and Jonathan Burke, and it's been an interesting race so far, to say the least. 2 hours and 20 minutes still left on the race clock, and Somal, we're seeing a battle out here for our GTE, net race lead, but we're seeing the same battle right now intensifying at the front of LMP as well.
Yeah, it's been a fun one between Hell Racers and RLR Abruzzi Esports. I wonder how this is going to play out in the long run, because of course Marcus Deck had a few incidents early on, wasn't exactly at the top of the field, so you can't quite be thinking that they're going to be there towards the very end. Strategy for sure is going to come up and shake things up just a little bit, but throughout the field, Arjuna, it's been hard to catch up. It's hard to really get a clear idea about all that's been happening. It's just been totally chaotic without the TCRs as well, believe you me.
Yeah, we leave the totally chaotic racing in Belgium last week with the IVRA Club Sports Series. Turn our attention over to Delta Sport U4K, Jonathan, because actually before we do that, what's happened to Jake Browning? Another issue for the number 15, and no, they've been collected by Kinetic Racing. That was a unsafe rejoin, to call it as lightly as you can there, an unsafe rejoin, and Gabriel Roos has had nowhere to go, and contact made between the two of them. One more look at this one, Jonathan, before we talk about Delta Sport U4K. What happened over here?
Might have been slight contact with the Fiercely Forward car. I'm not sure which of it was the AM or the Pro, but then, boop, just, I don't even think the Kinetic Racing machine expected them, but here we go. They're battling with the 34 machine, and unfortunately, these two have not left each other's sides much of the race, and I think there's slight there, right there. Slight contact with the 15, and then here comes Kinetic Racing over the hill. There's a Ferrari to the inside. No, look, there's a car.
So that's going to be a big issue as well, Somal, because when it comes down to those penalty points, that 15 car involved in a number of incidents the last time out at the Barber Motorsports Park.
You're right. How many penalty points do you need to get suspended? 12. How many have they got? Take a deep breath. 11.
So they are staring down that barrel, Somal.
They are indeed. And what happens when you get those 12 penalty points? Well, quite simply, race control says, down you go to the reserve list.
So that's an incident that could have big implications then for RLR Abruzzi Esports. Now, let's focus back in, Jonathan, on Delta Sport U4K and Alexander Gravois, because still behind the wheel of the car after starting the race off. He's been one of the fastest drivers out on track, but finds himself down in 10th and trying to recover past Team RSO right in front of him.
One of the fastest drivers on track hadn't ended the longest line penalty, then had a penalty for jumping the restart, but you can see how fast he is because that's a car he was competing with at the beginning stint of the run, the 97, and he's just about to blow by him into turn 4. Good move from the 33, but we're running out of time, and if we don't get another possible yellow flag, I'm not sure if this 33 car can make it all the way and challenge Deck and Heim, which, by the way, I believe the lead has changed in that regard.
It has. Marcus Deck has just taken the race lead in class. RLR Abruzzi Esports and the number 14 then. 1.1 seconds clear of the Hell Racers number 29 car as Delta Sport U4K in towards Thunder Valley as they close in on the rear end with Phoenix Racing Esport Corvette. Delta Sport U4K, 9th place on track, 22 seconds down the road. But Somal, I think more interesting gap, at least the way I'm looking at it, is that gap to 5th place right now, because those are the main queue of cars in front of Gravois right now, and that's just about an 8 or 9 second gap. That is very much something that the number 33 car could even, have built up that buffer back to those contenders before he even gives over that car to his teammate for the last stints of the race.
Yeah, exactly. They had that jump start, they had that spin that must have damaged their tires a bit early on as well. It's going to be a tricky one for Alexander Gravois. It's been a dust-in for sure, but it's all about how he can make things work out towards the end of it, as he very smartly and very, I wouldn't say, no, I think he's been very calm in the way he's passed traffic, but the mistake that he made early on before the restart, that was the one that really caught him out and put him in this position. So more of the same on the driving side, not in terms of discipline side, as he makes another move down the inside.
And that's putting Rusty Spatulas one more lap down. Wonderful pass there from the 33, now to the inside of Vector Sim Racing, and slots himself past that lap traffic. Let's take a look at how the lead changed hands in the overall category. It was around the outside, down in towards that turn 4. Slight contact being made, and Hell Racers actually gives the position to that car in front. You see, RSR by G Performance off the road in a big way behind them as well. So drama still continuing to just unfold here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Circuit, as Marcus Deck now finds himself in the lead of the race, and with a 1.2 second gap to his chasing contender. Turn our attention back to GT-AM, because we've kind of stopped talking about them recently, because after the Quasar Corvette came down the pit lane about 19 laps ago, lead now inherited by Josh Clogg in this class, Jonathan, and you know, there are contenders not too far down the road. The gap between Fiercely Forward and German Sim Racing is just over 6 seconds right now.
Yeah, and it's not like Josh Clogg has been slow and he's inherited the lead nearly altogether. No, this 334 machine has been quick and has been, you know, a little bit far behind where that Vector Sim Racing, or not the Vector Sim Racing, the Quasar Sim Racing car has been most of the race. But, you know, this is a really good performance, I think, by the 334, and they have a bit of a gap from some of the contenders and some GT pros in between for good measure. So they're just looking to have a nice, clean runner right here and hopefully make it to the end.
Torque Freak Racing in the number 1 down onto pit lane. David Barraclough gets behind the wheel of the Torque Freak Carrot car, and we'll try and maybe finish off the next 2 hours and 15 minutes of the race. Delta Sport U4K now up into 6th place and chasing down Pure Sims in front of them. On board with Josh Clogg as he's got lap traffic to deal with. There goes Delta Sport. There goes as well High Caliber Autosports down in towards the braking zone at turn 4. Meanwhile, in GT Pro, this stranglehold on the top step that Team Hoisingfeld seems to have at this racetrack, he's got that challenge from behind. Great look as the cars round that final corner, and appears as though one car down onto pit lane. That might be RSR by G Performance. So LMP2 pit window is well and truly opened here, Sommel, but you really have a strangle here. None of these cars are really able to get the move done. You see the momentum, though. Team 11 starting to build.
Yep, Team 11 closing up. They've been involved in this hefty battle with Hoisingfeld from the very beginning. They have not traded punches per se, with Team 11 not quite ever getting their nose up ahead of the Hoisingfeld Corvette. But even with that 5 kg extra ballast added on to the Porsche now with the recent BOP changes, they still look competitive. They're still able to lay the power down, although the Corvette is better seemingly on the brakes. Look at this. Hoisingfeld gains time on the entry, but Corvette, always Team 11 getting closer towards the exit. So titanic battle that's going on, but Team 11 have very smartly maintained composure amidst being passed on by all the LMP2 cars as well. So that is good long form endurance racing, Arjuna. Oh and boy, big slide.
Yeah, Hoisingfeld losing a bit of momentum through Thunder Valley. Here goes, that's Torque Freak Racing that splits the two cars and brings Hell Racers back into this battle at the front of the field. You do have to wonder, Sommel, there's no tire regulations in effect for today's race, so no tire limits like we were thinking there was going to be. But when it comes down to being able to sit behind the driver in front of you, save a bit of your tire, save a bit of your fuel, this is where we talked about strategy might be the way that you try and make passes happen in this race.
Exactly, you're right, Arjuna. This is your major opportunity, your major moment to go in and do things like that one, because at the end of the day, there's a lot of time to be won on the track. Yes, you can go faster, you can go cowabunga, but the main difference, the main place where you can actually gain or lose time at a greater rate than on the track is on the pits. That's where the drivers can actually have huge gains in chunks of time rather than marginal gains every single lap. So drivers want to maximize that one. How does that happen? Well, you be really kind on your tires. So that is one major aspect of the game that teams and drivers simply cannot afford to ignore today. Speaking of which,
well, Albert Jones off the track at what appears to be keyhole, then turn 2, loses about 15 or so seconds trying to get back up to racing speed. Pit window is well and truly open, by the way, for LMP2. There's that contact. Phoenix Racing Esports locking it up under braking and spinning around that BMW in front of them. One more look at this one. RLR Brucey Esports in the 14 down onto pit lane, as well as Delta Sport, U4K, and Pure Sims. There goes the 205 with that slight mistake. You can see the puff of smoke very early on as those brakes get locked. Let's take a look, though. Pit lane, because Jonathan, it's busy.
It is very, very busy. A lot of the leaders came down. The 33 and the 2 came down. Driver changes, tire changes, looks like are taking place for a lot of teams. And right now, this is where like the big figures come out. Do I want to put the tires on now? Do I want to just take fuel, just make it a quick stop? It really is going to come down to how many drivers, think about where this is going to fall in the next cycle as well for driver changes.
So out of the car is Gravui, and he hands it over to Christophe Herbigno, who I'm not going to make the same mistake I did last time we were on IVRA Endurance commentary duty and call a Belgian driver a Frenchman. So the Belgian driver gets into the car, and Marcus Deck all out of pit lane already, so he's staying behind the wheel of the number 14. For Pure Sims, driver change as well. In gets Justin Richardson. Those two cars drop off the jacks, roll out of pit lane. Going to be very close between Delta Sport, U4K, and Pure Sims. They managed to close very healthily now, but Jonathan, a lot of work for Herbigno to do, but we know his teammate was quick. Herbigno likely to be quick as well.
Yeah, but now we have a whole different set of drivers in some of these fast cars. We have Justin Richardson in that 2 machine just right ahead of the 33. Is that 2 car going to be still as quick as it was? 55 also made a driver change, the 1 minute driver change. There's a lot of driver changes, a lot of different things going on right now. But we know Herbigno is quick. We know the Belgian can put the power down when he wants to. And we know this 33 is already fast.
It's a bit of interclass respect and loving going on in our YouTube chat right now. We were taking a look at Josh Clark just a few moments ago. Gap now between him and chasing contenders starting to come down. German Sim Racing seems to be about 5 and a bit seconds behind them. We're also looking, of course, at Quasar Sim Racing, who pitted early, slightly different strategy. They find themselves what would appear to be 9 or closer to about 12 seconds down the road. But of course, Sommel, this is a car where I'm a little bit surprised that they've not been able to make their way through the field in such an effective manner so far. Waters was very quick in qualifying, very quick in the opening stint of the race, now finds himself in a bit of a tough spot.
Up 16th overall in the overall GTE category for Johnny Waters. It's been a bit of a tricky one so far. Slightly isolated away from the back, that is. And that could be a major factor when you have to save up on that fuel and on the tyres. And Quasar Sim Racing, this particular car, have been second in the championship, and there's bundles of potential. There's a great chance for them to go on and win the championship if they can pose a major challenge to the fiercely forward 334 car. Well, the 334 car, they are up into P6 overall in the GTE category. The Quasar are 10 positions back on the overall fight.
And fiercely forward, it must be said, going for their 3rd win of the season so far. So, been an impressive showing for them so far. How is it going to cycle out then? Throughout the strategy, pit window starting to play out here for your LMP2 machines. The number 15 RLR Bootsy car back to the front of your field. They owe us a stop, as does Miguel Vigo, who's now up into 2nd place in the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Delara P217. Fiercely forward in a little bit of a fight, you can see, with Adequate Racing, which is our leader in LMP-AM. And wow, what a performance from Neil Middleton so far. 3rd place net on track once we get those pit stops owed to us by those top 2 runners. We've seen this be a story of the first couple of races, Jonathan. We've seen these amateur teams keeping their noses clean, finding the right strategy to be up there towards the front of the overall field. And right now, if you're Adequate Racing, you've got a nice big smile on your face. You've got healthy gaps behind you, and you've got track position.
It's all better knowing that there was that bit of a collision earlier down into the keyhole corner with the World Sim Racing team, the VEC Porsche, that this car is still fast, and they have a big gap to the iLivery's car. And again, that caution really shook up that field. And to your point, a lot of those guys that were at the front just have not been able to carve their way through as we thought they would. As we could take a look at the 134, you know,
Hey.
Ollie Behrman all the way down 22nd overall.
Well, unfortunately, not an auspicious start to his sim racing career with Fiercely Forward. Tries to look to the outside, puts two wheels onto the grass under braking, and Behrman, driver in the real world, makes a small mistake and shoves the outside of that car off into the runoff area. Sommel, I heard you get a little bit excited when you saw his name appeared. I'm not sure that's exactly what you were hoping for.
Yep, I thought he'd be making a good move, but just got checked up with the traffic P2 car up ahead of him. Quite clearly, there is no space to go 3 wide, especially when there's a car already holding the outside line out. So, bit of a rough start for Ollie Behrman. Tough luck in the woods. Let's see how he can bounce back with the sister Fiercely Forward car, the 334 that we mentioned, right there on top. Now then, at last, the RLR 15 and Miguel Vigo, the Geodesic 62 car, have boxed. It's been a while. I think, what, 3 laps after the whole cycle?
Closer to 4 in the case of Marcus Deck, who comes across the start-finish line to re-inherit the race lead. So at one point, Deck, who was all the way down the order, finds himself out front, and after a slew of end-of-line penalties came out during one of our 2 caution periods, the running order in your LMP2 category well and truly mixed up. Side by side, they seem to be going for your GT Pro lead. Team 11, have they just made it work around the outside of Thunder Valley? Don't say it happened. Still side by side and through the second portion, second to last corner rather. Hoisingveld has the inside in towards the carousel. Team 11 really tries to carry that momentum. They're going to have to tuck back into line and watch out as the Hell Racers BMW might try down in towards turn 1. Here comes Kinetic Racing. That will help out Team 11 as they all have to stay single file through turn number 1. Wow, that was some incredible racing action. And let's take a look at the RaceSpot TV replay here as Christian Frank and Lewis Ward side by side scrap it out for the race lead.
Beautiful.
This is good, respectful racing from both of those two. Like, that was just fantastic. And there was a slow car in the way for good measure. There's the LMP2s trying to carve their way through, and both of these two just really good driving. And yeah, that's a good save. I think that's where this all started. And that was is that the Quasar Sim Racing Corvette? Or was that the Ferrari?
That is the Usagi Racing Ferrari. Both blue cars, both blue teams, making it difficult, but I wonder if Christian Frank has a little bit of damage now to the left-hand side of that car. A bit of rubbing his racing, apparently, out on track right now. Team Hoisingveld. Great battle at the front of your field, and here they come back down into that very same complex, and Maniti Racing getting in on the action as well. This is incredible. 4-car fight at the front of your field. Hell Racers off the track in the number 19 machine. Hampus Bars going for a bit of a toss there. Let's focus in on GTE Pro though, Sommel. Maniti Racing back up into the top 4.
Absolutely, it has been some comeback from them, and they took the initial gamble in terms of strategy. Their star driver Tim Matska may not be around, but man, they are joining this fight. Look at this. Isn't this the most exciting thing in the world? We're having Christian Frank in the Hoisingveld 248 Corvette, Lewis Ward Porsche for Team 11, Henry Sternscheid, William Weiberg in that BMW, and then the 4th Maniti Racing BMW as well. Guys, personally, I am the biggest fan of GT racing. I'm probably the most sad person in the world to see the entire category dismantling in the real world. But till we have it in the virtual world, everything is all good. And the best part, it's not even like they've got a big gap separating them, Arjuna. It's all one close to the other one. Reminds me a lot of those brilliant visual imageries from MotoGP where we have the drivers just right next to each other. I have a good feeling about this one. I really have.
Don't get me wrong, I love a good prototype battle, but It's always hard when you're in these type of races. You've got the top class of competition where you always want to keep your attention because they're fighting for the overall race win. But here we go. We can finally focus attention on 4 cars fighting for a GT Pro race win. There is so much on the line here. Maniti Racing loses out with the traffic. Side by side, almost they go in toward the keyhole section. Hellraiser's LMP2 car sends it down the inside, forces Team 11 wide. Here comes that BMW. Momentum out of turn 3 to the inside. Team 11 gets checked up on the grass. Team 11 down in towards 4th position. Big drama then for that Porsche, Jonathan. He's gone from 2nd to 4th in just 1 corner's time.
Yeah, everything was all fine and dandy for them, and then here come the LMP2s that are much faster than just trying to get around. It was the Hellraisers, the team car, that was the first one around that really set that up, and now the Hellraisers are in a really good spot in 2nd place. But what can that BMW do? It's very, very quiet. It hasn't been competing to lead at the fields right now, but he's going to have to try and make an opportunity here with these LMP2 cars trying to pick off the Hoysenfeld Corvette.
Hoysenfeld gets a bit of a buffer now, 1 second between the Corvette and BMW. The 2 BMWs, though, scrap it out. Here comes Matthias Schultz back in to the podium picture after some alternate strategy has really mixed things up. That will be something to keep our eye out as well on as we approach the next portion of pit stop cycles, Sommel, because they came down the pit lane, 6 laps after the rest of our competitors. So they're going to be spending, less total time in the pit lane in the remaining portion of this race.
Exactly, you're right, Arjuna. That's because they had the early stop done in. That keeps them a little bit safer, but on the track still, it is Corvette versus BMW with the Porsche being cycled out and chewed away to the very back. What will Maniti do this time out then? They're getting close, aren't they? They're getting too close.
It's getting very, very close at the front of your field. Team 11 have closed back the gap after getting checked up out of turn 2. And now 0.6 of a second behind Maniti in their BMW as we go through the S's down in towards Thunder Valley. Over the crest we go as the cars try and get down onto that power underneath the bridge and set yourself up for the second to last corner on the lap. Hellraiser starts to put more and more pressure for the first time to that Corvette in front of them. Christian Frank stepping into this race. He doesn't necessarily like Mid-Ohio, but you know what I'm sure he will like is the prospect of an entertaining fight all the way to the line. Across the line we go once more, and Jonathan, take a look at that. Team 11 once again back on the rear end, and 4 cars separated by less than 1 second.
And you can see just how even these cars are. They have 3 different makes among 4 different contenders, and it's still equal. Each car has their varying different strength, but it's still equal, and they're still having a hard time getting past each other. Now here comes the Hellraisers. They are going to have a huge draft on the Corvette. Can they get it done, and can they go to the inside and follow the RLR car?
Here comes Hellraisers. They took a look, but think better of it. Tuck back into line in towards turn 4. And through the rise that is turn 5 and in towards the S's as well. Couple of cars down on the pit lane now in GTE, so pit window is open in this class. We'll see when these competitors decide to come onto the lane as we jump on board with the 219 and Wilhelm Wiberg, who's had a few offs in this race, but seems to be able to always recover that performance back and get himself back up into this fight. An LMP2 car splits Team 11 from the front 3 contenders. Hoysenfeld runs wide. In towards pit lane comes Christian Frank, followed by the Porsche 911 of Team 11. Hellraisers and Maniti in their BMWs 1 lap longer than Jonathan as they try and work this pit cycle to work in their favor.
Yeah, Maniti, they had about another 6 or 7 laps. The Hellraisers really pushing the limit here, going 48 laps in the stint. The longest I think we've seen a GTE car go is about 49 or 50. So maybe they can go another lap, but Maniti not having to save, they may be able to put the pressure on and get a position right now.
Here we go down in towards turn 4. Maniti closes, but here comes from behind PND Racing as well as they recover up through the field. Down the inside, they're going to look to the inside of Hellraisers. They're going to check up Maniti for a little bit. That will hurt that 278 car. I'm sure Matthias Schultz not too impressed right now. The important factor here, though, guys, if you're Matthias Schultz, this is where you potentially take your driver change. Yes, there's a 90% fuel restriction, but when the safety cars come out, you don't want to make sure that Schultz is in any danger of, going beyond his maximum drive time. So we may see that Maniti car do their driver change halfway through this race. Maniti, though, one more lap compared to the Hell Racers car, so they've done some very interesting stuff. Of course, remember, they do have the 6-lap longer fuel stint that they're going to be able to use here, Jonathan, but still, they really need to push here, because given that extra advantage they have, this will have to be when they come in and make that swap over.
Yeah, now he's on low fuel, he's got good tires, and he's got relatively little traffic around him. The LMP2 car is getting through, only the Phoenix car ahead of him, so this is going to be the time for Maniti to really put the hammer down. As you can see, Team 11 is able to jump Team Hoisenfeld in the box. As you can see, the LMP2 cars getting a little frisky, as always. So this is a great job of the big license that they made a driver change as well. So really good showing from the Team 11 crew. I'm wondering what hell is that 248 up?
Well, they spent about 1 second longer in the pit stop itself, 2 seconds longer in the lane for Hoisenfeld. That might explain that switch around of positions. Frank now has the ability to save fuel if he wants to. Hell Racers, by the way, still up on the jacks as they get service done to their car. You can see they're 54 seconds already stationary. He'll drop Richard Carlson off the jacks very shortly, as Team Hoisenfeld and the Team 11 car should come through the shot very, very soon. There they come finally, as Richard Carlson gets up to racing speed and exit turn 1. He's actually here, Sommel, going to have a several second advantage.
He has, but it's all about the temperatures as well. Has he got his tyres up to the right temperature, which the Team 11 Porsche and the Hosting World quite frankly do. It's a 2-second gap here, but for sure with the traffic coming in, it could be more, it could be less as well. I'm going to be very keen to see how this plays out. But Richard Carlson, at least for the short run, has got the jump up ahead.
Maniti's smiling right now, because this is proving that the overcut may or may not work, and Maniti might have a huge gap when they come down the pit road.
So strategy starts to shake itself out. Then we are halfway done with round 4 in the IVRA Endurance Series, the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio, and interesting battles throughout your field. Turn our attention back to LMP for the first time in what seems like a while, as RSR by G Performance makes its way past your current GT race leader. And it's a nice little battle here, Sommel. You've got RSR by G Performance in 5th. The TFR Lab Adequate Racing LMP AM leader, 3rd place overall, is just about 1 second in front of these guys. And then you've got a number of cars chasing them down as well. This is really one of these hot zones for the LMP2 action right now.
It is indeed. RSR by G Performance closing up on the fiercely forward number 34 machine that has faced a fair bit of bad luck in the championship so far, but are determined to do something rather special here today. But look at that rather black and green LMP2 car up ahead.
Oh, Team Hoisenfeld! Team Hoisenfeld gets hit around by the RSR Esport car, and your championship leading car finds itself pointed in the wrong direction. He's going to have to avoid beaching himself on that gravel, just like we saw one of our previous cautions. But my, oh my. Sommel, sorry for cutting you off there, but Team Hoisenfeld all the way down into 14th place.
This is absolutely huge drama for the GTE category, and quite frankly, could be the same for the LMP2 class as well. The Hosting car on the outside and RS. Oh no.
The song and dance before.
Yeah, they're fine on the outside, right? Respectful room left. They turn in, but I don't think that's the best of angles to give us a good idea, I suppose.
Well, watch here. Watch here. He almost beaches the car. He gets so very lucky. There was some latent amount of kinetic energy still in that car that let it roll backwards, and somehow he stays clear. One more look at this then, Jonathan. From this aerial look, talk us through what you're seeing.
To go on the outside, he's trying to go outside and in, and he gave enough. I don't know if he gave enough room to the RSR machine or didn't expect him really to take that gap yet, but he's just trying to run that racing line. I'm sure this will be a report. in race control. But again, we've seen this before. This is not the first time we've seen this type of incident. There was 1 or 2 other incidents involving this type of thing.
Yeah, we've seen a number of cases where LMP2 cars down low through the keyhole section and GTE cars maybe squaring off the corner a little bit more. Team Hoisingfeld down onto the lane. Christian Frank down onto pit lane. What has happened then for the 248 car? Disaster. That's what's happened here, Sommel. But what exactly is going on? Sentikowski gets behind the wheel. I have a feeling he'll be taking this car all the way to the checkered flag.
Yup, but the key question is how much damage, if any, have they got? Because, of course, they won't be pitting for no reason whatsoever. Have they got damage? Have they got issues with that car that could change the way it drives later on? Because even if you make that swap, even if you have a fresh new driver with a clean mindset in that car, if the car is physically damaged, you can only take it so far.
So this now becomes our battle for one of the battles for the race lead. Maniti Racing still pounding around at the front of the field. Team 11 through the grass, very wide out of the keyhole section. PJ Claessens holds on to the 211, loses a bit of time to Hell Racers in front of them, but nevertheless, Team 11 now has one less contender to watch out for. Team Hoisingfeld comes back out onto track 1 lap down from the rest of their competitors. Maniti Racing, though, down onto pit lane. Johnny Verhoff has a very, very early stall there, has just about managed to get that car stationary and in towards the box there. And he's going to be staying behind the wheel of that car here. So Jonathan, this is interesting for Maniti now. We wait for the Team 11 car and Hell Racers to come around. They're already down off the lane, 58 seconds stationary.
And we saw how well that overcut worked for the Hell Racers cars. We have in our Bruzzi car going through the grass as we look at PJ Claessens coming around the final corners. I think Maniti has this in the back. They should be able to get back out, and indeed he does. Verhoff out of the pit lane before I think PJ Claessens can even see that green and white livery in front of him. There it is, further down the road.
Just about you can see it there as well. So we'll see what's going to happen there as Team 11, already with tires up to temper and pressure, finds themselves 3.5 seconds behind Maniti Racing. And that's really shaken up the running order at the front of GTLM. Or rather, GTM is what I meant to say, because Quasar Sim Racing now back to lead in this overall class, because they've got a 2.4 second advantage of the AOD Ferrari behind them. They're both on very similar pit strategies as compared to the rest of the field, but there's a big winner here that we really haven't talked too much about here. And guess what? We're going to have to be talking about them a lot more now over the course of the next 1 hour and 50 minutes, because fiercely forward in the 334 car that leads your GTM standings, Jonathan, finds themselves in 3rd position overall, but more importantly, they are the first car that has come down pit lane, so that 334 might be staring down an overall race win in this class.
Wow.
Really good job, I think, from the fiercely forward team, and I think shows the work all around in the team to get that strategy right and get the thinking of it right. Now we still have a long way to go. There still could be, you know, safety cars and all that stuff, knocking in wood, penalties or anything. But it's been a really good drive from Josh Clark. He was up front earlier on in the run, came down pit road early, and this is proof that an undercut works, but only if you hit really, really early. It seems like that overcut right now on these stints is really, really strong.
RSO checked up right behind these guys as well. That's the battle for 6th and 7th position as they scrap it out with Torque Freak Racing and David Barraclough. This is some interesting stuff for 6th and 7th, but obviously championship implications in the LMP Pro category. Team RSO, who won a race in this season, have had a very much an up and down year. This is an outfit that we see in so many different competitions on RaceSpot TV. I have a feeling we'll see at least one RSO car in next week's 24 Hours of Daytona, which you can catch live on RaceSpot TV. Contact, though, between RSO and Torque Freak Racing. That was a big issue. And unfortunately for David Barraclough, he gave all the space in the world there. And unfortunately, Sommel, contact still was inevitable.
Yeah, big incident there with the Torque Freak Racing and the RSO car. Both teams that have had, good seasons, but that doesn't help out with a good season. A big crash like that when at turn number 1. It's a hard place to get your judgments right, isn't it? When you're doing multi-class racing or inter-class racing whatsoever. But we've seen so many incidents here today. Won't be surprised if we see some more towards the very end.
Don't say stuff like that. You're just asking for more safety cars. Who knows what's going to happen there? But up to racing speed once again for David Barraclough. I have a feeling that's going to be one of those incidents where no major action comes down from race control. We will wait and see. And while we were talking about the 334 Fiercely Forward team, let's check in with the 34 here. They're the three-way fight for that third and final podium position. They finally caught on to the tail end of Adequate Racing and Neil Middleton. Middleton, who's been in the car since the start of the race, has to hand over to his teammate eventually, but he's doing an amazing, absolutely fantastic job here, Sommel, to hold on to this position right now. More importantly, keep up the pace. It's not like Fiercely Forward and RSR behind him are really putting too much pressure on him. Middleton is running his own race and leading the class to what might be a historic victory.
Exactly, and he's been so far ahead of the other cars. Oh, again, it's the dog free cars, isn't it?
It is.
Rightio. What's happened here then?
That's definitely damage.
That's definitely damage, exactly, yeah.
So maybe some lingering after effects from that contact with the wall at turn 1. Here you can see Barraclough does a good job to carry momentum through turn 1 in towards the keyhole. Just gets it maybe a little bit deep under braking and more damage to that front end of that car as he crests over what looks like a rather uncomfortable bump for the suspension on an LMP2 machine. Let's give a bit of a shout out though to all of these LMP2 teams. Oh, who's that BMW that's off the track as they go 3 wide behind them as well? Somehow that just about manages to work out as RSO is going to go through the grass. That is the 221 car, I do believe. That's L1 Esports that's just had a big off into turn number 1. Sommel, talk us through this replay.
Of course, there's been a bit of drama all around. It can't be an IVRA endurance race without some carnage, but okay. Oh my goodness me, what was that? Ah. Right. From first impressions, I saw somebody go 3 wide. That didn't seem like the most promising thing in the world. That's the RSR car 55 and the RSO machine. They go 3 wide, no space at all, but that's the geodesic car trying to avoid the slower BMW, but that was a bit odd.
Oh, and this is what starts it. That's our race leader. That's the Quasar race leader in GTM that's gone rally crossing there and somehow managed to hold on to this one. L1 Esports, who is a lap down from the race leader. I don't think Quasar is going to be too impressed with that one, Jonathan, then, because well, that almost just took out several contenders across multiple classes.
I don't think he expected that bit of contact, and thankfully, not a lot of contact and maybe not a lot of damage to those cars, but that's definitely scary for everyone involved, especially for the RSO machine, who was just minding his own business, and all of a sudden, oh, there's a geodesic car on the side of my door. Well, that's nice.
And no fault of the geodesic car, they just had to move, they had to avoid.
So while all of that was unfolding, big drama for Adequate Racing. No! Christoph Herbigno pointed in the wrong direction for Delta Sport U4K. More disaster for the number 33 crew coming down, appears in towards out of the keyhole section. What has happened here for the Belgian driver? RaceSpot TV replay up on your screen right now. This is looking like contact potentially with high caliber autosport, and that's a bold move there from Simon Jacobson down to the inside line. Take one more look at this from an aerial angle, Sommel. What are you seeing?
So far so good, then not so good. Ah, he just made a lunge to high caliber car. Hard to keep track of what's going on in this race, to be honest with you. But that's the Delta Sport car's third incident, isn't it, today?
Is it? I was going to ask, is that third or is it fourth or fifth? I've very much lost track at this point in time, but the one thing that we know for sure is Delta Sport U4K down in 14th position right now. Not where their pace really warrants, Sommel.
Yeah, exactly. They were the leaders, remember. They were the pole sitters. And as far as I can remember, they had put out a 6-second gap early on in the first stint before... I'm going to put this blame on Leo. Before Leo started doing all the booms that we have here that took place in the race. And quite clearly, Delta Sport have just had a torrid day. The pace is there. If anything, they have to be one of the most impressive teams in terms of that raw pace, but it's just been incidents of their own infliction. Adequate racing, no!
And that's your leader in LMPM, who has just lost a couple of positions as the pro machines come around. He loses one more, as the two more others, RSR by G Performance, up in towards 5th and 6th. Adequate Racing has to contend with the technical issue that you see in front of him as well. Might look like Neil Middleton has his own issue right now, from 3rd to 9th position, and about half a lap for the 158 car, who's going to give up that position. What has happened to the 158?
Sounds like someone was so upset he was going to faint back in his chair. My heart almost just dropped. But that was a good drive and a good save, but now he's fallen way behind.
More contact. Something's happened to Silas Vrolik in the 34 Fiercely Forward machine as well, side by side right behind him, as they have a drag race down in towards turn 4. Here comes Miguel Vigo down the inside, the RSR number 55 car. The 55 really tries to send it deep under braking. He'll carry that momentum, force Vigo to slot back into line. Update from race control, just so you're aware. That number 55 car has got a warning for technical issues. Here's what's happened to Vrolik, though. Goes wide and almost goes down into pit lane as well. That was a bizarre incident there. And that's why he's lost so much time out on track, Son.
Yeah, exactly. It's just been too chaotic. Silas crash, Vrolik. Oh no, as I say that, it's the RSR car in the cross again. What's happening today?
Well, and he is going to be forced to come down pit lane. There is no choice for Brandon Roseborough there. I am really starting to struggle just for words to try and understand what is even happening right now. Let's jump on board with Roseborough as we head down in towards the final corner here, Jonathan, and see the mistake that's going to force him down onto pit lane.
Turns in right here, just doesn't, let up enough, doesn't brake enough. And the other thing that's not helping these drivers in these tight corners like the carousel and the keyhole, see, look at all the marbles that are just piled up on the outside of that corner. If you lose it, you're gone. You're into the grass. There's nothing you can do, and that's due to the high temps that we have at this racetrack. It's 34 degrees Celsius, and it keeps going up as we're now a little over 12:30 Ohio time.
Update in GTM as well. Down onto pit lane, 326 in Yoni Waters, handing that car over to his teammate Aaron Ackles, who brought that car to a very impressive run to the flag at the season opener. What can he do here then? As the car goes up on the jacks, and he'll get a fresh set of rubber for the 1 hour and 40 minutes remaining in today's race. Battles have kind of broken up right now. You have to go to the edge of the top 20 in LMP to really find a wheel-to-wheel battle at this point in time. But, Soma, we're in this portion of the race right now where you can't afford to make that mistake. It's all about making sure that if a safety car comes, which there's a high probability that it does come, it's all about making sure you're in a position where you don't get caught out from that strategy perspective.
Exactly. As we see the Alpine Stars geodesic BMW get closer to the Grizzly Motorsport car of Trevor Webrowski. Oh man, it's been a while since I commentated on him last in the major series. But you're right, Arjuna. A lot of it depends on what you've done in the past, about the strategy that you've committed to early on, as the geodesic car will swoop past with much ease. Because sometimes it can play in your favor, some other times it can go out. Say if you're on a constant undercut strategy like Fiercely Forward, who are leading the GTE AM category R, well, it might so happen that it just plays out towards them. You created all the luck in a situation like this one, let's put it that way.
So Graham Saunders, another Twitch streamer from the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing crew, up into 13th place right now, sharing that car, of course, with Jack Anderdeck, the streamer that goes by the name of Furtive, who had some difficulties in stint 1, not of his own doing. Found himself being a bit of a pinball in an arcade machine, if you will. Graham Saunders, another Twitch streamer, gets to work now. And let's see what he can do. Saunders is a very impressive driver, you know. He's one of those Twitch streamers where you watch him not just because he's entertaining, but you also watch him because he's quite good and competes at high levels regularly on official competitions. So might be an opportunity for Saunders to show his strength in league racing as well. Rafael Russo in the L1 Esports has gone off into China Beach and gone for a bit of a flight as well. This was what we were talking about early on in the broadcast, with the potential mistake down into that runoff area, Jonathan, and unfortunately that BMW has found out that it's not meant to go flying.
No, not meant to go flying and settled it down on a nice beach. It is a bit of a warm day for April in Ohio, but not that one where you want to be chilling on a beach, and that's at least not a lot of damage on that BMW, but it's been through the wars. It's already been beaten around a little bit, and they're already down the order, unfortunately, so it's going to be tough luck today as we get to see now that Fiercely Forward car try and claw its way back to the podium places.
Yeah, we'll jump around a little bit right now as things start to quieten down for the first time in about 90 minutes, and just as I say that, I'm sure it's going to get hectic once again. Fiercely Forward and Silas Vrolak trying to catch the RSR by G Performance car, and just as I said that, of course, Phoenix Racing Esports have been involved in a mess with Hell Racers and the BMW. At one point, they were fighting for the race lead, so that's a big mistake, and BMW versus Corvette has gone wrong. Sawmill, take a look at this one.
This is so huge, Arjuna. This is huge for the for the GTE Pro category. So, quite clearly, there was a Corvette dodging everything out from the outside, right? They made an issue on their own. Hellraisers were quite clearly on the inside line now. Look at the LMP car in the background, the black and red one. We quickly confirm who it is.
It's eye liveries.
Yep, they could not, eye liveries, exactly. They could not go more to the outside line because the Corvette was already there. So they had to stay in the middle. The eye liveries car already had the momentum. Simply wasn't going to work out too well. And we said early on, Arjuna, that's the nature of Mid-Ohio, right? It just won't work out when you're going three wide. And sometimes those three wide situations don't exist naturally, but they just come up in a flash of a second. What do you do then? Not much you can control, can you, in this case?
No, not at all, and unfortunately then that means that Hellraiser's no longer scrapping it out for the race victory, at least for now. Safety cars, of course, can mix things up, but take a look at these gaps, Jonathan, as Maniti Racing, Johnny Verhoff, back into the 278 machine, taking over from his teammate, and I'm going to be a little bit unfair to Maniti here, and not in the way that you think I'm going to be unfair to them. We asked for a little bit of information from all of these teams in the build-up to the race, and one thing Maniti said is that they feel like they've been at a disadvantage with one amateur driver and one pro driver. I'll be honest, I don't know how you can look at this driver lineup from Maniti Racing and really think about it not being an all-professional lineup. You've got Johnny Verhoff stepping into that car and inheriting a race lead. Like, I don't know how much stronger you really need your lineup to get.
No,
quite clearly.
If they're looking at it just from a regular perspective of just one amateur and one driver who constantly practices and stuff, that's fine. But if you're looking at it from the rating perspective, obviously if the rating of the driver is good enough, it can still run. And we've seen at least the difference between the pro and the AM teams can be quite large. We've seen the AM team for Fiercely Forward finish in front of the pro team. So if they are struggling with driver roster issues, well, that's got to be the least of their worries because they're leading by 7.5 seconds.
7.5 seconds, and it continues to build up as well. Last time around, it was 0.2 of a gap built up by Verhoff. What's it going to be this time as that Porsche rounds the corner down in towards Thunder Valley? Let's work our way back to this battle where Graham Saunders is now trying to get to work on the former race leader, Aaron Ackles, in the Corvette for Quasar Sim Racing. Moved on in the 201 very simply as they'll get the power down on the run in towards turn number 4. But this is an interesting fight right here, Jonathan. This is what might be our battle for your GT AM race lead. Fiercely Forward back in front of the Corvette for now, but these two drivers scrapping it out for the last couple of laps.
Yeah, these two are on different strategies compared to the three cars in front of them. They're 4th and 5th right now in the M category, and they're the two fastest cars in the category as well. So Fiercely Forward, who's trying to get away from Eccles as quickly as possible. 326 struggling a little bit right now for to be stronger on the longer runs compared to the Fiercely Forward machine. We'll have to wait and see how this goes. We still have another pit stop at least for both these two until the end of the race.
And of course, the 326 is finished in 4th in each of the first 3 races. They'll be hoping that race 4 can maybe bring some better fortune for them. But of course, if I'm remembering correctly here, Sommel, I do believe that part of the reason that they dropped to 4th in our season opener was coming to the line. The 326 was involved in a very, very strong fight with, I believe it was Fiercely Forward. And there was contact made between the two teams that dropped the Quasar car because of the incident limit in that race down to 4th. They had a penalty to serve, and you know, you just have to wonder if that one result had gone slightly differently. It might be the 326 car that's in control of this championship instead of the Fiercely Forward team.
I can't quite say much about the incident because I had an exam the very next day. And that's the reason why I couldn't be part of the broadcast or to watch the race back as well. But yes, indeed, big major changes, and it's hard to really put a number or put a finger on how much one race or one incident for that matter, or even one finishing position can have an impact on the momentum that you carry. Because the really good example that comes to mind is Mika Häkkinen in the final. As an LMP2 car goes wide on the grass, it reminds me of Mika Häkkinen at the end of the 1997 F1 season. What if he hadn't won the last race in Europe? Would he have the same momentum heading into 1998? So that just one really good result can really drive your momentum and the way you prepare mentally for a next race. And we all know what kind of an impact mental preparation has for each race.
When you say mental preparation, I think of some very fun conversations I've had in my team about mental preparation. We won't dive into that, but instead let's take a look at LMP once again. Alpine/Geodesic Racing, the LMP machine, now on the back of Fiercely Forward and Silas Vrolijk. Vrolijk, who's been in that car since the beginning of the race, will be handing over to his teammate shortly. But with 90 minutes left on the clock then, this is the battle for 5th and 6th, and they're closing in on the 51 in front of them as well. That's World of Sim Racing, who's had another difficult day for the Spanish team, and that's the 396 in the background that's had a bit of an off through the keyhole section. It's been a tough day for Elvis Bonello and Roberto Pancaldi as we take a look here. Just getting the braking wrong into this corner. But Jonathan, this has been a car that's been involved in, again, we've lost track of how many incidents because of how many there have been across the field.
And many of them, that poor Porsche, it's just been on its own, just a victim. As we see now, the battle for the AM lead is now heating up. Middleton has been caught by the iLiveries machine. And
who would have imagined?
Well, what's happened to Neil Middleton right now? The pace has really dropped off, and here comes Stefan Freiberghaus in the 141. Last lap, half a second gain as they get stuck behind the 396 in towards the final corner. Around the outside goes Middleton. He's going to force the iLiveries car to follow. That momentum gets checked up very slightly. That relieves the pressure on Middleton as we dive in towards turn 1 and 2. Pit window open. Torque Freak Racing and David Barraclough, the first LMP car, has decided to come down onto pit lane. But this is that battle that Jonathan just mentioned. LMPM and Sommel. This has been a class where certain teams have really stood out. I'll be honest though, neither of these teams have really been ones that to watch out for. Adequate Racing in 7th place in the standings. iLiveries in 6th. So these are two drivers leading this class right now that really need these championship points.
They will want to seize the moment as iLiveries look for something rather special, but haven't quite been able to dig deep enough to find that move right there at China Beach. But you're right, Arjuna. Momentum hasn't been on their side, but who cares? They're going to be making their own momentum right here, and that's what they're doing. But what in the world happened to Neil Middleton? I think that's one big conspiracy that I'm really keen to answer the question of, because Neil Middleton was leading by a big margin and had a big gap when he was P3 overall.
Yeah, that is a bizarre incident to see the drastic drop-off in pace. Here comes Simon Jacobson in the High Caliber Autosports 131 as iLiveries peels off down onto pit lane. So a couple of takers onto the lane. Team RSO as well have come down onto pit lane this time around, as High Caliber Autosport now leads in class, because Middleton also coming down onto the lane in the Adequate Racing 158. He hands over to John Goodwin. Will step into the car for the remaining 90 minutes. iLivery's not having a driver change, it appears. And a couple more cars down onto pit lane as well. From the race lead, we haven't talked about them very much recently. Let's turn our attention over to them very briefly, Jonathan, because Marcus Deck has a very healthy gap at the front of your field and now comes down onto pit lane.
That caution and that little pit road screw up was a blessing in disguise, really, for the Abruzzi esports car. They showed they had pace early on. They went off track a little bit, and now come down the pit road for Surge. They had a 29-second gap to Marcus Simonson in the 29. In fact, they're going to come out only 6 seconds behind the Hell Racers machine. So the 14 car is fast, and it's going to take a miracle, I think, for the Hell Racers to really track them down.
Well, a miracle or, what's that thing called? Oh yeah, a safety car. Never count your chickens here in the IVRA series. More cars down onto pit lane. RSR by G Performance, the Pure Sims number 2 as well. So we really are into the swing now of pit stops. Let's talk a little bit about the track itself once again, because we really haven't talked too much about the stats and facts of the track itself. Over 130 feet of total elevation change. That's more than the Barber Motorsports Park. And Summer, like you were saying a while ago, this really is a track where every corner there's a bit of elevation change. The camber is just slightly different to what you would expect. It's a very interesting track where every single corner is its own unique challenge.
I would have to agree. VIR is the Nürburgring of the United States of America. I can't quite think of which particular circuit Mid-Ohio would be. Like a very small and pretty unbeautiful circuit with lots of elevation changes. Hard to think of many in Europe that have a similar one. But yes, that's what this is like. This is beautiful Mid-Ohio. I don't think it gets enough credit whatsoever. Even on iRacing, even in the real world, it's just a beautiful gem located right in the USA with some lovely racing action, even with IndyCars. And who would have thought a track so narrow in certain places can produce some brilliant IndyCar races? Right now, it's producing some awesome P2 action.
Arlar Abruzzi passed a lapped car as they work to try and catch the Hell Racers 29 that leads the race. Down onto pit lane as well, Delta Sport U4K, and what has been another disappointing run for them. And there may be a little bit of investigation and debrief required by this team after this race, Jonathan, because it's a second race in this series where they've been caught out by regulations, and whether they want to say that maybe there was some slight mix-up with race control and whatnot, I think the ultimate reality of the situation is if you have the same kind of infraction twice in a season, sometimes you need to just take a step back and maybe think about what you can do differently as well, right? Because this is a team that's got so much pace. It's now just about making sure they don't get caught out by incidents like this.
No, they weren't the only ones caught out either. It's just that they have not been able to rebound or help themselves at all. They passed a few cars before the start finish on the restart, got themselves a drive-through penalty, set them back.
And right in front of TNT Racing as they come out of pit lane, are going to run very wide as they get those tires back up to temperature and pressure. Forces Paul Darling all the way around the long way. But interestingly here, take a look at the pit lane time here, Sommel. 35 seconds for Christophe Herbigno. Take a look at Marcus Deck. 18.5. What is Arlar Abruzzi doing? Have they managed to find some magic fuel-saving number which they think they're going to be able to do some alternate strategy to get them home to the checkered flag?
This is going to be a bit confusing, isn't it? That's literally half the stop. That's literally so much time saved up fueling. Are they banking on a caution so that they're able to take a quick stop right now and they can then once again come into a caution and get a free pit stop?
Well, that's the question that we'll wait and see how that plays out. They're back into the race lead as now it's Miguel Vigo in second with Silas Vrolik in third. A couple of cars that still owe us pit stops at this time. I'm trying to decipher what is being said in our YouTube chat right now, because the great thing about these broadcasts that we get to do on the iRacing service, Jonathan, is we get to talk to some of our competitors on like a regular basis. We've got part of the RLR team right now in the YouTube chat talking about their big brains. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what the strategy is, though.
I'm wondering if they're splitting the final hour and 20 minutes and they're not going to go the full 50 to an hour on fuel. I'm wondering if they're going to short pit this.
But we're getting told
that seems like a logical option.
It seems logical to me. We are getting told that if they get onto the podium and they get an end-of-race interview, they'll tell us what it is. So I guess that means that we get to wonder for the next 18 minutes or so as the Hell Racers 19 car down on pit lane, as well as High Caliber Autosports and the 131. So very, very interesting now as a couple of cars still in LMP2 owe us a pit stop. In GTE, we're about halfway through our stint so far. One of the only battles really taking place is Latima Racing in the 227 versus Phoenix Racing Esport and the 205 machine. And this is one where, again, you have to maybe think about Latima Racing and what this season could have been, because as they look to the inside on that Corvette, they'll get the move done, potentially under the braking into the keyhole section. The story of the season for Latima is missing that second round of the season due to administration issues, and unfortunately, Jonathan, their title hopes are now gone. You miss one race in IVRA competition, you find it very difficult to make up any more positions. And Latima Racing, they've been very quick in terms of on-track performance. Championship standings don't necessarily reflect that as well.
Yeah, they do and they don't. They're sitting 6th in the championship, having only started 2 races, and then they've got 2 podiums to their name. So it's not like Latima Racing is not a fast car. And right now, maybe they're not going to be in the hunt for a podium in this race, a little bit far behind, but this 227 Portuguese team is fast, and I think can be a bit of a spoiler, a bit of a player here towards the end of the season when it comes down to points between some of these top 3 teams like Team 11, Maniti, and Heusinkveld.
It's actually quite interesting because Latima Racing have shown so much pace, right? Even in Barber, we saw that they just had it early on. They were fighting it out, mixing it up with the very top competitors, and then something happens halfway through and all of a sudden you find them all the way down. It's just a seemingly common trend at this stage.
But good to see. We should say right now, good to see Latima Racing in the series, out on track and continuing to try and fight for race victories. They'll have a few more pushes, you'd have to think, later on in the season as well. Let's see if they're able to get anything to work for them. Phoenix Racing Esport, though, now down into 10th position as that recovery drive from Graham Saunders continues. He's been one of the quickest cars on track, apart from Maniti Racing in their BMW. But the 201 machine has found a lot of speed despite those early race incidents, and it's kind of been that kind of a season for this team as well, the Alpine Stars team, because no points in race 1, no points in our third race at Barber. The only time that they've actually managed to get it to the checkered flag was round 2, where they got a podium at Phillip Island. And even that race wasn't easy. So it's good to see Graham Saunders now up into 9th and what would be 7th place in class once you take out those amateur runners. Some good championship points here, and it's exactly what they would have wanted. A couple cars down onto pit lane. You saw the second of the RLR Abruzzi cars that's now just leaving getting into their box to start the service. Looks like Jake Browning's going to be handing over to his teammate Pascal Ebner for the last 80 minutes or so in this one, because we're already, 80 minutes left in this race. The last almost 3 hours have really flown on by, and it's been a fun one to say the least. No,
Oh no.
That's Quasar Sim Racing. That's Aaron Ackles. At one point leading GT overall, and now finds himself on the outside of the keyhole section once again. Number of cars have been off there, Sommel. Talk us through this one.
This is so huge for the overall picture. Aaron Ackles, oh, there's a blinking car. That's what makes his judgment so clouded up. That's not even his fault completely. Was that one of the AOD machines, though? Because they have a similar livery. Could be confused. I could be wrong in this case.
No, you're right. That's the AOD Ferrari in front of them.
Yup, and that's why, because they were blinking. Aaron had no clue where to go, so he went to the outside, just missed his braking, and stuck he was for a couple of seconds.
Disaster then for Aaron Ackles, who was in our YouTube chat joking around with Fiercely Forward about the last stint of the race and how he's going to push as hard as he can. What a shame then for Quasar in the 326. Question is, how much damage is he going to have to endure and limp that car to the checkered flag? Busy day, by the way, on RaceSpot TV. Had the sports car opener, first race of 2021 in the sports car open. That kicked off a really entertaining day where you have SCO, IVRA, the Porsche Tagor, Esports Super Cup. What else could you want on a Saturday to kick off a new year? As more cars exit the pit lane, Miguel Vigo for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing is going to get back up to racing speed as he comes down the lane. He's going to drop out right in front of Christophe Herbigno as well, I think. So Herbigno now gets to work on the number 62. That's a nice little fight that we've seen on a number of occasions in this series so far. And getting word as well from our YouTube chat, of course, because it's always helpful having the teams able to remind us of stuff here. Jonathan, I don't know if you remember this, but the Alpine Stars team at the Barber Motorsports Park, the GTE in particular, got disqualified from P1. So that was an interesting one there. So
They did.
You know, we look at some of these teams. You look at the story of the championship as the championship standings tell it. That is a very different story to what actually happened in our long endurance races.
They got disqualified for P1 for a little bit of a driver infraction. They've used too many drivers in that car. They got disqualified for P1, which would have changed the whole outlook of their championship. They would be sitting, what, around 5th, maybe 4th in the points. And instead, they're all the way down in 12th with 2 goose eggs from Spa and Barber, and that's not where you want to be for, you know, Alpine Stars Geodesic. And again, it's a really good driver lineup on every single IVRA thing we see for all of their cars. It's just little errors. We now see, it looks like, Samba Racing going for a bit of an adventure.
Well, in the words of Leo Guggenheim, I heard a big boom and suddenly thought a car was off the track. Indeed, Samba Racing in the 258 having a couple of contacts with the barrier. Take a look at our RaceSpot TV replay here as they tuck right behind. Ooh, there was contact with the L1 Esports machine on the entry into the corner as well. So let's jump on board for our onboard look then with Samba Racing in the 258 coming out of the last corner. Trying to close in on the 221 in front. Just, carries a bit too much momentum into the corner and out into the gravel. And he actually hits the second barrier here that kind of separates out the two parts of the track here. That tire barrier there just hits it very hard. And that will be, Sommel, the biggest impact, you think?
Yeah, exactly. Not too good for Samba Racing team, just going in the grass and all of a sudden having major impact. If there's major damage, well, the last 1 hour, 15 minutes could not be very pleasant.
So, 1 hour, 15 minutes still to go then. LMP2 pit stops just about at an end. There's 1 or 2 cars that still owe us a stop and might actually have played some very interesting strategy games. Let's run you through the top 8 in each of our classes then, because it's a different picture to how we left it when we came to caution just a couple of hours ago. Arlara Abruzzi Esports and Marcus Deck has a 50-second advantage over the rest of the field. There is strategy games being played though. We believe there may be a short fuel in effect for the 14. How is that going to compare to the likes of the Hell Racers 29 and the Team RSO number 97? RSR Esport by G Performance there in 56, the last car on the lead lap as things run. Pure Sims Esports 1 lap down. LMP AM, High Caliber Autosports in the 131, currently leading that category. They're 1 lap down from the overall leader, with the gap between those two contenders, the 131 and 141, just under 2 seconds as they battle it out for class honors. Third place in that category, by the way, is a couple seconds down the road behind some pro cars. It's not too far out of the fight as well. That would also be the Fiercely Forward 134 car, Ollie Bierman, real-life driver behind the wheel for the very first time. GTE and Maniti Racing back at the front, a familiar spot for them. Has not been the easiest race so far. Team 11 finds themselves 10 seconds back in the 211. And Vector Sim Racing, Ted Lowendick, whose home is in Ohio, finds himself enjoying the performance of his season so far, leading in GTM. He's got 25 seconds to German SimRacing.de in that second in GTM, and third step on the podium there. You have to go very far down the road. So that's your top 8 picture across the board, and it's a very interesting situation right now, Sommel, because you're in this situation where a couple of pit stops left. Cars have started to close up very slightly, but you're still in this position where traffic can play a big factor, safety cars can be a big factor. All you're trying to do is get it to the checkered flag.
Exactly, just continue with your strategy, stick on with what you've already decided and hope that it comes out. Speaking of which, Arjuna, that's the Fiercely Forward 334 car, the AND machine that was in the pit lane that we just saw. They, remember, stopped much earlier than anyone else, went for the undercut, and it's going to pay off once again. Let's see what they cycle out as well.
So Maniti Racing has now a 7.5 second advantage as the gap closes up through traffic. You see High Caliber Autosports having to jink all the way to the inside as well. All these cars still fighting hard on track. Let's run you through a RaceSpot TV replay while we were looking at those top 8 standings. And this is disaster potentially for one of your championship leaders in GTM coming over the crest into Thunder Valley.
Oh no, that's why.
And Luke Krause falling down the timing sheets because the AOD Ferrari had nowhere to go there, Sommel. And, well, what can you say other than Luke Krause has to limp that car back home with significant damage?
Exactly, I was wondering whether they were able to take it at what, 1 hour and 13 minutes before the pit window to get their stop in. We know that they were undercutting, but not by this much. But it's not that, it's because they lost their rear end and got rammed by the OD car. Nothing that the OD could do in this case for sure, but man, that is just so unfortunate for them.
And that's a heavy impact as well. That is not a light impact as we jump on board with Carl Clements. He's going to come in towards the braking zone right here. That rear end on the Porsche already very loose. And, Clements, unfortunately, no time to react. And that is a big shakeup then in GTM, because that was one of the categories, Jonathan, where you had one team that was really showing that they were a little bit stronger than the rest of their competitors. And so now Fiercely Forward, they're down in 22nd place overall in that GT category. I have a feeling this might be one where that championship point situation doesn't swing in their favor.
And that 50-point lead might evaporate if they're not careful. And unfortunately, Luke Krause is down on pit road. I'm just getting some lengthy repairs.
Yeah, lengthy repairs there. Does seem like we're getting word from his race engineer, Andrew Streetley, that might have been a bit of a technical issue as well that's caused that incident. So maybe Krause not going to be able to complete the rest of the race as well. 70 minutes left on the clock then. Fiercely Forward 334. They came into this race very confident. Unfortunately now, confidence starting to dwindle, you would have to think. Unfortunate incident there. Fortunately, no safety car has come out, because that would be a big factor. Talk Freak Racing in the wrong direction, trying to get back towards the right direction. This is going to take them a while to figure out when they can go here, Jonathan.
That's a very odd place to be around in the middle of Thunder Alley, and that looks like he's spun a long way to get there, and he's clobbered the wall, I think, too, because you can see the tire tracks coming out of that corner.
Take a look at his car as well. Might have damage on that front end. Indeed, significant damage to the front end. We're lucky that George Gruber had this issue close enough to the pit lane, Jonathan, because anywhere else, this could have been a safety car. That 61 car is going to manage to get itself down onto the lane, and we stay green then with 70 minutes still to go.
A little curious on where he was planning on going. It looks like he was going to take an adventure out in the grass, but here we go. Looks like this is going to be the view we're going to get. He comes around Thunder Alley, and yep, just into the grass, and ooh, yeah, it's a good thing these are rear engine. That would have been an engine, but that is a heavy hit for a team that was running well. They were running in the top, 5 or 10 cars.
You see there, it was all right through the entry to the corner, just gets a bit wide through the middle, off onto the grass, and noses that car hard into the barrier there. Unfortunately for the second of our Talk Freak Racing machines, might be any chances of a top 15 out of the window, as George Gruber now finds himself all the way back in 26th place. Let's check in with GT once again here. Take a look at these gaps, Jonathan, because I don't know what's happening to Johnny Verhoff right now, but the gap's now for 5.8 seconds and continues to come down. It looks like PJ Claessens is really starting to pick up the pace.
Wondering maybe if Verhoff is saving fuel, maybe he's just hitting traffic at the wrong time. It's really hard to tell because we can't have 27,000 cameras on everywhere on the track. That would require our producer to get 27,000 computers, which I don't think we can invest in. But it's got to be something of that nature because we know both these two are very, very equal in pace. And I'm wondering if Team 11 are just pushing now and they're going to take that stop, their last stop, whenever they can, opposite of where Manizzi's gone.
It is interesting. It is getting mixed up very slightly right now. It is helping as well that Johnny Verhoff appears to not have to have such a hassle getting around some of the lap traffic. It's like he's sometimes giving them enough space and they're giving him plenty as well. It's just that give and take, right? Where sometimes, Sommel, traffic gives, sometimes it takes. And usually when you're in first position leading a class, you tend to get the benefit of the doubt. So you do have to think that maybe PJ Claessens right now is really starting to push quite hard.
Exactly, that really is the case. And traffic, as you mentioned, Arjuna, it's such a funny thing, right? It's also about where you catch it. Because if you catch it right here on the back stretch, all fine, it's very good. They'll actually even offer you tea and ask you how your day is going. Not so much if you encounter them right about here in the mid-sector. Oh my goodness me, that has to be...
There's a couple
not a good sign.
Couple of cars slow on my timing screen. Both of the Torque Freak Racing cars are slow. There's George Gruber, who's buried himself into the tire barrier. He manages to back it out. David Barraclough as well, just coming around into the keyhole section. Absolute craziness.
Carousel.
Correction there, good catch. That was the carousel, not the keyhole. But what has happened here? I've seen about 6 cars have all gone for a bit of a slide. Let's check in with L1 Esports. As you can see, that's the first of the incidents. We'll spool it back so you can see that contact itself. That's with Aralara Bruzzi. Don't tell me that's the race leader. That might very well be. It could also be the second of those cars. And then there's a second incident that's about to come as well. There's Latima Racing Team completely takes out the L1 Esports BMW. I'm not sure exactly what happens then, because you can see Torque Freak and David Barraclough sideways there. Just utter pandemonium.
Okay. We must have another look at this.
So, I think it's fair to say from that look, Jonathan, potentially Latima Racing Team, nothing to do in this situation, and, well, what can you say from what L1 Esports just did there?
I think they needed to back up and get a better viewpoint, but here we go on the Latima Racing, and it's over the hill as well, so you barely see the car coming back on the track, and yeah, where are you supposed to go? Poor Alfonso is just jerking at the wheel like, I don't know where to go. And then you see in the background, there's a Torque Freak car around. There's the other Torque Freak car off in the distance. Oh, the teammates, oh, this is completely separate.
No, there's like four different incidents that all happen at the same time. We'll take one more look here with David Barraclough, who's going to make contact with Graham Saunders as Saunders just gets a bit wide with a bit of understeering through that second to last corner. What happens to Barraclough's teammate, George Gruber? Right in front of them. He's just had that damage repaired. He sees his team boss in the background, and he just has to part the seas there and try and find a safe racing line. So that's what happened then. And George Gruber eventually ends up in the tire barrier. Gruber, I must say, not going to be too thrilled at that one, Sommel. He's just come out of the pit lane after taking that damage and had to go right back down onto the lane.
Exactly. It reminds me of that GTA meme that said, something. Here we go again.
Well, we
Not
are
the same excited tone though.
We are having driver change. Marcus Deck out of the car. 4 minutes to go until that 3-hour drive time gets used up, and in gets Ryan Littlemore. They still, if you can believe it, are in the lead of this race. Where is second place, you wonder? There he is. Hill Races in the number 29, Jonathan. Still yet to get to the second to last corner.
Littlemore's going to be gone before the 29, I think, even gets to the front straightaway. It's just been a really good performance from the 14, and I'm not trying to talk bad about the Hellraiser machine. They're running second in event second for quite some time, but they just have had nothing for the Abruzzi car. They are now past him. The 29 is going to have to come down pit road shortly, but he's going to be under threat here. I think the RSO car is not too far away in the distance.
So off the jacks for Ryan Littlemore as he gets out of pit lane. He'll punch the button, get out beyond racing, or rather, get up to racing speed beyond the pit lane speed, and amazingly still in third position. So this is now strategy till the end for the number 14 machine here, Sommel. They can't make it till the end. They will need one more stop regardless of any safety car interventions. But they are the ones in the driver's seat. They are the ones that will lead us if the safety car comes out once again.
Exactly, they will. Same case in the AM category as well with Fiercely Forward 2. These two teams are banking on just immense fuel saving. They have to save, and only then can they make it with one pit stop. So yes, it is possible. Will take some extreme fuel saving though, that's the case.
We'll see how that plays out for them then. LMP AM category rather, high caliber Autosports duking it out with the number 55, not for position in terms of points, just track position here on offer. And Simon Jacobson leading that 131 car now to a very impressive showing. It's been a race where we've seen them involved in contact with a number of cars, and we haven't even been talking really about these penalties as they come in, because Jonathan, I'm taking one more look right now. I'm seeing 60 total incidents that race control is working their way through. It's going to be a busy kind of night for Julian Bell, Casper DeCourt, Richard Bell as they try and finalize these race results.
Yeah, and I'm seeing some come in and some that I don't know have been served yet. It says 15, which I'm assuming they've recently served. They've just serving it now. The 15, Pascal Ebener, the other RLR car, has a 45-second stop go for collision with Kinetic. The 56 got a penalty for collision with the one car. That's why you don't see him in the top 10. The 81 of David Williams, who had a miserable day and had to switch out for Paul Darling, he had a stop and go at some point as well. And they're still working through a lot of these penalties, and a lot of it was just that overflow from that first restart. It was just a really rough time for everyone.
And another car in LMPM that's having an up and down day is Fiercely Forward as they're going to cut the nose off of Hell Racers. This is the 134 here, Sommel, and this is the car where brand new team recruit making his debut for the team, Ollie Bierman, who is a real-life driver as well, is stepping into that car, but it's been a difficult stint for him as he starts his Fiercely Forward career. He's got a bit of damage to contend with as well, and seems like the pace on the championship leading car a bit down from what we'd expect.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like they've got some steering damage. Ollie Behrman, of course, had the incident early on, heading into the keyhole. That really unfortunate one, that one. But they are carrying damage on that. But at the same time, they're also trying to save fuel to make sure that they meet the strategy requirements and end up going only on a one-stopper.
So Bierman through the second to last corner as he closes in on Torque Freak. Look at the car slithering around as he gets the car slowed down for that final corner. Uses a lot of curb on the inside as well, closing in on David Barraclough in the number 1 machine. Inside of Alpine Stars Geodesic they go, and sideways for David Barraclough in front. Here comes Ollie Bierman as we get this wonderful look from like the left shoulder of the driver. You can see the steering wheel is very slightly offset to the left as he tries to drive it straight. Bierman gets the power down then, coming down in towards the run into turn 4. A bit too far behind Jonathan to get the move done, but this is the championship leader. They've had a sterling first 3 rounds of the season. They were always kind of due for one of these races, you felt. Unfortunate that it's been not just the 134, but the 334 as well.
Unfortunate right now that the rest of the LMP2 AM category has just kind of had a miserable day all around. It's really been no good day, I don't think. Like you mentioned, High Caliber Autosports is leading the race, but they've been in a number of incidents. iLiveries has been in an incident. 134 has damaged. The 158 and 4th has gotten spun around and has gotten damaged. 199 has gotten spun around. So they're just still running on the podium in class, and you can tell there's like some steering issue, especially in these slower corners. He's having to take it a bit differently than that car in front of him, and that's really slowing him up. Here we go to the pit road and PJ Gleison's.
off of the lane already. 30 seconds stationary, but I don't think he can get it to the end of the race from here. We've not seen GT machines really stretching a full hour. We have a 90% fuel restriction here. I'm a little bit worried about PJ Clayson and the Team 11 Porsche 911 RSR. You know, the car that's got the biggest advantage here is Maniti Racing. On that alternate strategy, Johnny Verhoff at the front of the field, Sommel, he might really be in a position to take this win by a good 40-50 seconds.
Exactly. Because they did that early stop, because they avoided all sorts of trouble, right, but that the Hurstingwell could not do, that the Hellraiser's car could not do. And in this case, the major rival, Team 11, well, they did the overcut, and that did not work out for them. Oh boy, this is... okay, Arjun, I think we can come back to the old point that you made about Maniti having a slightly underpowered driver lineup. Said something about that?
Yeah, they were saying something about that. Not sure I really believe them, but no Tim Matzke, who's on Sports Car Open duties today. That might be part of their slightly weaker driver lineup, but nevertheless, Johnny Verhoff, no slouch, especially in the BMW M8. If you like the BMW M8, which I'm sure a lot of you guys do, you can watch more BMW racing action as it kicks off tomorrow. It's a busy year as Maniti Racing slides themselves off the track. We were just talking about Johnny Verhoff and the lead that he has. You see Torque Freak Racing off the track in front of them. Verhoff down onto pit lane, so might be as though you can make it till the end from here. Verhoff has to get into his box. Verhoff's going to lose even more time. That's disaster for Verhoff. He makes a mistake in that last corner, and then he's got the worst possible pit stall as well, Jonathan. Loses a bit more time as well.
He was already kind of out of his rhythm coming off of that last corner into the pit entry and just overshot it. As you look right here, you have 3, I think, AM cars. That's the Grizzly Motorsports to the inside. He just overcooks it, gets into the marbles, into the grass. No contact or anything. Full wheel lock. See another car to the inside for, good measure, just to add to the pandemonium. But just overshooting that pit box is going to cost him a lot of time. Is that the Team 11 car right behind them again?
Well, let's see what the time...
No, it's not the Team 11 car.
Time in pit lane is total of 50 seconds. So somehow they spend 3 and a bit seconds less time in the boxes compared to Team 11. And as a result, they don't actually lose too much time out on track. There you can see 50 seconds exactly for Verhoff. And as PJ Claysons comes out of the keyhole, gets the power down on the run in towards turn 4. There you can see 49.9 seconds. The important thing here, Sommel, look at this gap. Look at this gap. It is now 4 seconds. And if Johnny Verhoff loses any time in lap traffic, PJ Claysons will be there to pounce.
He will be indeed. This gap has just been changing oh so quickly. It has changed shape, nature. I mean, initially it was just Maniti gaining and gaining and gaining because of an alternate strategy. Then this happens. Then they go in the box, have a longer pit stop, and it's only 4 seconds. But I'm afraid it's 4 seconds and growing, because I'm afraid for Team 11's perspective, that is, because Maniti Racing have peaked out, 0.2 of a second already in half a lap. Maybe that was just traffic coming into perspective or whatnot, but what's that?
Ollie Bierman around in the final corner. There goes Maniti. Must have seen more disaster unfolding in front of them. That is a bizarre incident in a very peculiar place to be around by yourself. Let's see if Ollie Bierman then gets into some trouble with the Quasar 225 as we round the carousel. Oh, he just gets onto the curb, upsets the car, and ends up right in front of the path of several GTM machines.
Scary.
Good job turning it around, though, quickly to try and get back underway, but just a little bit of curve. We know the steering is a little off, so that probably didn't help, but right there.
You have to assume that that steering damage isn't going to help them. Fortunately, he's just out of the way as Maniti Racing comes through that final corner. And they get through safely. Pit window open for GT cars then, because Team Hoisingfeld also down onto the lane. And Jonathan, you were doing a little bit of math. You think that even without the safety car, some of these competitors might be good onto the end. Just talk to us a little bit about strategy and how you see it playing out.
So some of the guys towards the rear of the field, the Tima Racing right now, who was the other one? I believe I did the math on the Geodesic car, have been going 49-ish laps. The longest run is actually by Virtual Motorsports, 54 laps. So by most stretch of the imaginations, all GT cars, I think, are good to the end from here.
So we have to wait and see as... Oh, that Samba Racing just in front of Fiercely Forward that gets sideways, and we've seen that Samba Racing BMW had a few issues so far today, and those issues continue. With 53 minutes left on the clock, talk to you about pit stops very quickly. You see one of the RLR Abruzzi cars that's smoking.
Oh, it's gone.
That's smoking in pit lane, but the car that we need to focus our eye out on is Vector Sim Racing. Down onto the pit lane is Declan Eady. He's taking over the car from Ohio native Ted Lowendick, and Eady has got 53 minutes now to take home what will be a historic race victory for the Vector Sim Racing team. The AOD BMW follows them down onto the lane, but Jonathan, this is where the 305 has been one of these cars that's been through the wars in the first 3 rounds of the season. 4th round though, strong performance, clean car, looking like it might equal a race victory.
Come home second, and Barber came in third despite some incidents. So the Vector Sim Racing, like this GTM category, is pretty much wide open for the taking still, even with Fiercely Forward's 2 wins, and with Fiercely Forward struggling right now, and Luke Krause with significant damage. This could really help this Vector Sim Racing car launch a huge championship run.
And they came into this race in 3rd place in the championship. They did get 2nd last time out, but this is where they can really step forward. The gap between 1st and 2nd in this class was 50 points coming into this race. That's almost the entirety of the half points if you're in 1st, or half a race victory. That is not an inconsiderable gap, and so it's exactly what Vector Sim Racing was hoping for. They talked about the Porsche being quite well suited to the rolling hills of Ohio. Looks as though the Porsche doing a good job. They did make a comment that I did want to highlight here. Ohio is known for its farmland, and there's a famous Porsche that is very well accustomed to being on farmland, and of course, I have a feeling that they've used the energy and the spirit of the Porsche tractor to really develop the best race car that they could as well, so we'll see exactly what happens then for the 305. Attention.
And he is accurate. Ohio is filled with farmland.
That is accurate indeed.
Can confirm.
You would think that someone who lives there would be able to confirm that as well. But let's look at this, Jonathan. Miguel Vigo right behind Simon Jacobson right now. We saw Vigo and his teammate qualify down the order, but this is looking like a nice top 5 finish, nevertheless, for the number 62.
It's just been a really quiet day, which is kind of not typical when you think of the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team. You think of them as the front runners. They're always at the front. They're always fighting for the win, but it's just been a quiet top 5 kind of day. Even at the beginning of the race, it was just Fender Linden minding his own business. I don't even think we're much of him. I don't think we've showed Vigo at all until this point either.
Here he comes though, run down in towards turn 4. Jacobson doesn't have to defend here. This is just track position that's on offer, no points as well. Vigo down the inside will slip himself up into the top 5. 7 seconds down the road from Pure Sims in front of him. Vigo, rather unusually, finishing one of these races. Usually we see him start the race and Raf van der Linden finish off the race. Flip that around for today's affair. 4 hours of Mid-Ohio, 50 minutes still to go, and Vigo up into 5th. Things very much have kind of broken themselves up for the most part. You've got large gaps separating most of the top 20 in both of our classes here. Do have a couple of cars coming down onto the pit lane right now. That's Samba Racing in the BMW that's down onto the pit lane. Don't tell me Ollie Bierman's had another off. This seems to be coming out of the keyhole. RaceSpot TV replay between Ollie Bierman and Jesse Jones, and might be an interesting one here. As a hard contact there for the 134, Sommel.
Yep, Ollie Bierman new to iRacing, very much so. I just has the inside line, and oh, that's a. Oh my God!
That's
that is astonishing. Yeah, that is a
Fiercely forward
proper.
looks like.
I'm looking for the right machine. I just had it at the back of my mind. What was it called?
Okay, while Sommel has to figure it out, what are you seeing here, Jonathan? Because this is an interesting one. You've got the real-life driver who makes the move happen and kind of just parks it on the apex.
I guess that Porsche was just getting back to the throttle and just gets into the rear of the 134. We know he's had steering trouble most of the race, and that has been a corner that's caught him out before. But yeah, that was a really odd one. If we go back to 255 and see not a lot of damage, but I'm sure, like again, Fiercely Forward is not taking very kindly to that maneuver.
Well, look, I think the more egregious part there is the fact that it doesn't look as though the momentum on that Porsche slows up as the contact unfolds, and that really drives the 134 into the wall in a very hard contact. And Bierman now down onto the pit lane seems to have some significant damage. Of course, question is that really going to be a disastrous day for the Fiercely Forward team, continuing 334 in GTM, dropping down potentially the standings there. Luke Krause is back on track. Hopefully Ollie Bierman will be able to do the same as well. Unfortunate one there then. As we watch RSR by G Performance, might have a penalty to deal with in the closing stages of this race, but they've got Latima Racing Team in front of them. It's not been a race with too many safety cars, but it has been a race of utter carnage and just confusion, I think, in so many different ways, Jonathan.
Confusion on strategy, there was confusion involving the pit exit that really shook up the field, and I think that issue is very large because a lot of those guys that are at the front have not been able to make their way back to the field, whether it be just from setup issues or just the constant changing track. I mentioned the track temp keeps going up. As we look at this GT battle here, it's just been a weird, interesting day. We've had so many incidents. We've had a lot of penalties. Penalties are still getting figured out. There's still 15 under review at the moment as... Ooh, well, these two are getting a little too close for comfort, aren't they?
And here comes Quasar in there, 225 forward as well. Edge of the top 10. Nice little 3-car train as you see LMP2 in that rear view camera starting to close on in as well. Through the S as we go. Look at the steering wheel on the RSR car, just fighting that more contact. And Jesse Jones has now been involved in 2 bits of contact in just under 2 laps time, and that's going to be, I think, a pretty simple case for race control in both of those incidents. So maybe just look at the red mist descending potentially there. We'll take one more look at this one, Jonathan. Just talk us through this incident as well.
Riding in the back of the team, these are both guys that have been involved in instances trying for a good day, and just right there, just a little bit of a nudge at the exit of that corner going down into Thunder Alley. Nothing Latima Racing can do, and he's off again.
Well, there's big drama right now because we were talking about those penalties, and penalties starting to get adjudged by race control. We were talking about the 305. Look at that there, Sommel. Drive-through penalty for Vector Sim Racing. Contact made with, I believe it was the 221 and the 324, and unfortunately now, they might be just giving up what looked like a very interesting scrap for the GTM lead.
Exactly, Vector Sim Racing had such big potential. Midway through we saw they had a big chance, and then this just puts them back on the back foot. Man, those chances of winning have just been put away in the back burner completely. That is a big blow.
It's a big blow there as side-by-side Vector Sim Racing as TNT Racing working their way through as we enter the last couple of corners on the lap. 45 minutes to go. And let's try and just update you then at the front of your overall battle as well, because we saw the Aralara Bruzzi car that came down a while ago. They're in 3rd position still. They do owe us a pit stop along with the rest of your competitors, but Miguel Vigo coming down onto the pit lane has just had an off-track excursion. Car is reset to the pit lane as well. We might have a caution flag. Jesse Jones in that 255 RSR Porsche 911 has towed to the pit lane, and we have a caution. 45 minutes left in the race, and Miguel Vigo might just have timed that to utter perfection, getting down onto the pit lane and stopped in his box just as the caution flag came out. And Sommel, that was really, really close, and just like that, the next 45 minutes in the race has just got turned on its head.
And Miguel Vigo just gets a free pit stop. This is going to be huge. This is going to be incredible. All the other cars are going to come back out on Vigo. Well, the rule is that when the caution comes out, if you're in the pit lane, you are allowed to leave. Oh my god.
So this is
why.
This is the contact with Jesse Jones, and it appears to be Nomad Sim Racing in their LMP2 machine, but unfortunately here, that damage is, you can already see here, Jonathan, car is crabbing through the grass. He had to tow back to pit lane, and we are under caution then for the third time in today's race.
I'm surprised he even tried to drive it out of there with that kind of damage. He goes down into this far area. Now, I'm not going to say anything about the location exactly, but I thought there was a tow zone near that location, but I could be wrong. I think that's where he was trying to go, but again, this is the contact right here from Nomad Sim Racing. He goes around the outside, and then back on the inside of the last corner, and the RSR car, just nothing you can do.
So that was the contact that's brought out the caution. What happened to Miguel Vigo? Because I was just about to say that Vigo might have just lost himself some time with this mistake, and he's actually going to nose that car into the wall. Let's see how much damage Vigo has from the rest of this race, but the big thing here is they should be good to make it to the end without another pit stop, and every single other car will be down onto the pit lane, Sommel. They may end up at the front of the field.
Exactly. It's just a blessing in disguise, pretty much, it may seem, this major mistake. How? I'm just trying to wrap things around my head. This is going to be too interesting. 42 minutes. It's going to be a final sprint in the end.
Sprint indeed. How many incidents has race control been reported? 58 in total, Jonathan. And so
still trying to work through a lot of them, especially Lowell's at the halfway mark.
I feel like we've seen a good 50 or so just on screen. So I have to wonder what else we've seen that hasn't been on screen, because there's been so much 2, 3, 4 wide that there's got to be more chaos. And like I said, Julian Bell, Richard Bell, Casper DeCourt, they're going to have a very busy afternoon now, trying to unfold all of these incidents. And I don't feel, I'm glad I'm not in their shoes, because there are going to be a lot of incidents where it's going to be so close in terms of that judgment.
And I think the worst part is because they got backlogged with so many incidents after that first safety car restart. A lot of these might have to be post-race incidents, which I think are even worse, because those are usually time penalties that we often don't even get to see because they have to sit through and sort through everything. So it's going to be really interesting to see how a lot of these penalties play out. And again, you know, you said only 58 incidents. Remember, some of these are duplicates. The Delta Sport U4K team got reported 3 times for jumping the restart, which, that's impressive. The fact that 3 teams saw him is impressive.
Well, clearly that shows just how strong they are and how much everyone is worried about the Delta Sport U4K team then. So, back under caution for the 3rd time today, and I have a feeling that no matter what happens in the closing stages of this race, barring a track blocker, race control will be very, very reticent to actually throw out another caution. So this might be the last reset that we really get here, Sommel. So this will be that last opportunity where cars come down onto pit lane, and for anybody who has finished their final stop under green flag conditions and was still on the lead lap, they are going to find themselves with a very healthy advantage as we go back to green flag racing.
Exactly, it's just changed things up completely, hasn't it, this late race safety car? And so much can happen at this stage. Now, what about the lead? What about Marcus Deck up ahead? Now look at this, the Hell Racers car now up ahead. It's just going to be so much chaos towards the very end. Man, proper drama.
In towards the final couple of corners, lights still on the pace car. Who's coming down onto pit lane this time around? The pit entrance is open. And look at that, all of the contenders. There's Hell Racers number 19. They won't come down. They're a couple of laps down, though. RSR Esport by G Performance, not contenders in the top 10 at this point in time. can also see Fiercely Forward, the 334, as they try and recover from that big issue that they had. Question is really for me here, Miguel Vigo. Where is he going to end up here? But we'll see. Cars coming down onto the box. Delta Sport U4K going all the way to the front of the start-finish line where the pit box sits.
Vigo's getting the lead.
Yep.
He's just past them right now. The only issue is a lot of these GT cars already pitted and they can make it to the end even with this caution, so he's going to be in a heap of traffic.
So we can confirm Miguel Vigo back to the lead of this race. The question will become, what's the gap to the RLR car? How many cars will be in between Miguel Vigo and Ryan Littlemore as we wait for the field to get released from the pit lane? There you go. You see the cars start to build up momentum. Littlemore followed by the Quasar Corvette of Aaron Ackles.
We've got traffic jam out of I-80 in Cleveland right there.
Well, we're only about 70 miles south of Cleveland, so you never know. I mean, I've driven through Ohio before, Jonathan. I've been stuck in traffic jams that I think extended for about 70 miles. So that might be peak traffic at Cleveland. You never know.
I can assure you it is. There's something out there. I recently have driven through there, and it was a bit rough. I wish I got to stop by the speedway and check it out and get to see a race there soon.
Hashtag soon. I am seeing on my timing screen right now the gap between first and second is 10 seconds. But of course, we are not at racing speed, and that will come down once we figure out the actual gap. Let's talk a bit about the track again. We've not really had the opportunity to do so because it's been so crazy, but opened in 1962, and as Sommel mentioned, at one point, the track was considered too slow, so they added in a corner known as Thunder Valley to increase the speed very slightly. In those initial days, some of the greatest names raced here in Can-Am and F5000, the likes of Dennis Hulme, 1967 F1 champion for Brabham, as well as names that you will be familiar with, the likes of Bruce McLaren and Jackie Stewart, all making their way to North Central Ohio, specifically to challenge themselves at Mid-Ohio. Kart first came here in 1980, but the track was bought the very next year by Jim Truman, who Americans might know as the owner of Red Roof Inn. And over the course of the next 30-odd years or so, the track underwent a series of significant renovations. Unfortunately, Jim Truman passed away in 1986. Just a week after, Bobby Rahal and Truman's own True Esports team, or rather True Sports team, if you say that correctly, won the Indy 500. So that was a very emotional year for the team. The same year where they came back to Mid-Ohio to win for a second consecutive year in a row. Truman's family took over operation of the circuit and continued these changes, and at the beginning of the 1990s, you see that little section of track that was added right next to the chicane. That's become the main layout used here at the Mid-Ohio circuit. In 2006, they actually spent a bit more time working on that keyhole section of the track, and as a result now, Sommel, there are 3 different configurations that can be used, and 2 of them can be used concurrently. So the track can be used for proper competition, and at the same time, instructional, drivers can be out there on track helping young people come to the track, learn defensive driving, also learn about motorcycle riding. There's a lot of heritage in a facility like this beyond just that racing lineage.
Exactly. It's a circuit that's hosted so many different categories, different championships, with so many top drivers over the years coming in and proving their mettle right here. It's a traditional American sports car circuit, if you can call it that way. The kind of racing action that we've seen around here, just too intense across the years. Across categories as well, single-seaters, sports cars, you never know what could be coming up next over here. I just hope that more mainstream championships come to Mid-Ohio more often.
Well, the track is now owned by Green Savary Promotions. I probably butchered that. And as an IndyCar fan, I'm going to take a lot of heat for saying that so badly wrong. But now owned by part of the IndyCar paddock, and its place as an IndyCar staple continues. The lights are still on the pace car, so we won't go back to green flag racing just yet. AOD Racing in their Ferrari, currently the leader of this pack. They'll be in control of the field when we go back to green flag racing. They're also in the lead of the GT-AM class, so watch out for them in their battle with Vector Sim Racing. as those two cars will be the first two runners behind your pace car. Let's run you through once again the couple of different contenders here. Jonathan Burke, talk to us a little bit about GT.
Well, in the pro category, Maniti Racing, a strategy, really masterpiece, I think, a masterclass from them in the 278. But you can't count out Team 11. They've had a really bad time in the club sport. Maybe not the contenders they want to be, but here in the Endurance Series, Team 11 is fast. Fisher Motorsport in the 284 has had a quiet race, but since third place, Alpine Stars Geodesic, it's been beaten around a little bit, but, you know, what you're going to do, they're going to be in fourth position. They're still rebounding. The 219 Hell Racers, we saw a major collision earlier on in the race with them. They're in P5. Then you mentioned it, AOD and Vector Sim Racing. They're fighting for the AM lead. Team Heuskenfeld, unfortunately, in that 248, one lap down.
So let's talk a bit about LMP as well, because big change as a result of this caution, and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing suddenly find themselves out in front. One of their team members in our YouTube chat was talking about hoping for a podium finish. I don't think they were expecting to be leading the field back to a green flag restart. RLR Abruzzi Esports then now in second. Ryan Littlemore will have a about 8-second gap that he needs to work on in the last 30 minutes of this race. Hell Racers, third and final step of the podium, but Pure Sims Esports not far behind as well. Taking a look in at LMP AM, it's now iLivery's Vibe Sport and Lewis Klinkhammer that finds himself in 6th position overall, 1st position in class. Milo Limford in the high caliber Autosports machine, who's just got him back into that car, lines up right behind him, and 3rd place in class is Adequate Racing and John Goodwin. A couple of cars down the road with GT lap traffic in between. So Jonathan, here we go. 30-minute sprint till the end, roughly, because we've got at least one more lap under safety car to go here. We know race control is very hesitant to throw late race safety cars, no matter what we see here. 3, 4, 5 wide, cars off in the keyhole. I think we might end up getting a green flag run till the end, and that's really going to benefit someone like Miguel Vigo.
Yeah, it just depends where these offs are. And again, if we have those big major collisions, remember, an hour ago we had a crash that had multiple parts that were not even together. There was just 3 or 4 cars off at the exit of turn 5 into turn 6 into the S's. So we're just gonna have to wait and see how this goes out. For Miguel Vigo, that mistake at the end of the carousel somehow ended up being a blessing in disguise, because now he sits in the lead of this race. But what can that 14 in the LR Abruzzi Esports do in traffic? It's been fast already. It's led the last 2.5 hours. And this is the first time that 14 has been really out of the lead for a significant portion.
Lights off on the pace car. Does look like we're going back to green flag racing this time around. You can follow along with live timing at timing71.org using the world-class suite of data analysis tools. I have a feeling you're going to want that live timing to be able to follow along with your favorite teams in the last 30 minutes of this race, because it's going to be a crackerjack all the way till the end. Just a reminder as well that we have a couple of weeks off from IVRA competition before we're back with the IVRA Club Sport Series. Will return in February as we head to Suzuka. And then just a couple of weeks after that, IVRA Endurance Series will return. But here we go then. Field coming around. Last couple of corners, and we'll get back to green flag racing in a second. I'm going to put you on the spot here, Sommel. Actually, no, I'm going to start with Jonathan. We'll do it the other way. Jonathan, who's your pick at the front of... Let's go with GTM, because this is the battle that I think we're going to keep our eye on.
GTM, you want to say that Ferrari can maybe get a good win here, but that Vector Sim Racing Force is just too quick. I think it's got to be the 305. Even with that penalty, they're still out in front.
So here we go then. You're right, that 305, despite the penalty, still in contention for race victory here. Now after second place last time out, that's exactly what they would have wanted. Into the restart zone we go, then green flag waves in the air once again. Barney the flagman starts vigorously waving as Vector Sim Racing already has to defend, as here comes Team Heuskenfeld and Maniti Racing right behind them. Maniti Racing, of course, has got Team 11 in that battle for your GT Pro lead, as we got a BMW off the track. That's Samba Racing scattering crones across the track through turn 1. Maniti racing down the inside of Hoisingveld as they try and put some separation between them and Team 11. Meanwhile, LMP Pro battle, 5 seconds is what separates the number 62 in Miguel Vigo from RLR Abruzzi Esports. Ryan Littlemore down the inside of 3 wide as we go down the back straightaway in towards turn 4. Miguel Vigo already starting to clear a number of these slower competitors. Littlemore can't afford to get bottled up behind them in through the S's. He's stuck behind Fisher Motorsports for now. Is he going to try and commit to the move? Going to think better of it, not going to try and send it under braking just yet, but this is going to hold him up even further. Vigo extends that gap to about 5 seconds now. And continues to jump back and forth on my timing screen. Looks like we've had a clean restart here then, Sommel. Looks like these competitors have realized that 30 minutes to go until the end.
Which is a bit strange considering how much drama we saw in the mid part of the race when the stakes were slightly less high, but seemingly the drivers have calmed down towards the very end. Nerves can get to you, but these drivers clearly getting the best of them at this stage. Let's hope it continues, because we don't really want to see another late race caution or any sort of technical gremlins or even a crash happening. We just want to see pure good racing as we are seeing in the background.
Yeah, this is crazy. TNT racing behind Pure Sims, not for position, just FYI if you're curious. Pure Sims in that fight with the Hell Racers LMP2 machine. Gap out front now 3.7 seconds. It's coming down as Littlemore 3 wide again down the inside of the braking zone into turn 4. He'll get that car slowed down. Continue to chase down Miguel Vigo in the number 62. There as well is a battle for LMP AM. You got High Caliber Autosports looking around the outside of the Samba Racing BMW. That's actually costing them time here as the iLivery's 141 car is able to build up a little bit of a buffer here. Now about 1 second separating those two contenders in this category. Team RSO going to try and extend it even further as RSO up into 7th place in overall positioning. Out front, iLiveries has got Fiercely Forward in front of them. This is absolute insanity, Jonathan, as we work these opening laps of this green flag run.
And you might hear complaints about the pros and the AM drivers like racing each other, but I think these guys got to remember, we're all racing for that track position. They're fighting for the win and the lead right now in the SAM category. Right in front of us, the High Caliber and the iLiveries team. As we saw, BMW, I think that was Virtual Motorsports, around in the carousel. Looks like they're off and away at a safe distance.
It was Virtual Motorsport. Michael Storm able to get back onto track. Look at these cars. No, that's...
Oh, no.
That's Adequate Racing that's been turned around. Torque Freak is also into the gravel on the outside of that second corner. Try and figure out what's happened to John Gooden. Something's happened to Quasar Corvette as well. One of your contenders for the race lead is all the way down in 16th position right now as this crazy restart has had a few victims. Take a look at a RaceSpot TV replay then. What's happened to Adequate Racing?
Bunted.
The one just came over a little bit. Somehow the Torque Freak teammate was already in the barrier over there, which I'm curious how that happened. I think the one came over just a little bit, just tags Adequate Racing Machine. That's the second time they've ended up in the barriers.
Ooh, and there's Rusty Spatulas, who have had a disappointing run in today's race. 3rd place in the championship. They're struggling, and that might be more struggles for them. A trip to the steward's room after today's race. So the Quasar Corvette down in 16th position at this point in time. Disaster for them. But meanwhile, out front, take a look at this gap here. Gasommel, Miguel Vigo, 25 minutes to go. He's got 7 seconds now to hold on with clear track in front.
From the way it's going right now, Miguel Vigo even does have the pace to hold it through. Not a major difference in terms of their lap times, one would think, but no, it is still, because Vigo is what? He's got a big gap. He's around a second faster than the R&R car. Oh, what's happening here then?
Oh, that's 3-4 cars.
Oh, pineapple.
There's 3-4 cars off the track there. What has happened here on this restart? I was just saying we look like we're having a fairly clean restart, but back under replays we go, and Kinetic Racing has just run over 3 or 4 different cars in that situation. Take another look here, Sommel, and talk us through it.
I think they're just getting bulldozed. That's the word I was looking for in the early incident. That's the word right now. Oh my goodness me. Just lost the braking and steamrolled past. Yikes.
It's That's Kinetic Racing that's had a tough season anyway. It's going to be more toughness for them, as I don't think Race Control will look on that too favorably. PND Racing also involved in that one as well, Jonathan. So Ivan Ferrari actually down on the pit lane now. PND Racing, utter disaster for them here in round 4.
They were hit from behind, and I think that rear wing hit that outside wall, and there's going to be significant damage, maybe some transmission, maybe some gearbox issues as we go back to the shenanigans. The 34 trying to recover from Fiercely Ford's kind of meh day. They're having to fight with these AM cars that are fighting for the lead in front of them. It's being really, really difficult, I think, for the 34 to try and get around them.
Vector Sim Racing stays well out of the way. High Caliber Autosports, by the way, up into first place in LMP AM. I'm not sure how exactly they got the move done on iLiveries, but iLiveries now has to defend from Fiercely Ford as you see them coming through the S's section as almost 3 wide as they plunge down the hill further back as well. Fiercely Forward up into 7th place as things stand. They've got that Milo Limford-powered high-caliber car just down the road in front of them. That would be a top 5 finish overall. And who's that's off in the background? That's RSR by G Performance, I think, that's now stationary on the side of the track. I'm not sure exactly how Nathan Block even ended up in that position. Getting word that at least one car has decided to tow back to pit lane without Race Control approval here. We'll see exactly how this all unfolds.
So many penalties to be on the way, but what has happened to Nathan Block right here? It's been a very torrid day, and for the first time, I think they're the one who get punted out.
Yeah, not a great day for RSR Esport overall. I'm also seeing on my timing screen, Richard Small in our only 4GT in today's field has got punted off the road as well. There's the incident for Nathan Block. Let's take a look at what's happening for Richard Small as he comes through that second to last corner in towards the keyhole. He's just going to get this one wrong by himself, you would have to assume. Chasing down Fiercely Forward in front of him. Ford pointed in the wrong direction. So let's go back to live pictures once again then. Out front, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing now has an 8.5 second advantage. So, Sommel, we talked about a challenge from behind, maybe having to deal with some damage. It doesn't look like Miguel Vigo has had to worry about any of that right now.
Yep, not at all. His lap times are significantly faster than the RLR cars were. And if anything, he's not protecting a gap, he is building one.
RSO puts the pressure onto the number 29, looks to the inside. It was a rough performance for them last time at the Barber Motorsports Park after taking victory in our second round of the championship. We talked about them a lot as being favorites for the season and kind of put a little bit of a curse on them, but back they come then, down in towards turn 4. Hellracers blocks off the move, forces RSO to look more aggressive to the inside. They touch with each other, and Marcus Simonson ends up in China Beach, and Team RSO is going to end up in the steward's office and now finds himself running slightly off the track. What is going on here on this restart? It's rather chaotic here, Sommel, and just see this little contact there as RSO tries to force that car down the inside.
And that is a rather unfortunate trip to the beach. More like a jail in this case for them. Swerving, heavy swerving going on there by RSO. They really wanted to get that move done, but yeah, as Jonathan has pointed out, I think I'll let him say it because it's an excellent point.
Hell racers are going to race some hell with the stewards afterwards, because that was
exactly.
I mean,
violent.
29 did come over to block, and I know that's the issue, but I believe iLiveries has had an issue as well. They seem to be well off of where they were.
Absolutely. Look at this. iLiveries now down the order. They've gone off the track as well. Lewis Klinkhammer in towards 9th. There was a big issue at the back of your shot. Not sure exactly who's involved in this one, but my oh my. Take a look at this shot as that's Phoenix Racing Esports trying to get back up to racing speed now. Take a look at this replay. They're trying to follow along with everything that's unfolding on the track right now, but Sommel, this is utter craziness right now.
I'll be very honest in saying that I have no clue about what's going on. It's so hard to keep track, and it's so unfortunate. The RSR 55 car once again in the trouble. They are just in the heap of it. They just seem to be attracting all of it. It's like they're having a magnet attached to it, and the Hellracers 19, Ampus Bars, not having the best of endings to this race as well. Double whammy for Hellracers.
Yeah, this is a bit just insane for us here to try and figure out what's happening. PNG Racing still on the pit lane. Ivan Ferrari seems to be out of the car as well, so those guys might be dropping off contention as we head into this 3-round swing to close off our first ever series, or rather, our first ever season as the IVRA Endurance Series. 3-way fight on the edge of the top 10 between iLivery's Nomad Sim Racing and RSR. This is for second and third on our LMP AM podium, Jonathan. So these are two cars that really need to just try and hold on right now. You will notice Fiercely Forward in the background as well. They are a lap down, not in contention for the podium.
They just need to just get home, as all the AM drivers won. The LMPM category has been the category of bad luck today. They've all almost been investigated for penalties. Almost all of them have gotten a penalty. Almost all of them have been involved in a collision. Like Nomad Sim Racing, we saw them going off in qualifying earlier. And here they come. Now sitting second place, Tony Berard. A good move through that upper section.
Tony Baird with a fantastic move to sling it down the inside through turns 4 and 5. He now finds himself on that second step of the podium, trying to pull away from Lewis Klinkhammer behind. Turn our attention to GT Pro once again, because haven't really looked at them since the restart, and Maniti Racing has started to build up that gap to PJ Claessens here, Sommel, because he's been able to use the traffic to his advantage. Claessens, though, much closer than he's been at any point in the last couple of hours or so. This is an opportunity for Team 11 to take a second race victory this season.
It seems like it would be completely out of their range, didn't it, at one point of time? It just seemed like it around 40, 55 odd seconds that Maniti Racing had a gap. Now, Team 11 are closer than ever, but they are fading away because Maniti Racing clearly building up the gap. Then they lose a 10th, then Team 11 once again lose a few 10s, and it's all switching around quite a bit. It's all on traffic because they can see the Maniti car and they're dodging this heavy pile, but Team 11 will just be catching them right about now.
Oh no,
Oh,
Rusty
no.
Spatulas! Rusty Spatulas are going to be off the track then as they get turned around as they went 3 wide off the exit of the keyhole. Watch the rejoin there as Fisher Motorsports comes past, but disaster for the Rusty Spatulas in what was already proving to be a very difficult race weekend. RaceSpot TV replay up on your screen. You take a look at the onboard look. Not much that Henna Hakkinen could really do in this situation, Jonathan. Take one more look then at our aerial look.
There's a slower AOD Ferrari. There's a Maniti Racing. Gets into the Ferrari right there. Goes closer to the Huyskenveld car, and it's just not enough room, and the Ferrari's just trying to avoid going off the track, and there's just not enough room at the exit of that corner to go 3 wide.
15 minutes left on the clock then. Let's try and unfold what's happening in each of our 3 classes, because we've taken a look at LMP AM and GT Pro. Those we kind of know the picture. Let's talk about LMP Pro and Miguel Vigo very briefly here, Sommel, because he's got 8 seconds to the rest of his competitors, and you know what? Like I said a couple of moments ago, they were looking at a top 5 finish, and I know they were hoping for more. I still don't think you could really have thought that this number 62 machine would be out front with 15 minutes still left on the clock.
I guess you make your own luck, right? It's clearly a case of that one. They made their own luck. I think that incident, they'll be frustrated. Oh God, a crash right before the pit entry time, really not going well. And then the luck strikes and they are right in there when the caution comes in. I was wondering when I read the regulations early on that, will we ever have a scenario of a safety car coming out right when someone's in the pit? How much will they gain? Well, here is example number 1.
Well, example number 1, and quite frankly, the only example that matters in this situation. Vigo had been stationary for what? Maybe a 1/10 of a second, if that.
Exactly.
And fortunately, that's all that it needed to be. He was in his box, taking his service when the caution flag flew. So, Miguel Vigo to the race lead. 8 seconds, the gap to the number 14. And disappointment then for Ryan Littlemore, Jonathan, because this was a team that we kind of had not really shown too much. We kind of just assumed they were going to walk their way to this race victory, barring any late race safety cars. Little did we know just how much the complexion of the race would be changing.
It was the first time since the opening at Spa that both RRL cars were here. Both showed good, strong pace early. You know, the 14, good strategy, got it ahead. Just that caution really cost them, I think, a big win here today. But they're showing their strength. They're showing their pace. They're still running second. RSO is still 4 seconds behind them. And they're carving through traffic, and they've been out of trouble, which has been key for this team because they're a team that's gotten a lot of penalty points this season, and
Exactly.
they haven't had a major penalty.
In the build-up to this race, Ryan was talking to me about just how frustrated he was, not with anyone else, more about himself and the way the season has gone for his team. Disappointment in the number of penalties they'd accrued because of aggressive driving. Disappointed sometimes in his performance as well. This is a good way to answer those critics, though. Second place, not going to be the victory that we might have thought he'd be heading towards, but nevertheless, very impressive result. Turn our attention over towards the GT-AM battle for the first time in what seems like a long, long time. AOD Racing and the Ferrari have a 7-second advantage over the Fisher Motorsport GT-AM machine. Vector Sim Racing have fallen off this leading group. They're still third place in class here, Sommel, but Declanidi has had an off somehow in the last 20 minutes or so. And again, like you say, I'm not sure exactly when that happened, but very interesting change of circumstance here. And for the AOD Racing Ferrari, this is another result that they really would have been hoping for.
They really would have been. There was a big chance of them capitalizing on all the mess that all the other teams were facing early on. And I clearly thought that, well, this is going to be a big opportunity for them because their teammates in the BMW have had a torrid one. They've shown more or less the same pace, but they managed to stay out of trouble until the late race.
And so AOD has a comfortable buffer. Vector Sim Racing is closing in on Fisher Motorsports. There's actually going to be a three-way battle for those second two steps of the podium. Here comes Grizzly Motorsports. Brian Bennett behind the wheel now of the number 357 machine. And there's Fisher Motorsports. Second place in class, just 1 second in front of Vector Sim Racing and their Porsche 911 RSR car. So watch out for this battle then as they round the final corner to start one more lap with 12 minutes left on the clock here. And we'll check on in very quickly here with the third and final step of the podium, because what a performance from Graham Saunders here, Jonathan, because Jack Anderdeck had a decent performance in the first stints that he drove, but he very much was a bowling ball for everyone else. Lots of contact, and Saunders has had to make his way up through the field and running up in third position right now after disqualification from race victory last time out. This is exactly what this team needed.
Yeah, they just need a good, solid result. And again, it was a rough one for Jack Anderdeck. He was beating around a little bit, and it's not that this car wasn't fast. It was just wrong place, wrong time. But right now, he still has to fight for it. We have a big issue.
That's Elvis Bonello in the 396 GT-AM machine, and Rafael Russo in the L1 Esports. We've seen them on a number of occasions. And unfortunately for Bonello, that might be a hardware failure. That was a very bizarre incident. Take a look on the onboard with the 396 here, Sommel. We've seen a few of these incidents down into the keyhole, but this is a bizarre one.
So certainly has nothing to do with the wheel. Must be something with the pedals or something, or he just forgot to brake because the wheel was just fine. Usually you would see the wheel having a bit of a issue. It just straightens up and stays stable into one place. So clearly not with the wheel, but yeah, that was a bizarre one. I don't think that has to be something with the driver issue, because clearly the drivers here are qualified and capable enough to not make issues like that one. But I think it has to be something with the hardware, yeah.
And it does, and there's another car. Nathan Block off the road once again for RSR by G Performance. See the swarm of cars that's now going to come up from behind. There's a battle for second and third going on right at the front of it. Here's Team RSO. Cedric Nielbisek has managed to close in on Ryan Littlemore, and Littlemore might have to now concede that position. Oh, he has to cut off the move from Team RSO, and all the way now to the checkered flag. This battle is going to start raging on. RSO looks to try and squeak down the inside in towards the S's section, but that's a very bold move. We have seen cars go too wide through this complex, but RSO not going to try and risk it just yet, Jonathan.
No, but they already got into the back of the Hell Racers. They're going to be under investigation probably for that one later, and I think that 14's got to know this 97's hungry and really, really aggressive right now.
Last corner then, Littlemore all the way on that inside line. This RSO machine has found some speed with 10 minutes left on the clock, and we come across the start-finish line once again. Vigo leads these two by 10 seconds. So unless something disastrous happens for Vigo, I have a feeling that he's going to be looking at race victory then. We really need not just one side-by-side. We need like 4 side-by-sides. We'd have this battle up on screen. We'd have that battle for 3rd place in GT Pro. Then we'd have GT AM battles as well. And then we'd have the LMP AM battles as well. They're going to go 3 wide here. RSO has to force its way down to the inside once again. Sticks its nose right there. AOD Ferrari almost loses a bit too much time there, letting all of the traffic on through. He doesn't want to get mixed up, Sommel, because of course, that's your GTM race leader.
Exactly, and the late race research that you see from RSO is regardless of all the crashes, regardless of all the chaos and all the bumping and the barging that they've been involved in, which makes it even more baffling in my opinion.
It really does. Looks like Ollie Bierman in the 134 car has been off the track as well, potentially contact with Team Vikings in the 102 machine, but we stick then with RSO as they've gotten past Ryan Littlemore and now getting to work on getting a really big buffer. Let's take a look at that RaceSpot TV replay of the pass because it was very nicely done here. And watch this, Sommel, as he gets it set up.
Beautiful one, sweeping around the inside, around the outside, I beg your pardon, and found all that grip. And grip is what you need. It just seems to be almost magical for them, isn't it? They're just finding the grip in relation to all the other cars. Happens when you're so confident. Happens when you have all the trust in the car. And RSO clearly on a resurgence.
And look at that gap, 1.5 seconds already. Ryan Littlemore losing the back of the RSO machine. Is there going to be a late race challenge from the number 97? We've got 7 minutes left on the clock, and the gap now 10 seconds between 1st and 2nd. Let's see how that one unfolds. High Caliber Autosport now closes in on 4th place overall, and what would be a very impressive result for the 131 team. They've got Ronnie Nunez in the Torque Freak Racing machine in front of them, stuck up behind some lap traffic, and that is actually that battle on the edge of your GTM podium position. Grizzly Motorsports right at the tail end of that queue blocks off Torque Freak Racing, who now looks to the inside through that second to last corner. Milo Limford gonna think better of it as he watches Vector Sim Racing side by side with Grizzly Motorsports. Around the outside, the Corvette tries to run. Long way doesn't work, and he tucks back into line. This is that battle, as mentioned here, for 2nd and 3rd steps on the podium. So there's a lot on offer here, Jonathan, for these drivers. They're not fighting for scraps on the edge of the points. They are really fighting for significant championship points.
And you look at Grizzly Motorsports, I think they've been in much of these conversations, or at least much of the racing so far. So this is going to be a fantastic result. They
big contact, sorry.
Big accident.
Big accident there, Jonathan. And that's Fisher Motorsport that loses out from 2nd place in the class. We'll run this one back and take a look at the onboard maybe. But unfortunately for Fisher Motorsport, 2nd place, Jonathan, has been taken away.
Be the Delta Sport in 4K going to the inside. Yes. Or all on his own. Oh, that's a very deep Vector Sim Racing car in the brakes. And Grizzly Motorsports all of a sudden is in 2nd. They have 0 points in the championship. And all of a sudden, the 357 is in 2nd place.
Let's ride on board then with Vector Sim Racing. It was looking to be a promising weekend, and unfortunately just deep into the zone. And that's going to be contact and a trip to the steward's office come the conclusion of the next 5 minutes. Back to live pictures we go, though. Vector Sim Racing not going to give up the fight with Grizzly Motorsports. They'll try and reel them back in for whatever points that they can still try and scrounge back up. The gaps in all of our classes now, unfortunately, at least for the top step, starting to separate out. Maniti Racing have 7 seconds back to Team 11. In LMP Pro, it's about 9 seconds between the RSO car that's chasing down Miguel Viga, so he's closed 1 second over the last minute or so. And Jonathan, let's get a quick race control update as well, because like we've been saying, it's going to be busy for the entire IVRA team to work their way through the reports with 5 minutes left on the clock. How many total incidents are we looking at for race control?
75 and about to be 76, and there's going to have to be, I think, 20 to 30 still in the works. Again, that backlog from the first caution not helping, and there's several drivers reported multiple times. The 221 reported multiple times, the 55, I think it's on here a couple times, the 255. It's going to be a long day and maybe into the night, I think, for the IVRA organizers to really sort this out. We might not know some of these official results right away, but there's a few drivers we can be for sure on. But that 62 is going to take home the win for sure. He's yet to be reported for anything.
And the interesting thing is on the series Discord as well, people are saying we might not get the results for this until June.
So basically, we might not get this results clarified until we finish up our season. On board with RSR by G Performance and the number 55, Greg Wilkin, closing down Hell Racers and the number 29 machine in front. And this is important when it comes to the championship picture. That 29 machine, third place coming into the weekend, had a disappointing run in some ways in the first couple of rounds of the season. I think this has been a much more consistent performance as they go side by side and 3 wide with Fisher Motorsports down into turn 4 and RSR by G Performance able to get the move done. For the Hell Racers number 29 machine though, Sommel, they can't afford to lose too many positions because these really are championship points for a team that really is contending for that overall championship.
They are indeed, but they face so many issues today and they might already be on the report book so many times that anything else just compounds things all over. So I wouldn't even be thinking too much about that at this stage, at least from this race's perspective. But look at this, they got checked up right now by the Porsche. So even at the late race stages, Arjuna, traffic is turning out to be a bit of a problem. And what do you do if you're Vector Sim Racing? Where do you go? You've got the Alpine Stars geodesic BMW behind.
And let's turn our attention back to Graham Saunders, who's holding off Fisher Motorsport and Pascal Theis for that third and final podium position in class. Much needed result for the 201 machine, being wheeled by a pair of Twitch streamers, but they're proving that streaming isn't just about entertainment. You can be fast as well. Jack Anderdeck and Graham Saunders sharing that car and looking like they'll bring it home to a third place finish in today's race. 2 minutes left on the clock then. And my oh my, can you believe this? The gap out front as Miguel Vigo tries to get past the Rusty Spatulas down in towards the keyhole. Now down to 7 seconds here, Jonathan. I don't know exactly what Cedric has decided to eat when he has gotten back into this car, but clearly it is, Popeye and spinach kind of an effect.
He's trying, he's flying, but he's just running out of time as that 97 machine. And we knew it was fast. It was up here at the front early on. The pit stops at the end of that first stint really changed the game.
And for a car that's been so strong, but sometimes ends up being the target of some of our jokes up here in the RaceSpot commentary booth, it is always good to see the combination of Vigo and Raf van der Linden able to compete, because we know just how quick they are, and they always bring entertainment to us here live on RaceSpot TV. Down through the final corner then for the penultimate time for Vigo. He'll come across the line to start the final lap of this race. I don't think he would have expected to be the driver taking the white flag, but nevertheless, just a couple of miles to go for another race victory for the Alpine Stars crew. It was an almost perfect weekend for them in the season opener. The only blemish on their record was not being in first at the halfway point. Second race victory in the season will stand them very strong with 3 races left to go after this. You also can't ignore Maniti Racing, because as they round the carousel for the penultimate time here, Sommel, Maniti Racing, like we said, they may be playing a bit of the victim card when it comes to their driver lineup, but the last 2 rounds, they have brought their A-game. Tim Matzke last time was the star of the show. This time, both of their drivers delivered the goods in the 278 back at the front of IVRA competition.
Yes, indeed. As much as I've spoken about making your own luck today on this broadcast, you've also got to back it up with all the preparation and just having an overall very balanced and strong lineup. And Maniti have seemingly, in all the championships that they've competed in, they've predicted things that are going to happen in terms of strategy. They've gone back and, wow, what a result.
Out of the final corner then, historic victory for Miguel Vigo. As we said, don't think he was expecting to take the checkered flag, but for the number 62, Raf van der Linden and Miguel Vigo take home a well-deserved race victory. Strategy came their way, and the pace in the last 30 minutes showed that they had the speed in that car from the get-go. Milo Limford, couple of corners still to go in the 131 high-caliber Autosport machine. What a result for the 131 car. a statement in their championship fight as we start a new year. 3 races still to go, and High Caliber Autosports wants to be counted as a championship contender. We wait for the final couple of cars to come across the line. Maniti Racing and Johnny Verhoff takes the checkered flag in GT Pro. And for Maniti Racing, doing almost triple duty, I think, amongst all of the different races they were taking part in today. Victory here in the IVRA Series. And for Johnny Verhoff, another victory. They haven't won in the IVRA Endurance Series this season. But over the course of the IVRA Club Sports Summer Series, Maniti Racing really exploded onto RaceSpot TV in a big, big way. AOD Racing then and their Ferrari going to start celebrating, and for a team that came into this race weekend thinking about the bad luck that they have, it was all about keeping it clean and using the safety car to gain spots. Exactly what their strategy was coming into this race weekend, and deserved race victory then for Mo Islam and Kyle Clements. So before we take a look then at our final race results, Jonathan, your
Final?
Okay, good point there. I should not call these final. These are unofficial race results that race control is going to have to work their way through. But let's just get your thoughts. 4 hours of action, 3 cautions there, lots of championship swings, and I think as we now get to talk to some of these competitors in our post-race show, it's going to be interesting to hear what they thought about the race at Mid-Ohio.
I'm curious to hear like Alpine Star Geodesic's thought, because that 62 was like a top 5 car at best all day. Caution came, and then they decided, well, I'm just going to go ridiculously fast and put this big gap in the field. And it was a good drive from them. A good drive from the High Caliber team, who's only had a podium at Phillip Island to their name, really. Maniti extends their point lead. It was a good race overall. Now, again, this race control sheet is very long, very lengthy. We're going to have to wait and see some of these other results. But as far as I can tell, at least the winners of our 4 classes not really on the sheet, not involved in any of the calamity.
Well, we did say that keeping it clean might be one of the keys to the race. It does seem as though that's how things have played out on the track. So 4 hours later, let's take a look at our race results from the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio, round 4 of the IVRA Endurance Series. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing with a late strategy call to propel them to race victory here. 6 seconds the gap to Team RSO and the number 97. Aralara Abruzzi Esports bounced back after a rough weekend at Barbara last time out to get a 3rd place on the grid. Ryan Littlemore might have been hoping, though, for a little bit more. Ronnie Nunez brings the Torque Freak Racing number 1 car home in 4th, and then High Caliber Autosports and Milo Linford, a historic race victory for that team as they win in LMP Am. Fiercely forward in 6th, RSR Esport by G Performance, the number 55 in 6th, with Hell Racers and the number 29 in 8th. They had to fend off, though, Nomad Sim Racing in the 122. Look at the gap, though, between 8th and 9th. LMP Am cars really showed up today, with 3 of them on the top 10. Kinetic Racing recovering from a penalty to come home in 11th, with Adequate Racing, one-time race leaders, dropping to 12th. Pure Sims Esports, the number 2 machine, comes home in 13th place, with N-Race Esports, the final car on the lead lap of today's race. Rusty Spatulas ends up in 15th with Henna Hakkinen. TNT Racing and Paul Darling recovering from early issues for David Williams to bring that car home in 16th place, with Delta Sport U4K, World of Sim Racing, Pineapple Racing, and Hell Racers completing the top 20. Final page of finishers, RSR Esport by G Performance in their 56 car comes home in 21st, with Real Pixel Motorsport in 22nd. Fiercely forward in that 134 championship leading car comes home in 23rd. They'll be wondering what this race might have done for their championship picture, but then you've got Team Vikings, PND Racing, Torque Freak Racing, and RLR Abruzzi Esports not making it to the finish line. Turning our attention over to GT then, and for Maniti Racing and their BMW familiar step on the top step of the podium, they take the win by 9 seconds from Team 11 and PJ Clayson's. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing recovering very nicely after being bundled around in the first hours of the race to come home in 3rd. Fisher Motorsport comes home in 4th with a close fight to the checkered flag with that Graham Saunders powered number 201. Hell Racers in 5th, and Team Hoisingveld, Jan Sentkowski, 1 lap down after starting high up in the field. AOD Racing in the 321 car takes home a race victory for that team. another race victory across the team, but that is the first win for that particular car. Grizzly Motorsports second on the podium with Vector Sim Racing, and their driver Ted Lowendick, hometown boy, coming home in third. Virtual Motorsport spent a lot of this race pointing in the wrong direction. They do recover to be in the edge of the top 10, and there you'll find a number of other cars one lap down. Phoenix Racing Esport, Fisher Motorsport, AOD Racing, and Quasar Sim Racing in the 326. Samba Racing 2 laps down, along with the 225 Ford GT Quasar Sim Racing car. Usagi Racing, German Sim Racing.de, 2 and 3 laps down respectively, with L1 Esports and the 396 car not making it to the finish line. A couple of other cars that were caught up earlier on in incidents. VEC Sim Racing fiercely forward the 334 championship leader. A very disappointing day for fiercely forward overall, you think, in these amateur classes. VEC Sim Racing 23rd place, with RSR Esport by G Performance and Latima Racing rounding out our field today. So 4 hours done then, and we can finally kind of take a break. Not much of a breath though, because we now have to talk to some of the competitors who just finished up the race. Let's start then in reverse order. We usually start with your overall race winner, but you know what? I think that AOD Racing and their Ferrari deserves a little bit of highlighting here. Jonathan Burke is standing by with Kyle Clements and Mo Islam.
All right, Kyle and Mo, do you guys have a copy?
Yes. Yeah, I gotcha. How's it going?
I'm doing well. That was a bit of a chaotic race, I think, for you guys. You guys were down in the order. You've been beaten around a little bit. It's the second win for the AOD team, but the first one for the 321. How do you guys feel after that?
No, we feel great. It was a comeback. Our goal was to just keep the car clean and have as little incidents as possible and just get to the end.
It's been an up and down season, I think, for both your cars. Both cars have shown pace. Both of you two have shown really good pace. But just what does this win help you do for the rest of the season with 3 races left?
It's bringing the confidence back, getting back on the horse, you know. We had a really good run at Spa. We also had a really good run at Phillip Island, but that got cut short due to a crash. But yeah, this win is just...
And obviously we still have 3 rounds left. What are you guys looking forward to? We go to VIR next in the Grand West layout. Are you guys hoping to maybe pick up some more points there and try and make a run in these championship standings?
Yeah, that's the goal. Pick up more points, and I know halfway points will come into play for the next races, so some strategy involved there. But VIR, Imola, and Motegi are definitely very interesting tracks, and looking forward to them.
All right, well, congratulations on the win, guys. The second one for the AOD team as a whole, and your second podium. And hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend. We'll see you at VIR.
You too, thanks.
So that was the 321 crew, AOD Racing and their Ferrari. Historic victory, as now their BMW has 1 victory, the Ferrari has 1 victory as well. I have a feeling there'll be a bit of inter-team rivalry to try and get that second race victory. Let's continue on this reversed order that we're doing right now, because I'm liking talking to some of these GT machines next. I was hoping to bring in Maniti Racing into the comms booth. It doesn't appear as though they are standing by, so instead, Sommel Aurora is ready to talk with Simon Jacobson, part of the High Caliber Autosport 131 crew.
Simon, firstly, many congratulations on the win. From the way the race went, I'm pretty sure there was so much drama. I think we saw you involved in a couple of incidents here and there as well. How chaotic was it for you to get this win towards the end?
I mean, there was a lot of chaos we saw, especially after the last safety car. I had a few scary moments in between as well, but it's most of them they were deemed racing incidents. But I was pushing hard, especially once I had new tires and the guys in front of me didn't have. So I knew I could make up some ground there, and that's why I went for one of the moves on the inside. But I think that at the end of the race, it was really It's really stressful, especially when Milo was in the car at the end. I was watching him go through and just trying to coach him, so really just tell him what was going on behind him, and we were discussing what to do. But it's so hectic, so much goes on, so you're just trying to keep your head cool. But it was a really good race. We had a lot of fun.
Simon, how did you keep your head cool? Because I think there was one moment in the race where we thought that Adequate Racing would get it done with much ease, and then all of it changes. How do you keep your cool knowing that your position could change anywhere, at any time in a situation like this one, and strategy is all completely changed at any moment?
Yeah, so it's a difficult thing, really. All you have to do is, if from my point of view, is to focus on your own race, really. And we had an outstanding race control thing that they had to look at. So we always knew that there might be some penalty maybe thrown at us, but we were crossing our fingers and hoping that they would see it as a racing incident as well, which they luckily did. And then you just have to focus on your own, really. Managing traffic on this on this track is in itself is a tough task, and you need all your concentration doing so, and just one lap at a time, and let the race come to you, really.
And Simon, 90 points in Phillip Island, then this big win right here that we've got in Mid-Ohio. Things are looking good in the championship.
Oh yeah, we're really. It's sad that we missed one round, but this is really this gave us a massive boost coming back into the championship. So and Milo and I we were practicing yesterday evening a lot and working on the setup, because obviously you talked about the changes to this car as well. That's made most of the setups not working anymore. So we had to sort of start from scratch. And the second thing was that none of us have driven this track since past 2 days. So we've been working a lot trying to get this in, but it's a really nice track. It's a technical track, and we love that stuff. And hopefully we can get more of this in the future.
Simon, finally, who would you like to give a shout out to for this rather big win for your team?
Oh, definitely the entire team. Obviously Milo as a great teammate, and Callum, our team head, setting up all the organizational stuff. This is awesome, and yeah, and also you guys doing a really good job at commentating as well. So we're having a great fun, and hopefully you are too.
We certainly did. Many congratulations, Simon. Really fun to chat with you around here. Congratulations, mate. All the best for the next ones.
Thank you. Hopefully we'll talk to you soon.
For sure.
So that was LMP Am Victor's High Caliber Autosport, who, after a second place last time out, take race victory then here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Next up, we do have Maniti Racing ready to go. Sommel Aurora is standing by to talk to the crew of the 278.
Hello guys, thanks for having me.
Hey Johnny, what's up, mate? Congratulations, mate. That was a crazy one, but really played out in the end. Strategy, in your perspective, how would you sum this race up? Because it was really crazy at times.
Yeah, it was crazy at times, but it was way better than Phillip Island in my opinion, traffic-wise. Probably the track with the infield that the LMPs just couldn't overtake. But yeah, strategy didn't go really what we thought it was gonna be beginning, because yeah, we had a different plan, but the safety car just went on for way too long than we anticipated, and then right after another safety car. So we did have the box in the end.
Exactly.
All the way back at the field.
But we were wondering how it would play out for you, because you made that early pit stop, you jumped the gun, and then that safety car came. How much of your plans would change today, Johnny?
We were gonna stay out and pit on the hour basically, but now it's basically after the hour with the second safety car, and then we just followed the normal plan. But that only was allowed because the safety car came out very late again. So we already made the final stop. So we.
And personally, what does it feel like for you, Johnny? Because in the last round we saw Tim in the car, now you've come in and straight away you get another win too, so it's clearly a big one.
Yeah, I didn't feel that well actually after the call with the first safety car, so I'm happy to change it into win. Also was just flying and overtaking everyone when he was last, and then car basically in P1 and I there, so I'm pretty. Traffic was also actually very nice, like apart from 1 or 2 incidents, but yeah, the track was pretty good.
And finally, Johnny, just before we let you go, a couple of questions. Firstly, it's going to be huge for the championship, this one, with the second win in a row. Helsingborg having issues. We saw Team 11 in the back there as well. How big is this for the championship, and who would you like to give a shout out to after this win?
Yeah, of course, it's big for the championship. Another win. That's also always good. I want to thank Matze for doing a hell of a job. And I want to make one remark about the jokes I heard about being an M team sometimes, or whatever. That's Bart and Ivo is also on the team who do some races with me. They're not like pro. They could have been in the M car as well. That's why those jokes are there. But yeah, huge shout out to you guys, to the stream, and to the race control lads on IVRA. Well done, a hell of a job. And of
Cheers,
course,
Johnny.
thank the team. Yeah.
Real pleasure talking to you, mate. Have a good one. Enjoy the win.
Yes, thank you guys.
So that was Johnny Verhoff, part of the 278 car. I'm glad, Sommel, you appreciate some of the jokes that we make about their driver lineup, because that's what they are. They're all in good nature. It's great seeing Maniti and a team like them in this, series where on a day like today, they've got part of their team competing in Sports Car Open and another part competing here in IVRA. It's awesome to see this new team really starting to grow as an entity within the iRacing service.
It is indeed. Maniti Racing coming up with a clear motto of their own, that they want to develop drivers and develop team, and now not always looking to win championships. It's more about the spirit side of things, because they recognize that sim racing is a bit of a hobby for most of us at the end of the day. So why not do it in the best way possible?
Well, you know who did it in the best way possible. That's Miguel Vigo and Raf van der Linden, who took home a race victory that I think they might not necessarily have been expecting to take the checkered flag at. And we're now joined by the duo of Miguel Vigo and Raf van der Linden. And Miguel, I'll ask you the first question here. When you came down onto the pit lane after just having a small incident through that last corner, did you really think that the caution flag was about to come out and you guys would basically be handed this race victory?
We ended up passing the Porsche as I was doing my lap, and we saw that he was on the side. So these guys, noticed it as well. So they kept on him, and we're like, oh, he's still staying there. He's not getting back on track, so it's gonna get called. So we had a couple minutes. Usually it takes a couple minutes before they call it. So we were like, pit in now, and so we got lucky enough that when we came down pit lane on the entry, that we were fully in as it got called.
Hey, I think we were watching you go up on your jacks as the caution came out. So, timing couldn't have been more perfect. But, Raf, a question for you here. It was a little bit of a change in strategy. Usually we see Miguel starting and you kind of bringing these shorter races to the end. Why the kind of flip in strategy? Were you feeling a bit more comfortable maybe working your way through lap traffic and then letting Miguel out at the end to really push for victory? Or was there something slightly more different that you were trying to go for?
No, I think we mostly just allow Miguel to start because he's really fast at the starts. But this time, I didn't really have knowledge about Mid-Ohio, and I didn't really practice it that much. So we just decided, because IVRA is super aggressive at the end, we just decided to put me in for one stint, minimum drive time, just keep it where it's at or get some positions, which in the end we did, P13 to P5, and then just let Miguel take it.
What really happened was I missed my alarm, and I wasn't able to come in the morning to warm up. So I was like, I just told Raph, you get in the car.
So I just want to make sure I understand. This was not planned. This was just, late waking up for the race and having to make that late race call to put Raph in to start because you're just not in the right mental space to get out there and race.
Yeah, I came in when the briefing was started, so that's kind of when I woke up. But we had two strategies. We already had it planned out if I started or Raph would start. So, at that point, since Raph was already warmed up and everything, it was just better to go with that. So, if anything, it's kind of a blessing in disguise there.
One question before I let you guys go. It's kind of a reflection on the first 4 rounds of the season and now looking forward. We've had 3 interesting races where Phillip Island, the Barber Motorsports Park, and now Mid-Ohio. It's gone... They've all had various levels of success when it comes down to the multi-class racing component, but we next had to VIR in the Grand West layout, and that this is a track that's not necessarily used in the real world, but within iRacing, this is a combo that we see almost every year in the Targa, Virginia. So it is a combo that we know can work. How excited are you guys about heading to what I like to call the Nordschleife of the US and really trying to mix it up when it comes to the type of tracks that you're competing at?
I think it's gonna be, from what I've seen, it's gonna be a little bit harder than what it is here, because the entry field you just cannot really pass at all. And you know, my worry is that, you know, people are just gonna get overly aggressive trying to pass on the infield. So, you know, we'll just have to kind of see how it goes. I know there's some other teams that are kind of iffy about the layout as well, but you know, we just got to have a little bit of faith in the organizers and try and see what it is that they're doing. Which goes back to here as well. I was a little bit hesitant here as well. I was expecting a lot of safety cautions, and it was actually pretty not too bad. Hectic, but overall very doable.
I think that's a good way of putting it. Hectic, but doable indeed. Miguel and Raf, congrats then on an unexpected race victory. We'll see you not next time for the IVRA Endurance Series. You guys will be back in action in a couple of weeks' time for the IVRA Club Sports Series. We'll see you then from Suzuka as you prepare to drive a slightly different type of car.
Yep, thanks guys.
Yep, thanks.
So, Miguel Vigo, Raf van der Linden, representing Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Second race victory this season for the team in this class, Sommel. It's shaping up to be a very interesting class because you've got 4 different races and we finally got our first repeat winner. It's been one where the safety cars have played such a big factor, and once again today we saw that in the very first caution. Cars getting caught out by the pit exit not being open, and multiple cars getting end-of-line penalties that compromised the rest of their race, including our championship leader coming into the weekend, Delta Sport U4K.
Yeah, Delta Sport U4K had major issues in that department. Just didn't work out for them, and they had such a torrid round. Genuinely, I think we can place this race in the Phillip Island bracket in terms of chaos surrounding the event. It was just big drama, just hard to understand and decipher how things really were. And my apologies, at certain times even I was confused about what was going on. So it'll really take a good review from everyone, from us in the broadcasting panel, from everyone in the race control panel as well, for the drivers to understand how things really went, because to be very honest, this kind of a race is not really pick out and understand what actually happened. So the weeks leading up to the next endurance race, I think they're going to be challenging to say the least, but if anything, we just get a good idea that at certain tracks like this one, good racing is possible until all hell breaks loose.
Well,
At least for certain periods it is.
I'm glad I just made Jonathan snigger just a little bit. I was watching out the corner of my eye. Hello, first time we get to say hello to you in person today, and what a day it's been, Jonathan. IVRA Endurance, this is our third back-to-back weekend of IVRA action. We had GT Sprint Series a couple of weeks ago, then the IVRA Club Sports Series, and we finish off our introduction into 2021 in one of the best ways possible. 4 hours at Mid-Ohio, where basically anything you can expect to see in a race weekend happened. It was insane, 3, 4, 5 wide, and you know, next time VIR, the Grand West layout, we're gonna have to watch it. We can't. One of those corners has a name that's going to get us in trouble, but it's going to be fun, and I really cannot wait to get there. But before that, we do have the IVRA Club Sports Series as well. There's lots of action here in IVRA, and all live on RaceSpot TV.
Yeah, lots of different action, all these teams across different lines, and we saw almost 4 different races in 4 different classes play out in all different fashion. We saw one where the pit strategy and the cautions worked one way. We saw one where domination was the case. We saw one where the entire class had an issue. I mean, the LMP2M category, I almost feel bad for them. They all were under investigation for penalties. All of them had contact. We're going to see, I think, at the VIR, maybe a different race compared to this one. A little more endurance style feel. A little more just trying to survive the track rather than surviving the traffic.
So let's walk you through that series schedule one more time as we prepare to say goodbye here live from the Barber Motorsports Park. We are 4 rounds done now with our championship, and already our championship is proving to be a rather exciting one in all 4 of our classes. 4 hours of Mid-Ohio done, and next up 5 hours at VIR before our final 2 rounds, where halfway points will come into effect, the 6 hours of Imola and the 10 hours of Motegi. Of course, as mentioned though, you don't want to necessarily miss out on more IVRA competition, as the IVRA Club Sports Series and the IVRA GT Sprint Series will return just before the Endurance Series returns to RaceSpot TV. At the start of February, you're not going to want to miss the 2.4 hours at Suzuka. That will be on February the 6th on a Saturday, and the very next day, Sunday, February 7th, the IVRA GT Sprint Series heads to Road Atlanta for 2 more 60-minute sprint races that will ultimately deliver a lot of racing action. If you want more racing action though on RaceSpot TV, you know what to do. It's time to hit all of those buttons. You can subscribe to us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, all at the handle RaceSpot TV. And if you hit the bell next to the subscribe button on YouTube, you get notified every single time we go live with this great sim racing series that we get to cover here on the iRacing.com service. It's been a fascinating start to 2021 with the IVRA competitions. 4 different series, all delivering racing action here on RaceSpot TV. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, and I've been joined by Somal Aurora and Jonathan Burke for the entirety of today's action. Track cameras provided to us by Istvan Ballo of TrackCams22.com. Additional car cameras provided by RaceSpot's own Tyler Maxon. Live timing and scoring provided by our partners at Timing 71, where you can follow along with the best in the real and virtual world using their world-class suite of data analysis tools. That's going to be it here then on a Saturday on RaceSpot TV. Join us tomorrow for the Porsche Esports Super Cup Great Britain, as well as the start of a new year of virtual BMW racing action. We'll see you live on RaceSpot TV.